dog.
Oh, yeah, let's go, let's go.
Don't talk to me, this is about innovation. Get paid for some kind of information that'll elevate both our situation. Get sick of people draining my energy. Ex-friends transforming into enemies. This type of success brings jealousy. Cause they wishing it was them instead of me. Blood on your hands when you're giving me a dap. Only reaching for a hug to stab me in the back. Don't ask me about front you and back. Cause where were you at when I was bagging in the trap? Nowhere to be found. You just see cloud as a chance to leech off of me now. These days, my favorite phrases are fuck you and peace out. Around here, we live by respect. If you can't respect that, it's game over. On this land, snakes in the grass. They meet the bottom of my lawn.
Let me tell you something, brother.
And you know what it is when I bounce, lean sharp, and I handle my biz when I bounce, lean sharp, bounce, lean sharp, yeah. Bounce, lean sharp, bounce, lean sharp, yeah.
Motherfucker, pick the Harley up on one wheel. 12 minutes, I'm pulling up a Compton, it's a gun deal. Cookie jars keep my lungs filled. Bitches buck shots, pray to God they no one's killed. All the neighborhoods and gangsters out. A country nigga did it, that's something to think about. Still scraping the ground and low lows, only broke hoes. I got rich off the shit you put in your nose. Chop on me when I'm sliding down Melrose. Watch for the hellos, everybody don't sell those. Khaki shorts and some low socks. Strode out Figaro, getting a bankroll from a known guy. I don't need yours, I brought my own clock. You pussy play with my name like I'm gon' stop. I only stayed in this game cause there's no pop. And I'm now finished popping up a few ops. Yo, if it ain't Von Gated, Donnie Butterfly, cool. It's the butterscotch balls, Tommy can't see through. It's a yellow translucent honey got twins. Don't stop me while I'm walking 9,000 with no cam. I don't like
Okay. I don't need this at 9:30 in the morning. This shit, I thought I would play it as a gimmick because it's one of the most obnoxious songs that exist.
Meerkat streamed this a couple hours ago. I figured we'd start with this. I'm still got a Gundam video to edit. It's about Rosie O'Donnell being stupid and crazy. So I'm going to be busy with this. Let's see here. Zoom out a bit so you can see the whole thing. All these gaps here I have to fill in. But that's my side gig. Meerkat is going over all this stuff. And we'll interrupt as needed. How's it going, ladies and skeletons? Welcome back.
But oh my god. This gave me a fucking headache.
Yay.
All right, now that we chased away all the attractive, beautiful women, and all we're left is with the mouth droolers and the what was the other one? The no load. I need to get a list. They start getting more and more qualifiers. One last song and let's go.
Disappointing to me, and it's sad, but at the same time,
we have already heard this one.
Just once again, all
It's
the
a good one.
detractors, they said this was gonna happen, and they were right.
Holy shit, Phil. The detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit.
I actually found another song. Let's play this one. Cone of Shame. Why? Check this out. This is a cool song.
Why go to the zoo? I have the zoo at home. Got cheese in the fridge. DoorDash some popcorn. If you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all. A bunny told me that once, but bunnies leave you. So I say what I want. Slur shit, but no sex, because that's just for teenagers. I'm a mature content creator. I'm a Roman Catholic, at least when convenient. Pretend to have morals, but all I have is Hogan's. Running out of headspace. Duty Craig a duck. Rent-free space in my head. Even gin won't drive them out. I'm a Roman Catholic, at least when convenient. Pretend to have morals, but all I have is Hogan's. I placed 4th at AVO. Did I ever tell you that I could fly high, just like a helicopter? Now I'm on level 1. I'm just a little guy, but I'm also important. I created Let's Plays. I'm a Roman Catholic, at least when convenient. Pretend to have morals, but all I Nothing takes me by surprise except that duck. Where did he come from? I always knew they'd snake me. Nothing takes me by surprise except that duck. Where did he come from?
There you go, Lindell. I sent it over on Discord. That's a good one. Unpause.
Shit, Phil. Your detractors.
They were right.
Holy shit, Phil.
Okay, skip.
Fucking victim.
Right.
This is a good one.
Real person.
This is what we heard before.
Oh my god,
There's this hate wave.
we are so back. Oh my god, I'm so slow in OBS. Probably because it's early in the morning. It's unironically 9:30. But I figured there's so much new
It's
shit
9
coming out
a.m.
about this
My
guy.
time.
And I realized there was literally no stream last month. So let's at least have one stream this month.
Yeah, I need to
Because
put out
one
more
is
YouTube,
bigger than
content.
Zero. And for some
I'm gonna
reason,
lose
I can't
monetization at
find,
this rate.
YouTube, you used to let me gift memberships, dude, and they gave me free memberships, and now they don't let me do that anymore, which means they suck and they're felted. What? So
All
what's up,
peed up.
everybody? We're gonna talk about Phil again for the
Let's see, is it this one? Peter?
80th time on the Swaycast officially, and for the infinite amount of time for
I'll find it.
Everything altogether. I forgot how to talk. Big Up's kind of sad for the 2 Canadian positivities. Is Islamic bunny rabbit real? Yes. Allegedly. Oh, okay. Let's run down a list of things that happened
Yeah,
since the last
but I
stream,
have so many even that isn't
which is
listing
probably going to be
them all,
1%
so I have to go
of
to the back
everything
end.
that actually happened since the last stream. And let's do the shout outs first. Big Ups Splody Jesus and Mr. Progress 69 for the memberships, dude. So yes, what happened?
So many at this
Phil
point.
and PP broke up. It's official and it's final. And it's real in all caps. Then the Kino guys snaked him and are actively making fun of him now and will proceed to make fun of him and release information that he told them personally and privately, I guess, quote unquote privately, about his wife, his life, and his pet rabbit that allegedly died. And his pet wife that is allegedly dying. I'm not exactly sure. It's very complicated, convoluted, and hopefully at some point we're going to get to what actually
there is.
happened in the reality of life. So I figured what better place to start than one of the worst places to start, Dark Side Phil's channel, and the Level 1 podcast. So I guess we're going to watch the one from the other day, or at least an excerpt of it, where Phil addresses the controversy and the negativity and the drama and discusses possible ways that he could still do this in the future. It's very stupid, but we kind of have to. Yes, we kind of have to. So we can get the full context. So apparently people mentioned in this video is Keemstar, CM Punk, and Roman Reigns. So you know it's going to be a banger. And it starts with this intro. Yeah, this, remember when this was so bad I thought it was AI? Yeah, I still think it's AI. Do we have timestamps? No, sadly. So I need to go and actually find it. He looks like this, in case you forgot how Phil looks. He looks like this, as great as ever. You might have forgot how his background looks because it used to look completely different months ago, but now he spent a bunch of money and can afford to be cool as hell.
Whatever you call it, I don't know the saying, but like that was
You
something
never
I've
know.
never done before.
I don't know.
Everyone else had always treated me like dirt.
Okay, yeah, this is it. This is it. Oh my god, this is such a great saga. It's so fun.
Whether it's he thinks it's funny, he thinks it's
Oh, and we get like right into it too. Oh my god.
after that, We got questioned nonstop. Why is Kat not in your content? Where did she disappear?
Okay, yeah, we have to legit start
Sometimes
from the
you just
beginning.
gotta
and then I'm
beat
gonna
the
watch
shit
some of
out
the
of
clips of
something.
Kino Casino making fun of him because, of course, it's way more entertaining than this.
I'm going to be a dick now just because we from Kino Casino. It's been going good for like over 2 months. You know, you're at 8 episodes. I think tonight was episode 9. You know, why would the show's format change?
Okay, so here he's talking about Smart Guys. Smart Guys is the show where
Why don't you
him
kill
and
yourself?
his ex-boyfriend Pee used to talk about wrestling, which I mean, quote unquote, talk about wrestling, because the whole purpose of the show was to make fun of Phil under the guise of talking about wrestling, because otherwise DSP wouldn't agree to doing this if it wasn't specifically made to be kind of a weird gimmick like this.
Right in the middle of everything. All right. Well, I'm going to give you the answer, but the answer won't make sense until you kind of go through the history.
Oh no.
Right.
It's the worst kind of a DSP segment. I'm going to tell you what's going on, but first, so it can make absolutely no sense, I'm going to tell
It's private and you guys don't know about it. So let me just spill all that shit right now and be a complete fucking dick and violate trust and stuff like that. I'm not going to do that. All right? I'm not. I'm just going to tell you.
I'm not going to tell you private stuff about me and this random guy on the internet. I'm going to tell you private stuff about my wife instead. Just because it's going to get me sympathy, I guess. Or I just like people talking about my wife.
Talk about my wife, please. Please.
My perspective on this whole ride since last summer of what's been going on, excuse me, and how we got to where we got today. Okay? So basically, why am I doing Smart Guys solo? All right? Well, it's very simple. Okay? PPP on his show.
Oh my God, he needs to, like, no joke. He looks funny enough without the outfit and without the background and the layout and all the other shit that makes him look like a, I don't know, like this. But he needs to cut the shirts, the weird shirts he wears, especially when he talks about drama, because it makes him look even sillier. Just wear a fucking t-shirt, bro. Just a black shirt. Classic begging black shirt.
Recently started up with rhetoric that's pretty toxic, negative, and insulting towards myself and my family.
Notice, this is, he's talking about Triple P making fun of his wife. And, of course, he has been doing that increasingly and trying to push the envelope when it comes to making fun of his wife to see when DSP is going to crack. But notice how this guy didn't have a problem with it until other people told him he should have a problem with it, because that's what normal people would think. It's like, oh, this guy making fun of my wife, I have a problem with it. But no, other people had to tell him. Same shit about Derek.
Now, there's a difference between myself and my family. I want you to understand that, okay?
I'm going to boost up the speed on this a little bit.
So, Kino Casino essentially has done a lot for me. Back when I appeared on their show first in August, which I actually spearheaded by contacting them behind the scenes.
They've done a lot, and I think they intend on taking it all back. Unless we're talking about, like, the money DSP got. But the money DSP got is like, it's like DSP getting money, bro. It's like, yeah, it's a thing that is going to happen anyways.
Which shocked them. They had no idea.
And that money will not be productively used or spent, so I guess you can rest easy knowing that.
Do that. And then got on their show, had that initial interview, which was very entertaining, made lots more content with them and all of that, right? The whole
I think it was called the Hype House, where a bunch of like teenagers would live in Los Angeles in a house and film TikToks. Like, if they did this shit, I would get it, and it wouldn't be interesting at all. But the fact that this is grown-ass 30-plus-year-old men doing this is the funniest for me.
Anyway, you know, I'm okay with you guys. You might as well benefit from it, too. Go for it, right? I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to be a dick now just because we did some content together. Now you can't
But
make fun of me.
But what he knows is that he is in the position of weakness. He cannot afford to be a dick to them. He cannot afford to cut promos on them. He cannot afford this because they will annihilate him. They will eviscerate him. They will make shows that thousands of people are going to watch live about making fun of him. And that is going to hurt him. So he's trying to, I guess, minimize the possibility of this happening by saying, hey, you guys, I'm very nice to you. I am taking this breakup very well. So it would only make sense, and you would be a reasonable, factual person if you did the same to me.
Okay, I mean, that's the whole premise of their entire show.
Like, yes, now
Sorry, is my mic
he's
better?
just like framing himself
Yes.
in crying victim. Even
Sorry,
though
bad
he
morning.
wasn't fucking crying
Jeez.
victim when they were felting Review Tech USA. He wasn't crying victim when he was
all better now.
pretending to dunk on stuttering Craig. Like, come on.
It's just I was trying to upload a lot. I was trying to archive last night's Kano Casino stream and didn't have the bandwidth for it, I guess.
And so you might wonder, you know, oh, why did Phil allow them once in a while to do that? Isn't that kind of like weird that,
Yes, it is.
you know, insult you and make fun of you on their show, but then you're still doing content with PPP and you're talking about future content?
Yes, it is. And he said why? Because he's a cuck.
Right? So it was all well and good. But if you haven't noticed recently, definitely the rhetoric has kicked up. And in particular, where
Inflammatory
I started to get
rhetoric.
wind that this was happening and it really was upsetting me was PPP starts bringing up my wife. Now, for those who don't know, my wife Kat has showed up in my content less than 10 times.
Okay, what does that have to do with anything? She has showed up in your content. She has enough
didn't have
funny
to.
stuff going on with her to talk about and make fun of. So why does it matter? How many times does she have to show up in his content for it to be okay to make fun of her? What is the arbitrary goalpost that we have to get to and then move?
All right, when she first moved in
Does it need to be 11 times? I guess it has to be 11 times. And then we're
Yeah,
allowed
I
to
did
make
see
fun of her.
this.
with me in 2018, all right, I think she was in like 3 streams.
Did you see that River Rejection, that meth head guy commented under this? He's very upset. There he is. He's right there. Angry face, middle finger. How dare you? Okay.
Where we did like Q&A and stuff, and that was it. And then she did,
But I saw this clip. I saw this clip from some TV show, I think. I don't know which one. But it was 2 guys making fun of another guy. And that other guy is like, if I've had it, you guys. Make fun of me 13 or 14 more times, and I'm out of here.
That's Orgasmo.
This is DSP.
one
This is
a good
Dave.
scene.
that was like a Halloween
It's from
stream.
the creators of
And
South Park.
everyone made
It's
fun
Matt and
of
Trey
her.
Parker,
Why?
the main characters.
Why though? Why? Because she was acting weird and she was looking weird. And people like that on the internet get made fun of. And on top of everything, the thing that makes it the worst is that she is Darkseid Phil's wife. So it is kind of your fault that they're making fun of her. And you should have probably told her, honey, this makeup makes you look kind of funny.
I say everyone, it's the detractors, of course, made fun of her for her looks, and it really got to her, all right? So for many, many years, she never appeared in my content, okay? And then last year, early on, after years of kind of sitting on the sidelines and wanting to be part of the content, but I'm like, man, these fucking idiots are just going to say something. Finally,
They're
was
gonna
like, you
say
know what?
something.
Who cares? Let's just do it anyway. And we were trying to plan like what kind of content she could be in last year. What could it be? You know, could it be?
And again, I've heard you guys say time and time and time again, this doesn't bother me anymore. I've heard it all.
Yeah, she
I
said
don't
it.
get fucking bothered by
It's
idiots.
like, I don't care.
And this is Kat. She said this the first few times they did a Q&A in like 2018, 19, whatever that was. And she said this when she got like the new Kat, the recast Kat, the Kat for modern audiences. That's it, the woke Kat. She also said this. So I guess that was a bunch of nonsense.
Q&A videos? Could it be actual gameplay? And so we kind of did a combo. We actually had a couple of streams where she was here for Q&A, and then 1 or 2 streams where we did this co-op of the Dondoko Island part of Like a Dragon.
Yes, and it felt forced and unnatural because it literally was. And that's why people made fun of it, because it felt weird. It felt strange. It's not normal to have streams like this where people are awkward and cringe and yeah, just like that.
Well, to be frank, the gameplay didn't really work. All right, it kind of like the game was boring. So after a couple of streams, we just cut it off. And then after
Imagine being the god of gaming I mean DSP, in case you were wondering who I'm talking about. Imagine being the god of gaming and not even being able to find a fun co-op game that you can play with your wife on stream. You can't even find that. And everything you try ends up being boring or trash. Wow.
After that, I'm going to tell you something that I've kind of alluded to, but haven't really talked much about. Kat started to experience some health problems.
There we go. The shield is out. The shield is out. Not even 11 minutes into this video. 10:51. Kat is dying, guys. Feel bad for me. I'm a victim here. Do not insult my wife.
And because of that, her health took a turn for the worse, and it wouldn't have made sense for her to start coming on stream with the levels of stress and stuff that she was going through.
Okay, you don't have to say this. You don't have to say this. Just say she didn't feel like it. She didn't want to do it.
Okay?
Just say it's not for her. You can just say that. You know, Kat, she was on stream a couple of times and she found out, you know, it's not for her. It doesn't make for great content, I guess. That's it. You can just admit that. That's okay. We don't need to bring up weird health issues to make people feel bad for you.
So that's why she just disappeared from my content. It wasn't that, oh, there's no content or anything we want to do. In fact, I had bought Beyond Two Souls to actually play with her and do a whole co-op playthrough of. All right? But then because of these circumstances going on, we just said we can't do it. All right? Now, over the course of the year, the good news is stuff got better.
Oh, so she's not dying. I guess that got debunked. She's not dying, you guys. Stop being panicked.
All right? It improved. And as you know,
What improved though?
Talk about it all year. That's private shit. You know, no
But you're talking about it now. Wow. I hate you, dude.
one really needs to know about
He's talking about it now because now we need sympathy. Now he realizes he's back to being the whipping boy. And he wants to protect himself from being the whipping boy by having a cat-shaped shield in front of him. And that shield, I'm telling you, the coverage is huge.
about that. But that's why
That shit absorbs physical damage, absorbs all kinds of damage. Think about it. Pierce damage, slash damage, blunt damage.
he disappeared from my content
I absorb blunt damage too. So many blunts.
because we're in a situation where we're already so stressed out about all kinds of stuff going on. And that is one of the
where the
many
technical
things going on in
difficulties
my
came
private
from.
life right now. It's not everything.
It's not everything. Yeah, tell me all your drama, bro. I promise I'm going to feel bad for you. Tell me everything that's going on badly in your life.
And I'll talk about that in a second.
Or maybe we can have a victim off where he's going to tell me all the bad things that are happening to him, and I'm going to tell him all the bad things happening to me, and we get to compare who is the bigger victim. We can have the Victim Olympics. That's going to be awesome. We can have Boogie invited. We can have Wings invited. We can have a bunch of obscure lolcows. It's going to be so much fun.
What an idea.
Second. But it's
Shout out Ninstar Rune for the $5. The lessons Phil should learn from this is never trust anyone and become a hermit. But that's kind of the thing, dude. That's kind of the thing that he already knows this lesson. He learned this. And he knew that this was going to happen, but he couldn't help himself. He couldn't help himself. As LTG would say, he couldn't stop tasting the syrup. So he came back for more syrup time and time and time again. And he knew that this show that is specifically based around making fun of people was going to make fun of him. It was kind of worth it because he was making money and his ego was stroked big style. So yeah. That's what we got. He couldn't help himself. Yet again, the king has felt it, sadly. Big ups A-Mac Uno for the 5 gifted, dude. Let's get some subs.
one of many things. All right. And stupid camera, stop doing AI bullshit. So
Now, yeah, we have an AI camera now. Everything is smart in that office except for Phil. That's the gimmick.
after that, we got questioned nonstop. Why is Kat not in your content? Where did she disappear to? And people speculate, oh, you got divorced. She's not there with you anymore. And all this bullshit and nonsense, right? It's all the same detractor crap that they all say.
What is the same detractor crap? You make a big deal about something and then it stops being a thing and you start telling people to shut up about it and not mention it. That's attracting more attention to it. And that's making it look very suspicious. So of course people are going to ask about it. Because I remember very, very vividly when that happened. And I remember how much he was hyping it up as if it was like, whoa, it's so cool that Cat's gonna play games with us, dude. And he was talking about fucking Dondoko Island for weeks. No joke, weeks straight. And then Cat stopped being a thing after that one stream. And then no one was supposed to talk about it ever again, ever for any reason whatsoever.
All bullshit. Okay.
It's kind of sus.
So finally, fast forward to this year and today and all this stuff going on. And all of a sudden, after weeks of PPP escalating this rhetoric on his show, this toxic stuff about me, which again, I don't give a shit. I really
you do give a shit though. What do you mean you don't give a shit? Somebody is insulting your wife. You should. You should. This is the wrong answer here, buddy. You should give a shit.
Thick skin. I don't care what you say about me. Say it. Get your rise. Get people to toss you money for it. I just don't care. I don't. But when you start bringing up my face,
Oh, so he doesn't care when people say stuff about him, even though he does.
members,
Like this whole segment is because he cares.
really no reason. Besides, maybe this will also get something out of the audience. Maybe this will get a
No, it was literally, he was doing it, and I guess everyone knows why he was doing it except Phil. He was doing it so Phil can fucking have some backbone and defend his wife. That's the only reason. That's the reason.
Because if you want to know the truth, I think that's what this is all about.
No, it's not about getting a fucking rise out of the audience. Because guess what? The audience knows that Cat is fat. And they know she's stupid. And they know all this stuff. It's like when someone insults her to your face and you do nothing about it, it's tempting to just keep going and make you feel uncomfortable. And that's exactly what happened.
I think that PPP wants to get a rise out of me. He wants to have me here freak out and start, going full path number 2. The return of the king of hate, the angry man who just wants to rage against everything and burn everything down around him and hurt everyone around him.
Oh yeah. So this is something also I have to talk about because this happened in the previous episode, but it's being referenced here because obviously continuity. So Phil has 3 paths. This is the new born again Phil. He has 3 paths he can take. They say this in the Pig Roach Bible. So path number 1 is become an online blood sports maniac and transform himself into Dark Side Phil. You just straight up transmogrify yourself into your dark side. Unleash the dark side. And start going after people, harassing them, doxing them, doing gay ops, finding them and stalking them in real life, camping in the bushes in front of their house, trying to break into their house. That's path number 1, Mr. Bloodsports. Path number 2, I already kind of forgot what it was actually.
Get sponsors.
But it was something that also sucks.
Path number
And
2.
also is
Path number
super
1 is
extreme.
sponsors.
I guess he's going to become a domestic terrorist or something. He's going to become like Ted Kaczynski. That's path number 2. It's terrorism. And path number 3 is to beg for money. And I'm not joking. This one I remember very well. Path number 3 is to beg for money and you like it. And you know how we got to this point? You know how we got to this point is that he had a begathon in which he was begging his ass off. He was begging his life away. Like he was begging so hard that I think it reduced his life expectancy by at least 25 years. And he got like over $1,000, I think. It doesn't matter anyways, but it was a big sum. And then the next day, he was begging so little. Actually, there was a complete absence of begging. There might have even been a negative amount of begging. He might have proposed to give somebody money, for fuck's sake. And there was such a negative amount of begging that people thought that he was dying or something bad happened to him because he looked so strange because he was not begging for money. And the day afterwards, he shows up and he says that day with no begging was a social experiment to prove to people that when he begs for money and degrades himself and humiliates himself and take advantage of people and bait sympathy out of them, that gets him money, you guys. You would never believe this. And on the day that he didn't beg, he didn't get that much money. So obviously that's the 3rd path, and the God's chosen path, the promised path, is for Phil to beg and for you to like it.
Because all I care about is myself and, go crazy. And I totally feel like that's what it is. All right. But basically, when you start bringing up my wife for absolutely no reason, again, there's no reason. It's not like Kat is part of my content. She's not.
But she was. Does she have to constantly be part of your content? Can I bring up Jasper even though he's not in the room right now? These are such weird conditions and boundaries, man. When you know that no one is going to care about them and no one's going to respect them. No one's going to respect your fucking gay-ass boundaries with what you can and cannot talk about. They're just going to talk about stuff. And they're going to talk about stuff that particularly makes you upset and pisses you off and makes you spurg out and give people content. Because, and this is something that you know as well, buddy, that's the only thing you're good for. And perhaps fertilizer, but we haven't exactly did the research to prove that.
Right? She was in like 3-4
He needs to do a social experiment to test this out, since he loves doing them experiments so much.
streams last year. She stopped being part of the content. She's not affecting anything. So it's that simple. All right? It is. It's just that simple. There's no reason to ever bring her up at all. But he keeps doing it. Now, of course, you guys wouldn't know this, but I've spoken with him about this many times. Okay? Many times.
And he keeps doing it. Like, what does that mean? That means he doesn't respect you and he looks down on you. And he looks down on you as the cuck you are. Because you did not earn anybody's fucking respect. Because inherently, you are in this situation proposing to willingly degrade yourself for some extra money and some extra views.
First time, second time. And every time I say, this has to stop, he apologizes. He says, I got too worked up. I got into my rhetoric again.
Come on, who is buying this? This is like believing a DSP fucking apology, even though he doesn't make those.
Okay, fine.
Even though a DSP apology is like, yeah, I fessed up. I apologize for whatever I did in 2009.
And then some time will pass, and then he does it again. It's like,
I fessed up for being a bad person. What did you do, Phil, that was bad? Oh, I begged for money.
wait, what are you doing? We had the conversation already. You understood it was wrong. You apologized for it. So if you did that, why are you doing it again?
Because it's not a sincere apology, dude. Remember when you apologized to John Rambo and you kept doing the same shit? That's why.
That's what we said on
you're
the
not actually sorry. Because
podcast.
there's some people that say sorry because they know it's the thing you're supposed to say to get away with stuff and to get people off your ass.
Like Phil.
So you're just like, oh, okay, man, sorry, damn, here, sorry, I guess.
So this week, it's this simple. He won't stop. He's been doing it nonstop, like 2 shows in a row. And he basically feels like he just has free reign to say or do whatever he wants because, you know, I guess free speech or whatever it is.
Free speech? No, he just doesn't respect you.
Really don't give a shit. Okay? But I'm not going to let a man just publicly bring my family into his content because he feels like whatever, whether it's he thinks it's funny, he thinks it's free speech, he thinks this will get a rise out of me.
Again, the phrasing here is kind of bad. I'm not gonna let this man bring my family into his content. What are you gonna do about it? Like, are you gonna, what? Are you gonna get mad on the internet about it? Are you gonna break his kneecaps? Are you gonna send a hitman to his house? No, you're not gonna do anything. You're gonna complain about it and act like you're a victim. So better just not even talk about it at all because you're attracting more attention to the fact that it bothers you. And now that we know this, people are just gonna keep making fun of your wife eternally. Because now they're making fun of her because she has, quote unquote, become more religious. So I'm seeing some memes of Kat being Muslim, which it doesn't fit. It's not very realistic because Muslim people are actually fasting. And, well, Kat is, there's evidence to the contrary. That's all I'm going to say.
No. So here's the thing. I can't stop him from doing it. I can't stop him from making that level of content.
No shit.
But what I can do is refuse to make content with
Hey,
him
Lindell.
because I'm not going to stand.
Sure, that's
Sorry about the
fair
technical
enough.
issues.
That's correct.
If he was married
Looks like they're
and he
cleared
had a
up.
wife, regardless of how she looked, how she acted, whatever, I would not insult his wife. Period.
Okay, what is that supposed to even mean? I'm better than this guy on the internet? Sure, you would not insult his wife, Phil.
There's just no reason for
You
it,
wouldn't.
you know? Even if
gonna have
I
to
have
combine
a
the
million
two
problems
parts.
with him, I wouldn't insult his wife.
In the archive.
In fact, even when we went as hard as we did on Review Tech USA,
Yeah, we're gonna see this.
I said I really don't want to talk about his family and his wife and
We're
that
gonna
stuff going on.
go over
I'd
everything.
rather just
But that's
gonna be a long
so
weekend.
gay. That's such a cuck maneuver. Because you're having a blood sports show, which is literally just people on the internet spurging out at each other and insulting each other, calling each other slurs. You're having a blood sports show and you're like a fucking moral fag about it.
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna
Can't
shit
say
on
those
this
words
guy
on
and
Twitch.
ruin his public image, but I'm not gonna talk about his balding fat
Say
wife
fig here.
and his fucking
We don't do that here.
retard
We say fig.
family. Okay. I mean, you're such a great guy, such a great blood sports player. I respect you so much.
individual. You go at their misdeeds and the things that they're doing wrong publicly. You don't try to go behind the scenes at the low blow jugular shit. I'm not that kind of guy. All right. So it was just
Yeah, Phil is the bigger person. That's right. He's the bigger person.
And
Phil
Kat
only
is the even
person
bigger
if he's
person.
surrounded by toddlers or dwarfs. That's the only case where he's the bigger person.
same thing there. So it's that simple, and that's why I can't do it anymore. I'm not going to be doing a show with this guy who is going to be constantly bringing up my wife in a toxic, negative manner and insulting her.
Okay, remember this. I'm begging you to remember this. I'm not going to do the show. The line has been drawn. It's over. I am not going to do the show. Period. However, things changed later on.
All right. So tonight on my late stream, excuse me, at 6:45.
Why don't you kill yourself?
Pacific Daylight
Why
Time,
not?
over on the DSP Reacts channel and on the My Kick
I
channel.
don't think he should.
I will be
I think he should
solo streaming.
do other
Smart
things.
guys covering
Well, I mean,
SmackDown and Raw
most
from
of the
this week.
time.
It's going to be
You hear me sometimes.
wrestling commentary and a lot of interaction with you guys because this is the difference.
Yeah, this shit, I'm tempted to go and watch it. But I'll have to also watch
Yeah, you called me.
SmackDown and
Called me
Raw,
out.
which is not something I would like to do.
When I'm on the show with him, it's him and me interacting. So I don't really have opportunity to talk much with the chat. Now it's going to be me and the chat. So it's going to be a little bit different kind of show, a more of an interactive dynamic. I'll be shouting out contributions right away.
Whoa, that's so cool. He's going to be giving shout outs right away. Speaking of
I
which,
mean,
big ups to
that is what
JE
people call
5150,
the
Meerkat
third
Hoodoo.
path is.
I forgot too, dude. I forgot too. I literally did not even notice that
Anyways.
there wasn't a single stream last month. Not even one.
Now, what I like is undoubtedly
Shout out to 50915 for 39 months, dude. In Infamous KS for 4 months. In Red for 11.
million questions here about all.
Big ups, dude.
All right, there is.
Now we're going to answer the million questions you all guys been asking.
Briefly talk about what's happened and the change in attitude towards me and all of that since August of last year. Because all I can really do is speculate, but at the same time, I do want to clarify a whole lot of stuff to everyone. All right. First of all, right now, PPP is sitting on his Twitter very hurriedly and scaredly tweeting.
Epic. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to actually show people what Triple has been talking about. It's so great that DSP gave me this opportunity to do this. Let me just find where it is. I think I put it in my bookmarks, but I put too much shit in my bookmarks, so I might have not. I might have not.
I don't know why. It's like the guy's terrified about what I'm going to say or something. I don't.
The guy
I think
is
you're terrified
of
about what
Phil's
he's gonna say.
Dude, if you thought the guy was terrified of you, would he be treating you this way? Would he be calling your wife fat and humiliating you? Oh, by the way, Kino Casino yesterday on Kick, 4.3 thousand viewers. Darkside Phil,
Hundreds of
excuse me,
dollars.
DSP Gaming Real on Kick, 71. And you can bet what percentage of those people watching were actual DSP fans and who is a LARPer with a fake name. Oh, it's so based. So this is what's been going on here with Mr. Triple. This shout out to Sav for this. And this is the clip basically that I just watched.
Terrified about what I'm going to say or
He's so terrified of what Phil is about to say. He's going to destroy him. And I guess these are the tweets that he was talking about. I guess we can start from maybe here. Oh, these are nice. These are nice. We're going to have quite a bit of reading. But I guess we can start. Okay, we'll start from here. So King Jad says, to be fair to Triple P, Cat is a big fat fucking bitch. You said it, brother. Just a factual observation. And then Triple says, it's a fact. I'm not sure why there's so much hostility surrounding observing reality. Maybe it's because he lives in a walled-off fantasy land of his own creation, where black is white, up is down, and it's mature, positive content, dude. Oh, Phil's snaked, man. Phil's snaked for real. Then we keep going. So last week, for the first time in 10 plus years, was the closest thing to Phil having a friend tell him some truths and advice. His only reply were lies. Fuck the fat bitch. That's not Triple P saying it. That's Ian So Rare on Twitter. And then Triple says, I'm going to make a stand for Phil facing the truth. I'm not going to stop telling the truth out of pity for Phil. Pitying Phil and enabling his bullshit denials of reality is not in his best interest or in mine. He's having a tough time privately, but he needs a reality check. I mean, I think you're kind of, you would kind of be a somewhat of a gullible person if you thought that you could just tell Phil what reality is like and he would agree with you and correct his behavior. That is just not how it works or how it would work. Matter of fact, that's kind of the mindset of the people thinking that they could help Phil, and they help him in all the ways that Phil wants to be helped, which is money and clout and other ways. And in the end, they end up making him much worse. So yeah, that's kind of how it works. Then we have another Triple post. Fat is not an insult. It's a descriptive term describing biological reality and was used often on the playground as kids. Not offensive. Notice how we're using the same reasoning that DSP says when he calls people retards. It's a fucking descriptive term, you idiot. And yes, it is. Kat is factually overweight. She might actually be obese, matter of fact. But I don't really know. We need to do the number crunching. We need to find out what the body mass index is. And here we start on March 13th. So March 13th, this is at, well, it doesn't matter. This is 8 p.m. my time, so it doesn't matter what time it was. I just want to point out the following. DSP actually didn't give a single fuck about me joking about his wife. That's true, I agree. He allowed me to do it to his face over and over. He never said a word. Only when detractors made fun of him for it, he did care. It's all he cares about, which is very correct, I agree with. It was not Phil's natural instinct or reaction to defend his wife. He needed to be told by people who hate him the most that it's what he was supposed to do. That is also true. I mentioned this earlier. It's like the same thing as with Derek. He can't come up with the idea by himself. You need other people to straight up tell him. He will say, I'm the bad guy and the villain in this, and he's just an innocent little victim who didn't do anything. But as I said, he's no victim. He didn't want to hear me tell him the truth anymore. I was too real last week, and this ultimatum was his way out. Save his ego. Finally, this isn't about his wife. It's about respect. Phil showed zero respect for me or Andy or Steve or anyone else who tried to help him yesterday. This is something that I don't get. I don't know why he would say Phil showed zero respect for us when Phil has been one of the most respectful people towards them, except I guess Steve, because they have their own like beef with Steve. And yes, like I said, Phil was the content cuck. He was respectful because that's kind of part of the responsibilities of the content cuck. So yes, he got completely clapped. There's also a bunch of other tweets. I don't know if we should keep going. If Phil does his typical victim rhetoric today and tries to play innocent moral authority man when he's a selfish, spiteful, greedy douchebag who takes and never gives anything back ever, I will come down so hard on Phil he will know what it is like to be a victim. Now, here's the gimmick. I haven't forgot about all the time that Kino Casino spent calling the detractors retards and pretending that just because DSP hasn't raped any babies or he hasn't kidnapped any elderly people, he is above criticism and you shouldn't be mad at him and you shouldn't fucking hate on him. And now I guess their excuse is that it was all a gimmick and it was all fake and we were just pretending to be retarded, which I'm personally not going to buy. So I'm still having this in the back of my mind. But I have to say, I'm looking forward to this new saga of them cooking DSP while pandering to the detractors and giving us stuff to talk about. So I'm cool with that. But I still remember all the people that Andy Worski blocked on Twitter for being reasonable and normal people. And then Triple offers to be on Smart Guy so they can talk about it. DSP refused. And yeah, we keep going. If you want, you can just go and read the tweets, but it's not anything too crazy, I guess. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff on Twitter. I'm sure if you just go there and read through it, it's gonna be much more efficient than if I do it, because it's nothing way too special.
No, I don't get it. It's like he still doesn't get it of who I am today versus who I used to be. I don't know, but he's just going crazy on there.
Who? Wait.
I don't know. I don't get it. It's like he still doesn't get it of who I am today versus who I used to be.
Motherfucker, you were literally into Bloodsports like 3 months ago. Yes? When he was talking to Null, when he was on Kino Casino talking to fucking, like, dissing Review Tech USA? But now we're like, oh, I'm a different person now. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to flip your gimmick every time it gets uncomfortable and inconvenient for you. That's not how it works. You need to stick to your fucking gimmick, buddy. You don't get to do that. To be like, oh yeah, I can only do drama whenever I want. I can only be the Bloodsports guy whenever I want. And in the other time, I'm just going to be the regular businessman, innocent little whipping boy victim. No, that's not how it works.
I don't know. But he's just going crazy on there, saying a million things. Oh, this and that about all toxic stuff. I don't care.
And again, we're gaslighting. This guy is crazy for making reasonable points about me. Get a load of him. He's so crazy. He is losing his shit. He is so mad. It's straight up just gaslighting. You are framing someone as an insane or unstable person to present him as untrustworthy. So people would not listen to anything he says, and as an attempt to discredit what they're going to say. Gaslighting 101. However, I'm glad that it's 101, because of course is the level 1 of everything. So everybody can see through it.
I don't care. I'm not sitting there reading your Twitter. People are talking about it in my chat. I'm never going to read it. I don't care.
Yeah, but you care about what fucking Duty posting? Yeah, he cares about what Duty is posting. And he's DMing Paypigs, and it's like, oh man, now just because of you, Duty posted a fucking public video.
All right.
Yeah, those DMs were funny as hell.
I don't know what his problem is, but yes, I did watch Raw Arcane.
The thing is, a part of why I haven't got around to making a stream is that there is so much obscure, I would call it like orbiter activity with like DSP fans and going around talking behind the scenes to people, and DSP fans going in like that girl Lexi. So many things happening that I just didn't know where to start. So today I'm like, okay, let's just start somewhere. Fuck it. Because otherwise I would never start.
For tonight's show. So here's what happened. Here's the history, and here's why I feel it's gone this way. Okay?
And now we get to the context.
I can from the knowledge that I have, but I'm not going to reveal any private stuff or anything like that. I'm not. I'm going to be
What is private stuff?
fair here. I'm not going to be some kind of a snake and a dick. But here's what I think has happened, okay? Originally, back in August, and then into that early September, all right? I think that when I reached out to Kino Casino and then they responded and we did that initial content, which if you remember, it was me appearing on their show for the first interview and hangout session, watching and kind of looking at the toxic lol cow content together. And then it was us doing the...
You know what? Before we get into this whole thing, because this is going to take a while, I want to read through a specific Kiwi Farms post that was posted here that I sort of agree with and make some good points. So here is this post. Can we click on this? I got one of those like vertical mice that is supposed to feel weird, and it feels weird. That's also something that happened. Anyways, I think Ashton wants to create a sort of extended casino sphere with other streaming personalities. He wanted to bring on Phil as a joke, but also as a part of the Kino Casino crew like they did with Steve Cambion. Ashton and Andy have been seemingly struggling to stream as often as the fans want, and this could be the reason why he wants to bring in others. I think Ashton is getting frustrated with Phil because Phil doesn't understand this isn't inside the actor's studio with James Lipton. Nobody is interested in getting to know the real him and listen to him talk about himself. This is a fact. Like, I don't think DSP realizes that he's a fundamentally uninteresting person when he, like, in his regular way of presenting himself. Like, he's just not an interesting person. He doesn't do interesting things. He doesn't know interesting people. He doesn't have a history of doing funny and meaningful things that I guess you can talk about as like a story. Everything about him that is interesting is unintentionally interesting and for bad reasons. Also known as a lolcow. So, the deal with collabs is both sides get a bump. Sure. Phil brings in viewers for the casino, and well, what kind of viewers does Phil bring for the casino? I guess the troll viewers. I guess that is correct. Yes, that is. In the casino sends over some pay pigs to Phil. Phil hasn't been keeping up his end of the bargain. He has the personality of a gout-ridden toe when he's on Kino Casino. He sits there awkwardly the whole time. Well, to be honest, they did that to themselves because the first time they had him on, he was exactly that. He was a boring, quote-unquote, personable person that were just sitting there trying to appeal to the audience, trying to endear himself and ingratiate himself with the Kino Casino community. So he was just there to kiss ass, to be honest, and just like straight up what it was. And people said he did a great job and that he was super interesting and fun. If you want, you can go and watch the Kino Casino clips on YouTube from when that happened. And people were like, yo, Phil is so fun. And it's like, I'm glad to see this side of Phil that isn't misrepresented by duty and other shit like that. So they kind of did that to themselves. So we keep going. When they played Black Ops Zombies, he barely spoke to Andy or Ashton and ran away from them in-game like he was playing single player. I'm not surprised. This is Phil. I'm not surprised. Even though I haven't even heard of them playing Black Ops. Ashton wants to prod him to move away from gaming, which has gotten increasingly stale since he got so sensitive about this is how he don't plays, and branch out into general content creation, which means breaking bad habits and trying new things. Well, okay, let's think about it for a second. This is a little thought exercise, a little brain teaser. What kind of fucking content can Dark Side fucking Phil do that is trendy and also interesting and that he would be somewhat even good enough at doing it that it would last more than a week or like more than 2 streams of him doing it? He can't do mukbangs. I don't even know. I don't even think mukbangs are a thing anymore. People do them. I think now they're woke or something. I don't know. I just don't know people doing them. He's not going to do IRL streams because it's Phil. He's not going to do... He can do some like weird gimmick streams like he already does with the Lego stuff, but that's not going to last. That's not going to be something that you can extend your career doing. No. And he's not even like doing well with the gaming. There's nothing he can do. Nothing. Outside of like drama and buying into the lolcow status, there's nothing he can do. Legitimately. Because he has no passion for what he's doing. And when you have no passion for what you're doing, you can't... You cannot do it well, and you cannot do it in a way that's going to convey to people that you like it. You just can't. And his passion is for getting money for doing nothing. That's his passion. He's passionate at getting money. And not even in the way that hustlers are, because, you know, there's people hustling who are passionate. Their passion is for getting more money and getting a higher social status. So they put in a lot of effort to achieve that. And no matter what. But Phil is not that kind of guy. He's passionate. He's passionate specifically to get money for doing nothing. So this is how he's been transitioning his content into doing less and less for more and more. Because that's what his actual passion is. Anyways. So... Instead, Phil has been worse than ever with the boring non-tent gameplay and the constant gypsy-esque scamming and begging. By the way, calling DSP a gypsy is more accurate than calling him 90% of the other things you can call him. Like, this guy is a purebred fucking gypsy.
Well, Meerkat would know. He's from that
greedy,
area.
He is arrogant. He is smug. He is proud of being what he is and all this other stuff. But we're not going to go there because I'm going to get nuked off of YouTube.
Based.
Anyways, so Ashton might be reaching his limit and deciding it's better to cut his losses so no more pay-pig resources are wasted on Phil. No. Well, yes, but also I think there's a better option. The better option is Phil has been exhausted as a resource. It's been diminishing returns. So let's just turn heel and appeal to the detractors, and we're going to get the hype back. It's literally like wrestling. Literally. When a wrestler's gimmick becomes boring and he's no longer over, what does he do? He switches the gimmick and he starts appealing to a different subset of people. And then he hopefully goes over with those people and he becomes a more popular wrestler. It's sort of mental on Phil's part because Ashton is giving him a real opportunity. And Phil has said he wants to move away from gaming content and try something else. But Phil's been playing a game about digging a hole in real life, his entire life. And he's really good at it, and he's not about to stop just because someone dropped down a rope ladder. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. What kind of a real opportunity is Ashton even giving Phil? To make more drama videos? To make videos like reaction videos like Asmongold? To make political videos? DSP knows that this is not in his best interest, and this is not content that people are going to be happy with, and this is not content that's going to get him to go over, quote unquote, you know, to get him hype. So I don't think like Triple P has much to offer DSP outside of temporary benefit. Not much of a long-term solution to any of DSP's problems. Yes, you can become a blood sports whipping boy and you can go on other people's streams so they can embarrass you. And you can make videos, I guess. If you want to become a grifter, you can just become a grifter and pick a topic. You can pick any topic. You can, I don't know. You can be anti-woke. You can be woke. You can be political. You can make fun of people that do political stuff. You can make fun of people that do gaming. You can do whatever, dude. Literally whatever. But the problem is that DSP doesn't really want to do anything. He wants to do Q&A every day, all day. That's what he wants to do ideally. Because it's fucking easy and it works. So yes, I don't think no matter what the opportunity was, this guy wasn't taking it because it's too much risk involved.
Interview with Josh Moon, the owner of Kiwi Farms. And then it was the co-op gameplay of Chained Together, right? I feel like we struck a hot iron or whatever the hell you want to say, whatever you call it. I don't know that the saying, but...
No, it was just novelty. It was the novelty of DSP talking to other people that don't like him. That was it. I'm not going to say that content was bad or I didn't think it was entertaining. I did. It was very entertaining to me. But it was a novelty thing. And the Kino audience knows it and Kino Casino know it as well because the more and more they had DSP on, the more the diminishing returns were. And that's just how it is. Because he's just not an interesting guy. The gimmick wears out quickly and then we're back to doing this.
Like, that was something that had never been done before. Everyone else had always treated me like dirt and never even giving me a chance to speak. And they did the opposite. And because of that, it actually exploded.
He spoke more on the Side Scrollers interview than anyone else.
But were they excited about it in a nice way? Or were they excited about it in a way that it makes you look bad and they make fun of you? Because yes, he just mentioned, no one let me speak before, and they did the exact opposite. What, they forced you to speak? They put you in a situation where no matter what you say, you're going to end up looking embarrassed and like a cuck? Because that's exactly what happened, buddy.
DSP is actually interesting and entertaining when you give him the opportunity to do these kind of interactions instead of just completely just fucking, deriding him, which is all people had done for like a decade.
But that's what they're going to do now. And probably for another decade.
Right? Then they went on vacation for a month. And I'm not going to fault them for that or anything like that at all. Okay? They went on vacation for a month, which had already been pre-planned and all of that. And I do feel like that sadly kind of stifled that momentum that we initially had.
No, they let you do your own thing and you failed because you can't do it without them. That's kind of the thing. That's what he's trying to say without actually saying it. Because when they went on vacation, Phil was still doing drama shit. He was still trying to make up some random gimmicks and weird fucking blood sports shit. It just didn't work. Because what he needs really, and what made those times when he was on Kino Casino entertaining, is he needs someone to hold his hand. Like, he is legitimately this much of a fucking 220. He can't diss somebody by himself. He can't felt Review Tech USA by himself. He needs two mature adult men to help him and to give him their platform and to put words in his mouth so he can felt somebody. That's why.
When you're sitting around for a month and you're like, gee, what content will come next? And there's none. Now, I did my best during that month to maintain, if you remember.
Yeah, literally. That's what I was just saying. I did my best to maintain. What? To just keep doing drama shit, and it failed.
The month where I interviewed Keemstar.
Whoa.
One podcast right here. And that went really well. Again, that kind of exploded.
What?
Right? It went crazy how
No.
popular it went.
No.
And
Did it really explode?
No.
Let me fact check this. Let's see what is exploded.
I've already
Are
did
we talking about 12 views or maybe 1,000?
like 17,000.
Let's go DSP Gaming.
That Anlete stream is really good too.
Star interview, perhaps?
On
maybe?
Captain Alex.
Yes. Well, 17,000, which is, I guess,
Nothing.
yeah. It's huge. It's massive. It's massive. Super viral.
and
People
said,
loved
more,
it.
Phil, more.
Oh, did people actually love it? Let's see the top comments. I'm pretty sure the top comments are going to be positive. Keem and DSP having a civil conversation was not on my 2024 bingo card. Very, very befitting that Keemstar is the first guest given the history. It's surprising seeing Phil jumping through the level wrap portal to get all these things done. Let's hope the king doesn't stop.
Uh-huh.
Well, your hope dies here, buddy. Your hope dies here.
Or give us more of this kind of content. So then I had Stuttering Craig on the show. And the guy literally exposed
Oh, yeah, this is the best narrative I've ever heard. The guy literally exposed himself.
the most I think anyone has ever exposed himself completely.
Well,
Ever.
did he show you
He
his
exposed
cock?
himself more
What do
than
you mean?
anyone ever exposed
Speaking
himself
out.
ever.
Oh, no, he took off his mask. He's low-key
What?
reptilian under the mask.
Really?
Saying crazy stuff. I want to donate the money I made off your detractors. Wait, I want to give it to you. Wait, what? No, fuck you, Phil. Like, wait, what? So that was a wild interview. It really was. It
That
was
didn't
crazy.
happen.
I think DSP is the only person who thinks that Craig exposed himself in any way in that interview. Because
No, wait, fuck
Dave
you.
is the guy who ended up
That's what
looking
he
like a
thinks happened?
petulant child. Like a little crybaby.
Never expected.
And Craig just went on to do his own shit. Which, by the way, his own shit is kind of shady. That Game Awards event, the thing that they did is kind of shady. But that's a discussion for another day, because that's a deep rabbit hole. Essentially, they wanted to make their own Game Awards show, which there's nothing bad in that. I encourage that, because the real Game Award, well, the actual Game Awards, you know, the Jeff Keighley show, that shit is full of ads and product placements and sponsorships and trash. So Craig wanted to do his own alternative, which is great. But then he was charging people like $30 just to vote. And he claimed that the money would go on like a venue and a bunch of other shit. And then eventually the thing was just like a kind of like a PowerPoint presentation. So very shady indeed.
Did it to go that way. That was good content, right? Then I had the interview. Well, then I reacted to my documentary by June the King. And then I had the interview with June the King. Admittedly, I don't think the interview with June the King went the way anyone wanted.
Because you are bad at talking to people.
It was pretty darn boring.
Why? I thought, bro, I thought you were supposed to be the guy asking the questions. My brother in Christ, you made the interview boring.
Because we all
Why wasn't it boring when June was on TBS? Why wasn't that boring? That was so much fucking fun.
thought that maybe he'd have stuff to say about, researching me and stuff like that, right? And it just ended up being kind of a blah conversation
Oh, is it because it made you look bad?
until we actually started talking about other creators. For example, Wings of Redemption.
Oh, of course, of course. Gossiping about others is much better than talking about stuff that makes you look bad. I agree. I mean, I see where you're coming from, Phil.
Then finally, there's a little bit of redeeming qualities in that interview and stuff like that, right? But then after that, when the casino came back, we kind of tried to resume and pick up where we left off, but this is where things fell apart. And I honestly don't think it's anyone's fault who was involved.
No, I think it's your fault because you're fucking lazy and you're trash. You're trash at being a cuck. This is the first person I've ever seen that is so bad at being humiliated that it loses people's interest.
Allow me to explain. All right? For many, 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 many years, every single person on the internet wanted to use me as their easy, low-hanging fruit.
They literally still do, and they literally will always.
Their easy payday, their target where, hey, if I have a day where I just make fun of Darkside Phil, I'll make profit because he's the meme that everyone likes to make fun of, right?
And again, profit.
And this,
Like, dude, unironically, I watch a lot of YouTube, and I can tell you that you can make a low-effort, shitty-ass video, kind of like my last 2 videos, about insert current dramatic YouTuber here, and you can get at least 50K. At least 10 times the amount of views I got on my previous videos you can get off of talking about whoever the fuck who is not DSP. Just whoever the fuck. You know what? Go on Kiwi Farms and look at the top bar where it says the community happenings, and you can see what the hypest thing going on right now is, and read the thread and make a 10-minute video about it, summarizing what you read in the thread, and you're going to get 10 times the amount of views that Darkside Phil is going to give you. 10 times.
just persisted for the longest damn time. Well, all of a sudden, now that I was actually getting positive attention.
Matter of fact, I can tell you what you can do. You use Microsoft Copilot. Of course, I'm going to plug Microsoft. You use Copilot, and you give him the link, and you tell him, summarize me this page. And he's going to summarize the whole drama, and you can make a 5-minute long video that's going to get 50K views.
People were listening to what I had to say instead of just deriding.
And you can actually take the summary that Copilot's going to give you, or ChatGPT, and run it through a text-to-speech, and now you have narration for your video. So there you go. It's really not that hard.
In writing me off, now was the opportunity to clap back. Take a look at the interview with Josh Moon. It went really well.
How did it?
He said his.
What do you mean it went well? The guy, like, the first thing he said after the interview is, I understand why people troll this guy. What do you mean it went well?
We didn't really come to an agreement.
Yeah, it went
wrote,
great.
But it was still fascinating content, right? Fascinating. It was really, really good.
How?
So the whole idea was,
Never mind.
let's keep making that fascinating content because Kino Casino is a great middle ground for that kind of content. You could have me on versus these other people who...
He literally just described LOLcow Live. He wanted his own LOLcow Live. That's what he wanted.
always been
That's what he wanted. LOLcow Live.
toxic or accusatory towards me. And let's hash it out. Let's actually see what your real problem is with.
But he wanted it to also be on the Kino Casino platform because they already have an instilled viewer base. They already have people that are going to support him. They're going to hold his hand, you know. Andy and Triple P going to hold his hand, and they're going to help him out if they have a big bad detractor on the show. Because Phil can't handle it by himself, and no one's going to take him seriously, handle it by itself. He needs to be co-signed by Triple P.
With me. And let's
Just
figure
like
it out
Boogie
together.
and Wings have
right?
Keemstar covering
And-
for them.
That was the whole point.
Because, like, I guess his idea was to use them and their reputation and their platform to get people to take him seriously again. But also, his part in this was to be the guy that no one takes seriously. So it was, like, fundamentally mutually exclusive. So you're either going to be the whipping boy, who no one gives a fuck about and everybody just makes jokes at your expense, or you're going to be the guy that is trying to get taken seriously and act like a mature adult and not be the guy that everybody is constantly making fun of and shitting on. And you just, you can't be that because you're Phil.
Okay, all of it, like that's how it was going to go. And of course, occasionally there was going to be other content where maybe I would do some gameplay with those guys. I would show up on their show and there'd be another interview where we talk about other things, right? And then
Wrong.
systematically what happened was very simple, all right? Every single person who we reached out to and contacted and said, hey, listen, now is the
Who?
time. because over the years,
This is the perfect
you've been
opportunity
so
to
critical
call
of
them
Phil.
out by name.
So let's do this. Let's do this show. Let's have Kino Casino be the neutral place to do this.
But it's not neutral though. It's not neutral.
No,
They
I don't-
are literally your friends and your collaborators. It's like somebody wanted to fucking debate me and I invite them on TBS. No, we don't. That's no.
No, internet blood sport, right? Let's do it. Let's hash it out. And it could end up like the Josh Moon interview. It could end up like the Stuttering Craig interview. It could be like
I
any.
don't
Who
know. I'll
knows
see
what's
what I
gonna
can
happen,
find.
But it's going to be exciting
don't
content
wanna
for
pry.
everyone involved.
It's unprofessional.
Yeah, so he
but
wanted to have his own
I'll see what
lolcow
I can
live
do.
where he could confront people that
Gotta
dislike
finish this
him.
video first.
And I guess his idea
It'll be like my,
is that,
ticket.
let's say, for example, he's going to have Duty on, and Duty is going to tell him, Phil, my problem is that you beg 16 times a day. If you begged 14 times a day, I would be okay with you. And then Phil would be like, you know what? Thank you for your criticism. Now I'm going to beg only 14 times a day. And then Duty is going to stop making videos and he's going to stop disliking
might just be
Phil
too
'cause that's
busy
his
or-
only problem with Phil. And then Duty
There could be a number of reasons why people wouldn't want to do it. Like they're just busy. They just don't have time. They can't fit into whatever obscure schedule that DSP is demanding. Or they could just not be interested in having the Ashton and Andy be on Phil's side. Like that's obnoxious and disingenuous. And it's not a fun situation to be in. That could be why.
is going to go and ride towards the sunset and Phil will never get trolled ever again, which is not what's going to happen. Like, my problem is inherently with who Phil is as a person, personality, and character. This is something that I can't give him some fucking gay-ass criticism that he's going to take and he's going to instantly become somebody that I fucking like. That's not going to happen. And that's not how things work. There's nothing to hash out. I am committed to disliking this person because I am convinced that he is trash. And I will dislike him for as long as I have this opportunity because I am convinced and I know for a fucking fact that he will not improve or change or get better because he's had plenty of chances to do that and he hasn't taken them. So therefore, 9 times out of 10, you cannot just hash out things with the people that dislike you because they just will dislike you for who you are.
And all we heard was no, 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 no. Okay? Why did we hear no? Well, all I can do is speculate. But my
Everything that
speculation is
follows
pretty
from this point is speculation.
Because they're scared the DSP is going to felt them and discredit them.
These people who over the years have always wanted to come at me.
Who are those people, though? Who are we talking about? Are we talking about Review Tech USA?
Have always wanted to come at me because I was the easy win.
You still are. You still are. Craig literally came on your show for an easy win.
I was the easy target.
And he won and moved on to doing stuff that probably gets a bunch more views than you do. Side scrollers. Twitch protects Hassan, Last of Us 3 cancel, Taco Bell out.
Hey, it's Kershey.
E3's E3.
And Kershey.
Yeah, well, 8 days ago was, I guess, their
And
last show,
Ryan
and they got
Kennel and his giant
22,000 views,
forehead.
so I guess it's doing pretty well.
If he doesn't,
They're doing fine. They're not really concerned about Phil. What is this? Beta game developer does not live in reality. Wow, that sounds like a based clip.
We have the Game Developers Conference coming up.
Who's this guy? This guy is very familiar on the bottom. Does it say who he is? I've seen him somewhere.
Is Craig at a fucking barbecue?
Chat,
He's
who
on
is
a
this guy?
he's
Find
on
him.
the back porch.
He kind of looks like Yahtzee from Zero Punctuation, but he's not. I know he's not because it just kind of looks like him.
God, I hate that gigantic
regardless.
Harry Potter.
Everyone else was
So
already doing
corny.
it. You already know there's an installed, established
Giant Harry
people
Potter
who are
Funko
going
Pop.
to throw you
Oh, it's
money.
Arch Warhammer,
Archcast?
whatever you guys say. Whatever. I agree with everything.
You bring me up in a negative or toxic manner. They're brainwashed to do it. It's literally a cult.
I'm
on the internet. It's a
brainwashed.
cult.
I'm literally in a cult.
So, since now this was going to be different,
Oh, that's cool.
well, guess what? I don't want to do it anymore. No. When it's going to
Yeah,
be fair.
it's like
there's-
But who said this though? Come on, at least name drop who you
gigantic
invited.
Harry
dude.
Potter
That's so
Funko Pop
fucking
is-
bitch made. At least just say.
It's the
interview where
trinity
Phil
of-
can talk and I can talk, and it's not completely one-sided. Fuck that. I want nothing to do with that because that's not what I was ever interested in. I just wanted the easy win. I just wanted to go back and beat the dead horse the 100th time to get some more money.
So you're dead?
I never really cared about crapping on Phil. I
For more
cared about the easy
money.
target. And now if that target's
What's
not
wrong with
easy
making
anymore,
money?
I'm just not going to do it.
I never understood the beating the dead horse analogy when it comes to Phil. Because, you know, beating the dead horse implies that you are always beating the dead horse for the exact same reason, and the dead horse never gives you a new reason to beat it. So it would be like the thing that DSP did that he gets shit on was jerk off in 2016. And everybody was like Review Tech USA that still only talks about that shit. Oh, remember when DSP jerked off? And if it's like if I was having restreams and watching DSP and only talking about how he jerked off, that's beating the dead horse. But this guy constantly has shit happening that makes people want to whip him around.
Yeah. Kershey's
All right?
a good
So I'm not talking, oh, this happened once, this happened twice. This happened like a ton of times where we were trying to get people lined up. We were going to do this work together. Just fail.
Just don't have time to watch all that.
Cool. Who wanted to do that?
Right? So in that regard, okay.
Who did they invite?
Fall Kino Casino.
Did they invite Moist Critical? That would have been hilarious. Hey, Moist, I saw you talking shit about Phil in 2022. Can you fucking come and talk to him now and confront him?
I don't
Because he's still salty about it.
think that it's their fault that stuff that it happened like that. I feel like if people had bought in, there might have been some times when I came out looking better, other times when the other person came out looking better, and I would have been fine with that. Like, seriously, that would have been good to me, and it would have been good content, and man, it would have been variety stuff. I still would have been able to do my stuff on my channel, but still brought drama into it time to time. I would have been able to be in their stuff. It just didn't work out like that for whatever reason. Was it because the month vacation? I don't know. But, you know, that's life. That's what happens. Sometimes shit doesn't work out, right? So we did still try.
He's kind of
If you
blaming
take
it on
look,
the
I tried to do
vacation
more
a
stuff
little
with them in
bit.
October. It didn't really click. Tried to do the whole
He's trying to be sneaky
Ghostbusters
about
event
it.
where we were going to go after.
Maybe they shouldn't
Ethan
have taken
Ralph.
that
We all
vacation.
dressed up like the Ghostbusters. It didn't really
I
work
don't
because
know,
at the
you know.
time, no one really cared about Ethan Ralph, but a lot of stuff was going on with Review Tech. So when I came on the show, we ended up talking more about Review Tech than Ralph, and then it kind of got derailed and it was confusing. And then for Halloween, we did the co-op of zombies, which I thought worked. But the thing is, that's more for my audience. You know what I'm saying? Like the zombies co-op.
But bro, your audience is gay and retarded. No one cares about your audience, including you, motherfucker. Not even you care about them. Because the moment you had the opportunity to go and do a bunch of fucking drama shit with Kino Casino, you turned your back on all your fucking cucks. You turned your back on poor little Jade, who's just sitting there and crying because he doesn't like drama. You turned your back on the Iron Cuck. You turned your back on all these fucking idiots and cucks and morons. You did it. You. And now we're going to pretend like you want to care about appealing to your fucking audience. What a fucking retard.
It's not for a casino audience. The casino wants the drama. Where was the drama in that? There was none, right? And then the last thing that I really did with them was the election special, which honestly I thought was fun, but I was already doing my own content and I couldn't just drop everything to be on their show. And I did jump on for a little while and I enjoyed what I did when I was doing it, but I just couldn't be there all night.
Why not?
Okay? And that's really where the actual
What was
cooperative
so
content-
It's probably
important?
the last person you should invite to an election special is Darkside Phil. The last person. 'Cause he's so fucking boring and has no opinions and doesn't know anything. Like, because that's the three things. The three things you want from a guest is to have some sort of an opinion that is at least something you guys can talk about. To be entertaining, preferably, if you can have an entertaining conversation.
I
And
try.
number three, if
I'm not
those
the
other
best.
things are not
I'm learning.
legit and they don't exist, then at least be knowledgeable about something. Like, if you're having an election special and you want some guy that is like politically, I guess, educated, he knows what he's talking about, he's well informed, that's okay. But he is none of these, and therefore a trash fucking guest. His personality sucks. He doesn't care. He doesn't know. And he's kind of resistant to even pretend like he does. So there you go. Terrible guest.
You know, we talked, hey, maybe I'll come on the show again. Maybe we'll do something.
And another thing about what makes a bad guest is someone that you could right off the bat tell that he just wants your platform to give himself a shout out and to promote himself and to present himself in a likable way so your audience that you expose them to can go and fucking like that guy, which is pretty fucking lame and it's pretty obvious.
Together, yada, yada, yada.
I think it's pretty obvious I don't do
Nothing
that.
really happened, all right? And then finally, where
think
we
I avoid
actually
that
did come
instinctively.
to an agreement that we thought something that would work was the Smart guys coming back, the wrestling commentary. What Jasper's doing down there is distracting me. I really feel like that
Damn it, Jasper.
was the best idea because I love pro wrestling.
He doesn't love pro wrestling.
No, he doesn't.
PPP
He
likes pro
only
wrestling.
started watching it again because of this.
Notice that for himself, he says, I love pro wrestling, but PPP just likes pro wrestling. Even though Triple P knows a lot more and cares a lot more about wrestling than DSP. Like, a lot more. A lot. Because Triple P watches it and understands the business and how wrestling works, and DSP watches it like it's a Netflix TV show.
Lot of different ideas. Okay, we did. But most of them sound.
How many ideas? How many of those were his ideas? That's what I want to know. Because he's not even the idea guy. He's just the guy that wants the lowest effort imaginable guy. And we don't need guys like this. No one needs guys like this. That's why he's a failure, because he's a guy like this.
Have to do with pure drama. And if you were on the show yesterday or you watched my podcast yesterday, I told you that I feel there's 3 routes I can take forward as a content.
Oh, yeah. So I talked about him earlier. What was it? The first one is for him to become a blood sports beast. The second was for him to become a radical Islamist and start like driving his car into groups of people. And the third one was to beg for money until you like it.
Road number 1 is be a complete shill sellout. Take every
Oh, no, it was a shill sellout, not a terrorist. I'm sorry. I got him mixed up.
sponsorship opportunity, kiss every game's butt, say everything is good, give you referral links, ads out the ass, be a complete shill. And I would definitely make bank doing that.
I legitimately want to slap him for these 3 options because this is the most like mouth drooler contemplation that I've ever heard. Yeah, so the 3 options are these 2 of the most extreme options you've ever heard, put in the way that is gonna make you disagree with them the most, and 1 option that I intentionally frame as being the good option. Which one are you gonna pick?
Road number 2 is to be a complete drama queen asshole, to regain the King of Hate title, attack everyone.
I thought you already did that. Oh no, it was just the king. Because he was too much of a coward to call himself the King of Hate when he was doing Bloodsport, so he just called himself the king.
Internet cause tons and tons of crap for everyone, but in the same time create such a whirlpool of a vortex of drama that
You already do.
would be talking about it. I'd be at odds with everyone. It would be absolutely crazy, lose control, but everyone would be talking about it. Attention out the ass, it would explode. And then there's option number 3, which is the option that I've really been trying hard to work and maintain.
Listen to this. I've been trying really hard to beg all the time. Listen to this shit, bro. I'm losing my mind.
Is to just be me.
To just be me. To just beg for money until you like it.
Either way, but instead to just be me and maintain the course that I have. But the only way I'm going to actually be successful at doing that is essentially to have to ask for contributions every single stream because that.
Oh, me being myself includes the inseparable part of me relentlessly asking you for money. That's me. That's me myself. That's my gender. You need to accept me for who I am. And a core part of my identity includes humiliating myself and begging for money. Wow. Yeah, you should definitely pick that option. If that is the best one of your options, you should just pick the final option.
That's the only way that I'm going to hit goals and be successful because
I'm talking medicine cabinet mukbang is what I'm talking.
not getting the sponsors.
if that's your options.
I'm not getting the drama money. Okay?
He
So
said
I'll tell
it.
you right now, PPP absolutely
Haven't seen his
thinks
costume in a
the
while.
best course of action is the drama route. No shit. Why wouldn't he? What's this whole show about? Right? Drama. His entire show,
It's
the
from
entire
Solo Leveling.
it's just covering people in a dramatic way. And I get it. And I have no issue with that.
Why not? Why not? You had a huge issue with that because remember, those people were ruining people's lives, including yours. But since they can benefit you, they are good now and okay, and you have no problem with them. What about your Christian morality? What about your Catholic upbringing? What happened with that? Whoa.
Now, listen, I don't have to agree with that content, and I don't have to like that content, but I certainly can respect that hustle. I certainly can respect that life, okay? But it doesn't mean I have to live.
Really? Really? We're respecting the hustle of, as DSP would frame it, taking advantage of people's misery and the bad things that ruin their lives and making fun of it. He respects that. He respects that hustle and that business. Hell yeah, Phil.
And basically,
That's why I love DSP, because he always comes through with the morality. He is the moral YouTuber.
PPP this year wanted to get me heavily involved in all kinds of drama and stuff, all right? But that's as far as I'm going to say. I'm not going to tell you anything because that's private shit, all right?
Well,
But
he will.
Basically, I kind of turned it down, left, right, up, down, in every direction. Not to say that I wasn't willing to play ball or try stuff, but I was convinced. I keep turning this camera on and off. It's annoying me. I was convinced that, sadly, if I did go as far and do these things that these guys, or I say these guys, it was basically just, PPP, the stuff that they had these plans for,
Basically, just, you know.
I was going to have to throw away 17 years of work that I had, put into the blood, the sweat, the tears.
The sweat. The sweat. The sweat.
What? He had to throw away everything? But you didn't frame it like that when you used to do shit like this. Like, this is within the same segment. He talked about how he could have kept doing this. But now it's like, if I decided to be the drama guy, I should have fucking deleted all my channels and threw away everything. You already did. You already did when you first got in bed with them. You did. You turned your back on the people that were supporting the chill, meaningful gameplay that you spent years convincing that this is the best content on YouTube and everybody else just does garbage. And then you started doing garbage, convincing him that it was actually the best content on YouTube. No, this is some fucking garbage, shitty ass cope.
That I had put into my work to get where I am today, because as I said yesterday, if I go all the way into the drama, 100%, okay, I can't go back. You understand that, right? Like if I 100% become a drama creator, someone who's all about this dramatic content, going at everyone's throat, there's no way that I could continue to also be the chill gamer. Right.
You never were the chill gamer. You were the boring gamer and the toxic gamer. He was never the chill gamer.
I couldn't do it. It would end, and I would have to 100% change the format and the content. It wouldn't work together. And quite frankly, to be transparent with everyone here, during the fall, when I was...
I don't even know what he's trying to say. Like, how he's trying to imagine his content if he was that guy. Is he thinking that he would simultaneously do a gameplay while at the same time calling LTG the N-word, I guess? Because he's like, it's a blend of both styles of content. Because it's like, of course it doesn't make sense. Of course I'm being dented for trying to make sense of it and trying to make sense of what he's trying to say, when in reality, he's just coping.
During this kind of fluctuating period of doing drama with Kino Casino and still doing my gaming content, many of my viewers, longtime viewers from over the years, reached out to me.
And what did you tell him? What did you tell him? Because you kept doing that content. You kept having that fat retard call your wife fat. You still had him making fun of you every chance they got. You still allowed them to make fun of your fans in front of you and call them
I ordered a new
dense
wireless
and
adapter.
call them
Hopefully
retards
this will
and
help.
say that you're scamming them. You took that. You took that. So don't fucking pretend like
be
you
here
care
by
about
Sunday.
ICS and some other lonely cuck that emails you behind the scenes, because you fucking don't.
And
I'm
said,
working
Phil,
on
Because
it.
now we're using them as a shield again.
we just don't like where we see you going. We understand why you're doing it. Look, you're getting extra views. You're getting extra popularity. People are coming over from the casino. And
The
they're,
casino.
contributing to your content.
and they're
making you
gambling
have
and
the biggest
losing.
rise you've had in over a decade. So we understand it. It's a means to an end. But we hope that you just don't lose yourself.
And the music.
so it's pretty
moment.
much he admits that he was cloud chasing. He admits that his community recognized him for being a cloud chasing grifter, and he admits that his community was okay. Especially his biggest supporters were okay with him just being a straight up cloud chasing grifter. That's good to know.
In all of this, okay? And now I'm going to be honest with everyone. This is something that I've told no one, actually.
No.
And sympathy?
Private conversations with Kat, my wife.
Yeah, sympathy.
I thought he said that nothing he
And,
said is
you know,
private.
Again,
And,
when you're going through stuff in life,
First of all, fuck your fat retarded wife. Second of all, let's talk about how their conversations, I believe, are happening. So when this guy says he had a conversation with someone, what I imagine from my experience dealing with similar people is that they frame the context in a way that is going to allow you to give them and tell them what they want to hear. So if DSP, like let's give an example. Let's give an actual practical example. The 50K. So the reality is Keemstar offered DSP $50,000 as a sign-on bonus to start LOLcow Live. What I think the conversation between Phil and Kat was is Phil framing this narrative as something that Kat should respond to negatively. She should say, no, Phil, don't do this, because Phil doesn't want to do this. So Kat really isn't a second opinion. Kat is just there for validation. Kat is just there to say what Phil is already thinking and to tell him that that's the right opinion. And then that's how I suppose it works, or at least that's how I'm feeling like it does.
Yeah, we're gonna see that. I saw that
that's way
thumbnail.
more dire and
I didn't see the
serious and
video.
fucked up stuff. Okay? And then you're
A-
gonna go to
a
the
dead
internet and
rabbit.
do drama
A
content.
rabbit died.
It's kind of like, what?
But does Kat watch this? Like, why are you making it seem like she's following drama content? Because I can tell you how easy it is to not care about this. Is just like, don't have it show up on your YouTube. Duh. Because that's what I've been doing, and I watch a bunch of other videos about other stuff, and I never see a DSP video until I log into this account. So why can't Kat just do the same and have her own private online life using some username that people don't like and not engage with things that make her hurt?
Like, don't you
Yeah,
have
so,
enough
yeah.
going on in your real life that you're dealing with, that you're juggling? You know?
Juggling dead
that
rabbits?
You don't need to be also manufacturing this fucking drama on the internet just to make a paycheck.
But who are we talking about? Are we talking about Triple P now?
You know what I mean? And
No.
we had these discussions like, get it, I'm making more money, but we're already completely stressed out about all of this shit that's going on in our real life. Why do we also
what?
need to have this drama shit on the internet? It's like drama.
Who is we, though? Who is we? Phil, it's just you, buddy. It's just you. It's just you. People making fun of Kat, but she is not the public figure. She doesn't have to listen to this. She doesn't have to watch your fucking gay-ass streams. She's not watching Kino Casino, I can tell you that. Or if she is, then I guess it's her fault for getting shit on. Like, what the fuck, dude? You have agency as a person. You can decide just to not care about this. And not caring about this is not like people say you just like kind of born with it and you don't care about it. You get to teach yourself. It's kind of like discipline. And at some point,
Yeah, it was this one from Snort Hogan. The cat has yelled at Phil. This one, but I haven't seen it.
you legitimately stop
I
caring.
downloaded the
But
entire
that's not, that's not
from
it with
Kick.
Phil and with Kat. They just care because they're very
It's
insecure
11
about it.
hours,
Drama on the internet, drama everywhere I turn.
but I didn't watch it all.
You got to have a break from it at some point, you know? And so we talked about
You
it
know,
and said, you know, it's just not the right
know.
choice. Just like years ago when there was a possibility that I would be working with Keemstar and maybe I would be part of Lolcow Live and all of that, had the same conversations. Like, no, this is not the right choice. Because if we go the drama route, I'll
I
be
thought you
stuck
weren't even
there
offered
forever.
it.
I won't ever be able to return. That's like once you jump off the cliff, you can't turn around in midair and climb back up. And it
Nathan
would
Drake
be a
does that
cliff
all
I
the
would be
time.
jumping off of. I totally feel it. All right. So I'm sorry. You know, that's just what happened. We made a decision. I can't just be doing this over the top level of drama constantly.
Over the top.
It's not going to work. Every once in a while,
Except
it's all
for when
right
it
to
does.
do some kind of content like
But what does that mean, dude, for variety's sake? What the fuck does that mean? I don't want to be the guy that people know as going after people and making fun of them, but maybe every once in a while. But I also get to determine how often I do that. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to be a half-ass drama guy. You either are or you're not.
Damn it.
And it seems like he knows that he doesn't want to be that, and he doesn't want to go after fucking Review Tech USA. Even though everybody can go after Review Tech USA. I would say Review Tech USA is one of the few people that is easier to make fun of than Darkside Phil. And I'm dying on this hill. I'm gonna triple, quadruple down on this shit.
right.
Cause like that guy's fucking his comebacks are terrible. Like his logic is trash. He can't communicate at all. On top of everything, most of the times he's fucking high. So you're not even talking to the most responsive version of that person. So it's completely fucked up.
If it's refreshing or if you know what I'm saying.
Nope.
But you can't just do that constantly. Right. You know what? Someone actually just brought up my own line that I
Vegeta
forgot
hairline
about.
reel.
Once you put on the clown makeup, you can't ever take it off again.
But you've put the clown makeup
But
a
it
long
does
time
come
ago. I
off.
don't know why you're acting like you haven't. You are a content cuck, buddy. That's when you put the clown makeup on.
So if I jump fully into this drama content and this is who I am and I become the villain of the internet and I'm just, you know, sure, I get popularity. Sure, you'd have places like Kino Casino and Lolcow Live and everyone talking about me and covering me.
But are those the places
They're
you
already
want
talking.
to
I mean,
be
Kiwi
covered
Farms are
on?
already talking about you.
Is that who you want to cover you instead of like going on gaming podcasts and talking about the industry or funny things or fun things like movies, TV shows, comic books, Legos? You want people to talk about you on Lolcow Live because that's so fucking hype?
But
You want people to talk about you on the equivalent of the internet's trailer park? Is that what you want? Wow.
then that's it. It's like you're giving up. I've given up at making any kind of stuff that I feel good about or meaningful about. And listen,
I
other
feel
people
meaningful.
probably do feel good about that content. And that's okay if they do.
Oh no. Now we grandstanding. After he said that all this content was great for him and it gave him a lot of money and he liked doing it and he still wants to do it every once in a while, now we're gonna grandstand because it doesn't make him feel good anymore. Because guess what? Now his boyfriends are shitting on him, making fun of him, and calling his wife a fat whore. So I guess now he doesn't like it. Now he's gonna take his ball and go home.
But I'm wired different than them. And
He's wired different. That is true. He is wired different. He's built different.
okay for people who are in different walks of life, of different age ranges, of different experiences, to have different opinions.
Different age
Andy
ranges,
is
by
like
the way.
your
This
age.
is the middle-aged 43-year-old man who called a 20-something-year-old girl a whore.
A slut.
Over hearsay. Over something that he didn't even saw. That's Mr. Maturity right here.
That's the variety. That's the spice of life, is that there's different people who have these different takes. If everyone was of the same mind, life would be boring. You could have someone over here that's all about drama. You could have someone over here.
And now we're just framing this as it's different opinions, and you feel free to disagree.
Here that's not, and that's okay. But it just seems to me like on the internet, you've either got to be black or white. You're either all the way or you're not. And I don't get that. I just don't. It actually is pretty much annoying.
You're either all the
because-
way
Yeah,
or you're
but
not.
You
That
can't,
makes
you
sense.
don't realize that you can't do both.
There's all
You
the
can't
way
be
and then
the
there's
guy
not all
who
the
is
way.
mature adult and does positive, meaningful, chill content whenever you want, and also be that same blood sports guy that goes after everybody and gets them fucking fired from their jobs and shit whenever you want. You don't get to do both. So in this case, it kind of has to be black or white, or otherwise you're just gonna get called disingenuous because that's exactly what the fuck you are.
I would like every once in a while, if something stupid's going on, like if Review Tech is being an asshole to me again and I'm just kind of bored there, I need to vent, that I could just open up his stream and laugh at him for a podcast, and then we could just go back to normalcy. But the internet doesn't seem to think that. They think, oh,
suck
you're
at
either
that,
all in
though.
or you're not. Man, you said you weren't going to do this content anymore, so how dare you go back and ever do it? That's dumb as fuck. No, really, that's just it's so ignorant.
It's so
Ignorant
ignorant
of what?
Of what?
You have to be all in. You don't have to be. You could do different things, you know? And
You know.
that's kind of what I would like to do. I really like making gameplay, chilling with you guys and doing variety content. Like the Lego stream last night is great. I like the wrestling
The
commentary on Smart
Legos
Guys.
were
I love
great.
doing this podcast, and I like gaming. These are all things I like. Will
You don't
any
like
of those
gaming.
particularly ever blow up huge and become giant and get me thousands of viewers and make me bajillions of dollars? Probably not.
No, bro, no. You had that chance. You used to be that guy who would just upload some shitty ass slop video and get 50,000 views. And you let it slip away because you're too much of a fill. And now you get to live with whatever the fuck this shit is.
But because I work hard,
Oh, he works hard. I guess that's why. He works hard so he can't succeed. The only successful people are the ones that cheat and do immoral stuff.
the work ethic that I have has maintained for as long as it
By the way, the world is not in black and white, but those are the only people who succeed.
has. I have the viewer base I have the supporters I have, and that's why I'm
The
still
world
here,
is in
and I'm
black
still
and
successful.
not black.
If I were a schlub and I slacked off and I wasn't busting my ass,
You do.
I'd be gone. But that
Oh, that's the logic. I would be gone. Well, that makes a lot of sense when you think about it, that his standards are so low that he thinks that if he was bad at what he does, he would just straight up not exist in this form. He would just straight up not exist. Even though he admitted that the best plan to move forward is just relentlessly beg for money so he can continue existing. It makes sense.
I have succeeded, while everyone else has had to go, I'm the sellout, I'm the drama guy. I haven't had to do that.
You
Did you
know?
notice? It's a little different, I know.
No, I
You
didn't
just
notice.
admitted that when you were the drama guy for the last couple of months, it helped you immensely. And you still wish to do drama stuff. You just get taken that opportunity away because the platform that you used to be the drama guy and the audience that you were gifted, those guys took back. They took back their gift to you. And now you're the whipping boy again. And now you pretend like you didn't even want to do that anyways because that's bad and immoral and probably gay.
People can't handle it, but it's true. I'm still here. I don't have to be all in on that.
He still exists, guys. That means he wins.
It
That's how low his standards is. He wins by
really
existing.
felt like I was getting a lot of pressure from PPP to go all in on drama. And I just didn't want to do it. I said, I'll do this to this extent. I'll do this to some extent. I don't think this is going to work because I think that this is going to leave me in a bad position. It's going to leave me holding the bag of trying to maintain stuff. And I don't know how I'm going to do it because I don't want to make drama content 24/7. Okay? And so I think what's happened is over the last several months, since basically none of the ideas that PPP came up with I would really roll with, all right, he soured.
But why didn't you come up with some ideas that you could roll with, Mr. Idea, Mr. Creative, passionate guy? Or was his idea, let's play Call of Duty?
Me. His opinion towards me has definitely soured, and he's very frustrated. He's upset, and now he feels really the only way to move forward is to try to do something drastic. Because if you notice, the rhetoric against me picked up big. All of a sudden, he's still bringing up my wife every stream. It's like, why would he do that all of a sudden out of nowhere? Because he feels like he's going to force the hand. He's going to push he's going to push that envelope. He's going to make Phil play his hand of cards, right? He wanted me to come out today and just explode. But I'm not doing that. I'm just very calmly and
Yeah, this is obvious. As I mentioned earlier, the title of this video is A Calm Final Response to Triple P. So he's doing intentionally the same shit he's done when the detractors think he's going to spurg out about something and he's going to lose his shit. He does that same thing. he overplays it and like hams it up to the point where he needs to convey to you how he has not felt it, how much this does not bother him, as he talks about it for an hour and a half.
Of factly explaining to you what's happened, okay? Now, it sucks because here's the thing. I feel like we work together well, and I feel like Smart Guys is a great show. I do. But at one point, you've got to put your foot down, and you've got to have some kind of self-respect. And I'm just not going to allow that.
Gotta have some kind of self-respect.
Oh my God, to hear DSP say this. At some point, you need to have some self-respect, which is implying that so far, he just completely had no self-respect because it benefited him. The profits were too good to have self-respect as a middle-aged family man with a business degree. But now is the time to have self-respect. You called my wife fat for the 43rd time. And until now, it didn't bother me, but now it does, because people are saying it should.
I do. But at one point, you've got to put your foot down, and you've got to have some kind of self-respect. And I'm just not going to allow the guy to just say and do whatever he wants and think that he has free reign to disrespect my family.
I mean, he can
Just
do whatever
because
he wants, kind of.
I want to have him as part of Smart Guys. So that's why I made the decision. All right? And it's that simple. Doesn't matter what he says or does. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter how he kinds to cope, because that's what he's doing. He's coping.
He is coping. He is coping. But what does he have to cope with? This is the best outcome for him. This is the best outcome. As I said many, many times, Triple P is a triple agent. He used to play for his own audience, the Kino audience. He used to play for the Detractor audience, and he used to play for the Dents. And now he doesn't have to play for the Dents anymore. So he gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. And he's taking the more entertaining and pleasurable outcome, which is to make fun of Darkside Phil. Because more people are going to like that than if he pretends to like Darkside Phil.
Posting up 1 million cope tweets.
Like, it's really not
Cope
that deep.
tweets?
But I guess, yes, he is coping and not this guy.
I don't care. All right?
He
Sounds
doesn't
like
care.
you do.
It's sad because I really
I
feel
don't
like
care,
this
but I
guy
feel like it's sad.
He is someone who
can be really fun to work with, and he's funny as well, and he brings that hype, and he brings.
But I
that
don't care,
energy.
but I'm
He's the
sad.
ultimate pitch guy. He's the Paul Heyman of drama content on.
What are you? Who are you? Are you the Eugene of drama content?
He's the Paul Bearer
Huh?
of drama content.
Who are you? Who
Well,
are
that's-
you of the drama content or of anything compared
It's an
to a
insult to
wrestler?
Paul Bearer.
He's a fucking jobber. But because that's like thinking about this in wrestling terms, if Triple P is the Paul Heyman, DSP is the jobber that Paul Heyman tries to hype up just so the jobber can keep taking L's.
Internet, right? That's how I feel. But
Like, he's kind of the R-Truth of streaming, but R-Truth is a very positive and funny guy. So I guess he's not that. No, he's the Eugene of streaming. Except Eugene was also likable. Oh, I don't know.
at what expense? Because I'm not going to become full-time Kino Casino, full-time drama. I'm just not going to do that. I don't want to. All right? And just to make this perfectly clear again, I know that nothing that I say and do will ever change how he acts or what he says. He very well might go on the casino tomorrow, and the entire show is just going over this podcast and felting me. And if that's it, so be it. You know, who cares? I can't stop that. I've only been going through that for, I don't know, like 13 straight years anyway. So it's not like it's a big deal to me.
It's not a big deal.
I don't have to put up with that behavior and still have him as a part of my content. I have control over the content I put out on the internet. So
yes, thankfully it took you long enough. Thankfully.
therefore, Smart Guys will be solo moving forward. And by the way, we'll talk about this tonight. I'm curious.
Yeah, this is now we're just gonna talk about Smart Guys and how it would work.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ramen Brahmin for the super chat, dude. But the fucking messages, someone is glitched out with Stream Elements. Okay, I got it. Big ups Ramen Brahmin, who says he just said he barely talked with Warski, yet that's his gaming soulmate. It shows how little DSP cares about such titles. Make you wonder about Cat. Well, I think he said it just to kiss ass. He said it just to to get himself closer to being on Kino Casino. Because when he did that, when he was talking shit like this, he was in their chat all the time. He was so needy and so insecure. It almost makes you feel sad for the guy. But he's Phil, so you can't. You're not allowed. And big ups Zitro for 26 months, who says, big ups Meerkat. Big ups, dude. Thanks. And shout out to Ryan for the 24 months. Thanks, guys. Here's talk about my wife.
Talk about my wife. Please.
You really want to handle it.
Hey, man,
Or we could have just said, hey, let's just spin it like this and that'll be the end of it. But, you know, he acts how he does. He makes his choices. That's life. And I'm moving on from it now.
He is so upset over this. It's crazy.
I liked doing stuff with them. I enjoyed being on the show. We had plans. Here's the sad part about all of this. Look, excuse me.
He doesn't
now I'm trying
care.
to take a sip. My mouth is so dry.
Is he gonna say that they had a bunch of stuff planned, even though all the stuff that they got planned was a bunch of bad ideas that he didn't like?
Truth about all of this?
Oh, this is the truth now. You better listen. It's important.
We had plans. I'm not even kidding you, for at least 2 other projects that I feel at least one of them would have actually worked.
If DSP feels they would have worked, then they were probably terrible ideas.
Yeah.
That's a rule of thumb. That's a rule of the Salvano thumb.
Not full drama, maybe some drama.
Some drama.
Projects where I could be involved from time to time. Where
Oh, if it's some drama, then it involves them watching a video and roasting somebody that can't talk back. That's not full drama. Full drama is when DSP directly is confronted with somebody. That's full drama.
things would go well, and it would be cool because you get to see a different side of me, right? As opposed to just me just sitting here playing games.
You can show whatever side of you
right?
want to show.
You want to see that.
What?
Why do you need
Do
someone's
we?
help for that?
What side? Spiteful, angry, dramatic? We all already see that.
All those projects are dead simply because this guy wants to just push the envelope.
Of course, everybody else's fault.
For what reason? I mean, in my opinion,
I think I understand Triple P more than I understand DSP. Because, like, that guy was committed to making entertaining stuff with DSP and giving him, you know, he was giving him an opportunity to put himself out there and redefine what people know him as. And he is so hard-headed and stubborn and resistant and such a bitch and such a coward that it pisses you off. If you spend all this energy trying to give an opportunity to somebody and he is dark side fucking Phil and acting like this, yeah, I would fucking snake him too. I would snake him immediately.
that's just bad business. Not even saying if you like me or you don't, or I like them or I don't. We were actually doing stuff together that was working, that was getting attention. Even smart guys, to the extent that it was working, was still working. It wasn't blowing up and making thousands of dollars a show, but we were getting good views. We were getting...
No, you're not.
What does that mean?
You're getting views for the same 5 people that you always get views from. That's not working.
some money. So why burn that bridge? I don't understand it. That doesn't make sense to me because I'm not
He
burning
doesn't
any
care
bridges
though.
here. PPP is the one burning the bridges.
Yeah.
He's the one.
Keep
saying
believing
the
that.
toxic-
But what if the bridge was made out of wet newspaper? I think then it's worth being burned. I would rather have a burned bridge than a bridge that wouldn't that couldn't handle my weight. No offense, Kat.
stuff. He's the one bringing up my wife, which he apologizes for, says he knows it's wrong, and it does it again anyway. He's the one ending it, not me. It's through his actions that this is all coming to fruition, not mine. So I don't get it. I don't. It makes me scratch my head. But then again, the older I get, I realize that not every...
Oh, and now we're gonna play the fucking fake wisdom. I despise this. This is one of the things I despise the most about him. Is the fake wisdom just by virtue of being middle-aged. He's not even old. He's not even like a 60-year-old guy who's gone through a bunch of stuff. It's a fucking middle-aged guy that lives like a teenager, that has such an immensely limited life experiences that he has negative amounts of wisdom. And that's why people take advantage of him all the time and make fun of him. And he falls for it every time because he's so gullible because of the lack of real life social experiences that he has.
One is me. Not everyone sees things the way I see. Not everyone has the same perspective as me, and that's okay. Everyone
No, that's called a mental illness.
from a different walk of life. And like I said,
That's not called wisdom or being old or being experienced. That's called having a mental illness.
places, different age ranges. It's all different, correct? So be it. If that's how he wants it, he can have his way, but I'm just not going to waste my time on it. I've got better things to do than to get into an internet blood sport with PPP over nonsense. Even when, because it's bullshit anyway. It's fabrication. It's not real. It's nonsense. I'm not going to do it. You know?
What is a fabrication?
Cat isn't fat.
Tonight to hash it out.
It's bullshit.
No.
It's nonsense. She's actually
No.
thin
What, he
and
can't
healthy.
come on his own show?
She's not dying.
What?
We're not going to do that.
Okay.
That's what he wants. He wants to create drama content. And he felt like this was his way to force the hand. You don't get it. And this is what no
Only
one
I get
I
it.
think finally, you want to know who I
Nobody
think
gets it but
actually gets
me.
John Cena?
Keemstar.
Oh,
I
Keemstar.
don't know why I'm becoming more of a respectful person towards him, but
Oh my God, because you're a cuck. That's why. Because the guy smiled at you once and was nice to you because he wanted you on his show. Because he knew that was going to get him views and money. And you fell for it, and now you think he likes you and he understands you. You're such a fucking retard, DSP.
the older I'm
That's why people constantly use you as a whipping boy, because it's just so fucking easy.
getting and the more I'm seeing the long game of this,
It's so easy that it's tempting. It's tempting. Even if you're like, imagine this, this guy is like the village idiot, and he's in the pillory. Think about it like Kingdom Come Deliverance. He's in the pillory and everybody is throwing tomatoes at him. And you're sitting at the sidelines and you're like, man, that looks fun as hell. This fucking idiot is so easy to make fun of. I might throw a couple of tomatoes myself just to see him splat. Just to see if I'm going to hit him.
Keemstar gets it. Like, after that interview with me, I think he understands me now as a person. He's like, nothing I do is going to make Phil do shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally, nothing I do, no amount of twisting, no amount of fucking with him, no amount of talking shit about him. He's just not that guy that's going to get riled up and then do stuff that I want him to do just because I pissed him off.
Except he did. You might remember the first couple of episodes of LOLcow Live were damn near dedicated to Darkside Phil and making fun of him. It just kind of ran its course, and they went on to do other stuff, such as having Boogie be exposed for faking cancer and firing a bunch of people and then not actually firing them. Yes, they just kind of moved on from it, dude.
So he left me alone. And now I'm cool with him. I have no problems with Keemstar right now at all. Zero. And I think that PPP thinks, no, I'll do it. If I can't get it this way, I'll do it this way. Then I'll do it this way. No, let's try this way. And then finally, when all those ways didn't work, let's do it this way. Finally, just talk enough shit about Phil, he'll explode, and then we'll get the content that way. You're still not going to get the content. I don't want to do the drama content.
But you did, and you liked it, and you still want to do it, though. You just want to do it on your own terms, which makes it supremely gay, because that's not how you do drama.
I don't want to do the
He only wants to do drama when he wins, when he gets to win.
drama content. Okay? I don't want to do it. Are you ready?
And now we're going to get clown mode.
Gee, do you think I want to do drama content? No. I
Yes.
don't want to do the drama content. That's not me anymore. All right?
It's not me anymore. I'm not the same guy I was 3 days ago, you idiots.
Reached out to me 10 years ago
Oh, and again, it's 10 years ago. What a fucking joke.
and said, Phil, we want to
He talked about Review Tech USA like a week ago.
involve you in the drama content.
And it wasn't even talking about him like in passing. It was literally, I'm going to advertise my podcast as if the podcast is going to revolve around making fun of Review Tech USA. And that's what he did.
I might have said yes. But instead,
But again, that's drama that he thinks he's going to win. So again, we only like the drama when Phil wins.
for 10 years, the internet beat me up. And then I said, I don't care about this shit anymore.
You do, though.
I've evolved. I don't do the kind of commentary anymore that everyone says they want me to go back to. But when I did it back then, everyone said it was wrong. I have to change. All right? I'm married. I'm happy. I'm chill now. I don't get upset about every...
What do you mean you're happy? I thought your wife was dying and having horrible things happen to her. How are you happy when that is going on? Or you're just personally happy by yourself? You know, you don't exactly care about your wife. She can't ruin the vibe. Shut up, bitch. I don't care if you're fucking dying. You're ruining my vibe.
I do get upset, and when I do, I lose my cool, and everyone laughs and thinks it's entertaining, right? Phil's unhinged again. And
No, that means you're a lol cow, not unhinged.
That's why I kind of ham it up half the time.
Oh, he hams it up now. Did he ham it up when he told the guy to lick shit out of his ass?
I'm just not...
That was fake, you guys. You should not find it as entertaining anymore because he intentionally made himself look like a retard.
that person
It was on purpose.
anymore. I'm not the king of hate. I've changed. I feel for the better. Others say for the worse. I guarantee you PPP would say, man, you changed for the worse. You're a pussy willow now, right? You're a sissy.
You are a sissy. But even worse, you're a sissy that calls other people sissies.
I work 6 days a week full time. I bust my ass. And for the content that I put out for as little views as it gets, I still make a living. So I would say that's pretty successful, although it's definitely a different kind of grind that a lot of other people don't understand.
Yeah, they don't understand the begging grind. They don't understand the third path, the path of begging. It's only for the chosen ones that can't do anything else because they are too pathetic.
Okay?
And a nice felted sip.
So there you go. And that's it. I don't really have much else to say.
Oh, this guy, man. This guy is something else.
Kind of where I'm going to leave it. I have nothing else to say.
And he had a bunch of other stuff to say. And he responded to like super chats about it and shit about it, but we're not watching that right now. Because we do not care. We got the actual majority of the content. Big ups Redbird for the $2 who says, are you bi? Asking for the simps, not myself. Okay. No, I am straight. But even if I was bi, I would not hook up with you. Or your simps. Or anyone. Because I'm independent. I don't even know where I'm going with that. There's no punchline. Big ups Parbs who says, and again, the whole message doesn't show up, so I'm going to take a while because I'm a geezer now. Cat wears the pants. Well, I would argue Cat wears everyone's pants. I don't know. She's fat. That's the joke. She yelled at him for going on Truth Seekers. He has to appease her or she'll divorce and take what he actually cares about, money. I don't think she's going to divorce. Where is she going to go? She's dying, bruh. Allegedly. Or if she's not dying, then she might be. You're never going to know. It's secret stuff behind the scenes no one knows about. Big ups Candace Douglas, 23 months, who says, we are so back. We're eating good detractors. Are we eating the good detractors? Are we eating them? Is this where we are now? Damn, things have changed. They've changed a lot since I last was around. We went from milking a human to eating a human. But I guess that's what we got. So, anyways, I'm wondering if that dude, what was his name? Was it Dingus? Dingus? I think that was the guy who uploaded the Kino clips. This is a great channel. Swollen Dingus? Expand Dong. Yeah, but it's the same guy, though. It's the same guy. I got one of his names correct. But last time we got something was 3 weeks ago. So I guess that guy, we ate him. Because we're eating all the good detractors, so we ate him. I'm sorry. But yeah, we had a feast with Dingus. So I guess here it is. Here it is, the Snort Hogan video. But I want to watch the first one with Triple P on the Truth Seekers. Hopefully we got it here. Yes, we do. It's from 1 day ago. Oh my god, so much shit. So much shit. We got so much. Yeah, this one is an hour long, so I'll try and skip a little bit. Hopefully I get most of it.
Well, let me tell you something, bro.
Welcome.
Finally, PPP has come to Mark No True Seekers.
Oh yeah, and there's this other thing with August the Duck, and then DSP responding to him, and then him responding back. But this, I'm not gonna watch this today, because it's just, otherwise this is gonna be like a 12-hour stream. I can't do all this.
Tonight, huge support in chat.
And we're gonna skip the hype. We're gonna skip the hype.
Hey, we're on YouTube, dude. Watch those F-bombs.
Crawls on his belly like a swine. In the dirt and the muck, lets me kick fucking sand in his face.
I give up. You can curse all you want. We'll lose it.
Fucking beach there, bitch. This guy let me call him a liar, a grifter, a scam artist,
a scumbag,
a prostitute. Like, he let me go out. Like, it's okay. At what point?
Oh, fuck, dude. Fuck you, chat, for saying that the August the Duck reply was brutal. Fuck you guys. Oh, it's worth watching. Okay, then I'll go watch it. Hopefully it's like 5 minutes. Now you got me curious. There it is. Oh, it's 17 minutes. But I wonder what he says. Okay, it's going to be cool because you get to see DSP's response and you get to see what the guy he's calling all these names has to say about him. So to sum it up, the original video was about DSP doing like currency conversion on super chats and tips and making fun of people for how little money they gave him. Namely one Nigerian fella, shout out to Nigerian fellas, who gave him like a dollar or something, and DSP was like, yeah, this is like $1 in American money, so I'm not gonna respond to it because I only read stuff that is like over $2, some shit like that.
Anyone else to exist? I am going to ask for contributions, and you're gonna like it because
Yeah, this is godlike. This is godlike. He had because the context is he had one day that he did not beg. And the previous day, he made over $1,000. And on the second day that he didn't beg, he made a lot less. He made like $100, let's say. And that's his science experiment to justify that the truth is that he should beg. Matter of fact, begging is good. And begging is healthy.
I don't need anyone else to exist. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it because
you're going to like it. And you're going to like it because I'm successful. What a... Oh, no.
You're not. July the cuck.
I'm going to break all the TOS. All of it.
I'm successful.
Oh, no. We're getting that whole intro again.
I don't need anyone else to exist. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it because I'm successful and you're not. July the cuck. I'm successful.
Well, guys.
And bro, this is... No. I can't believe he thought this was a dunk, calling him July the Cuck. July the Cuck.
Today we are once again talking about one of my favorite guys on the internet, and at least today I actually kind of have an excuse as to why I'm going back on my second promise at this point, that my last video on him would, be my last. That's right, people. We are once again talking about the world's most grateful streamer, DarkSidePhil. Now, I really wasn't planning on making this video. I got tagged in some clips on Twitter of DSP responding to me, calling me out, whatever you want to call it, and I was out and about, so I didn't sit down and watch them, and I sort of just forgot about it for a while. But then, later that night, I was like, you know what? Let's take a look. Let's see what he has to say. And, shit, he sucked me back in, guys. He got me. I'll admit it. So here we are. Now, if you're unaware of the context,
by the way, great super chat message on the screen. Being honest, when you begin your streams answering detractors and drama and engaging with negativity, I hate it and leave. I was hoping maybe you woke up to that. Sorry, this is my last dono, King.
About a week ago,
oh, rip.
Video on DSP.
Rip this paypig.
DSP is, I would just go watch that video. But I made a video on him because he was mocking a donator for donating an amount that Phil deemed just to not be enough. And I titled that video, "The World's Greediest Streamer Got Worse." And, well, I think Phil saw it because he went on a little rant, or really kind of a big rant on stream, where he mentions somebody named July the Cuck. Don't know who that guy is. Sounds pretty cool, though.
You know what? I think the first time I heard about it when he said July the Cuck was in some tweet. And I didn't get the context, so I thought that he turned against June the King. Because, June the King, July, Cuck. It's kind of sounds like a thing he could have said, but no, it was a different guy altogether.
Well, he does what Phil is best known for. He lies to himself, he lies to his audience, he circumnavigates every piece of criticism that's ever thrown his way, and he just sits there and he copes. He copes and copes and copes and copes until, honestly, I think he starts to believe himself. And I could just let him do that, not like I can make him stop. He's always going to do that. But my God, man, the shit he said was just so unbelievably wrong that I've just got to go back one more time, guys. Now, I'm going to do my best to be as cordial and constructive as I possibly can be throughout the video.
No. When you do responses like this to people that do not deserve this charitability, you stomp them in the mud. You stomp on the pig roach. That's what you do. You don't you don't turn the other cheek. You don't show him a charitable spirit when he doesn't show you the same treatment. You fuck his ass up. That's what you got to do.
Because Phil seems to...
Because he's going to be mad either way. He's going to be coping either way, and he's going to call you names and misrepresent you and lie about you either way.
have a habit of downplaying literally anything that is ever said about him that has the slightest negative connotation as hate, as people being mean to him, not understanding him, content farming him. So I'm going to try and be as constructive as I can be. I usually am pretty constructive on this channel, so it's not going to be like a challenge, but it is Phil. So, you know, we'll see. Let's not waste any more time though. Let's take a look at this rant.
Please subscribe.
Okay, so real quick, I'm not going to show it because it's like 20 minutes, but what seems to have led Phil to talking about me was he poses this like thought experiment where he says, okay, I have 3 paths in front of me, like for his future as a content creator. He says the first one is where he becomes a corporate shill, he sells out, he takes sponsorships, he has to completely change his content style, he can never be honest again, because I guess Phil thinks if you take like a Raid Shadow Legends advertisement or something, they're gonna like monitor your stream for the rest of your life and never let you talk bad about a game or be honest or be edgy or anything like that. Obviously, that's just an excuse to not go down that path. Phil doesn't really think that.
Raid eyes on me all the time
because he doesn't want to sell out. Sure. Because it's somehow going to completely change every single thing about his content if he takes an occasional sponsorship. Then he says path 2 is full.
But again, I don't even think it's worth mentioning it that he is intentionally framing all of this, so one of the 3 choices he has looks significantly more appealing than all the other ones, because that's what he wants to do. That's what he wants to do. He just wants to beg, and I'm not fucking joking. He probably doesn't even want to get sponsorships because that's too much of a hassle. You have to play a game that you don't feel like playing, and you have to pretend to like it because it's a business interaction. It's a business transaction. So yeah.
I liked Raid, okay?
Want to do anything else but sit there and actually beg.
Just don't want to play it forever.
Addressing all the hate, attacking.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It is the illusion of choice. It's kind of like what a video game would do if they wanted to give you the illusion of choice. What some kind of a Telltale game would give you. Let's say you have 3 choices, but 2 of them give you an end state. They give you a death state. You just die immediately. And the one choice lets you continue the game. I wonder which choice you're going to make.
Attack him, attacking people who didn't attack him, you know, really diving into the drama-heavy side of the internet. Now, while he's saying all this, his chat is like, yeah, those paths sound great. Sound a lot better than what you're doing right now. Of course, he just completely ignores that because he's not actually considering these paths. He's just trying to excuse his behavior.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect. This is it.
Because he says this,
and I'm glad that this is so transparent to people that don't know all that much about Phil, because this completely validates the thought that Phil's content is scientifically designed to filter out all the normal people. I don't think it's designed to attract the dense as much as it is designed to repel everyone else who is not a 220. That's pretty much it. And yeah, you're right, dude. You're right, Havoc. This is the Fallout 4 dialogue is like this.
Third path is basically just continuing to do what he does, listening to the constructive criticism of his audience, which he is actively ignoring as he's talking
Mass
about
Effect
this.
has more
Doesn't
choice
address
than
a
this.
single thing anybody says about these paths. And guess what? Continue doing what he's doing. He won't take sponsorships, and he won't dive into the drama, so what does he have to do to make money? Oh, he has to beg his audience. Then he says, is that really that big of a deal? Is it really that bad to ask his audience for money? He says, is what I'm doing that bad? He doesn't mention them by name, but he brings up, I'm pretty sure, Logan Paul and his crypto scam, then Mr. Beast and making the Lunchleys and the Feastable bars, and then Boogie for faking cancer. As like a comparison, I guess, to say, look at what these guys did, it's a lot worse than begging your audience for money. Which, like,
and guess what? That is true. And guess what? People make videos about that.
It's all bad.
And guess what? Those videos get 10 to 100 to 1,000 times more attention than your average Dark Side Phil video. So I would believe the criticism is pretty proportionate and pretty accurately distributed.
Like, yeah, obviously it is. And that's how we got to this.
We've got actual creators on the internet making documentaries about me saying, I'm the greediest creator? Are you fucking kidding me? Have you ever watched anyone else, you pathetic fucking schlub?
And again, if we have to use the DSP semantics, that video is not a documentary. If anything, it's just a reaction video. So that guy is just telling you his opinion on what happened. Much like when DSP tells you his opinion on the latest June the King video. It's just that guy's opinion. Why do you have to call him names over it? Come on, Phil. I thought when you had an opinion, people had the right to disagree. You can just disagree and go your own way.
You are so lame because you take the low-hanging fruit, the easy target that everyone's already targeted, to make a worthless fucking video that rehashes the same shit and just ignores the fact that there are people 47 times worse than me who actively hurt people on a fucking daily basis.
Okay, so let's talk about this criticism. So it seems like what Phil is implying here is because he's not the worst human on planet Earth, that he should never be criticized. He falls into the mind.
But you know what? That's the same shit that Kino Casino enabled him to do. That's what they put in his head. That's the whole narrative that they started with.
Right.
That is the narrative they used to get close to him and to get him to like them. Because they were like, well, Phil didn't fucking rape any fucking woman.
That's what Worski
and he
literally
didn't
said.
kidnap
Did he
the
kill
elderly, So
someone?
you shouldn't criticize him because there's people that do that and you don't criticize them. You should do that instead and leave Phil alone.
Mindset that a lot of losers like this
I'll
tend
just
to,
call
where
the
they
police
think that
and
as
have them
long as they're
arrested
not like
'cause
the
what they're
worst
doing is
person walking the
crime,
planet,
so-
criticism against them is not valid. That as long as there's somebody
what
worse
good am I
gonna
gonna do to society
none
making
it should
fun
be
of that
directed
person?
towards them. Now, if I need to explain to you why that mindset is not a good
Society.
one, you're a lost cause. I'm not even going to waste my time. But I find it funny that DSP brought up crypto scams, Mr. Beast and the Lunchleys, and Boogie, because those are three topics I have talked about endlessly. Boogie, not so much as the other two, but influencers and content creators who resort to crypto scams and Mr. Beast. I have criticized those two things far, far, far more frequently than I've criticized Phil. And I've gone into depth on those. The few videos I've made on Phil have been like half jokes. I don't think what he's doing matters that much in the grand scheme of things compared to like a big content creator pulling a crypto scam or Mr. Beast hiring criminals or exploiting people. DSP pathetically begging for money is not nearly as big of a deal as those two things, but
That is true.
Phil is ridiculously greedy. This might be a hard
That is also true.
pill, Phil, but just because you're not the only greedy content creator doesn't mean you're not one. Also, since this is obviously what you're hung up on, I'll address it.
And also him using that defense kind of means that he admits he is like that. He admits that criticism is true, but you shouldn't be making that criticism because there are worse people out there, which objectively doesn't make sense because you can still criticize him while recognizing that, yes, there are a lot worse people out there. There are human traffickers. There are people in governments, in every government, that are insanely corrupt and harmful and hurt people. And they hurt hundreds of thousands, in some cases, millions of people. You can have these two thoughts simultaneously. That DSP has gout and is a fat retard, and so is his wife. And also there are people that do a lot worse that also should be criticized.
calling you the world's
And should be criticized a lot more.
greediest streamer while those people exist. First of all, Mr. Beast isn't a streamer. Most of the crypto scam people I've talked about aren't streamers. And, well, I think you're greedier than Boogie, so there's that. Obviously, you're probably not the world's greediest person, Phil, but I think of known content creators, like people who actually have somewhat of a name on the internet. I don't know, man, you're up there. Not only have I never seen another streamer beg like you do, I've never seen somebody be so fucking ungrateful when their begging works. People on chat and people on Twitter were talking about how you made like
that's a godlike point. Godlike. Because like this guy's whole fucking gimmick is to sit there and ask for money until you like it. And you like it. You like it enough so where it actually fucking works. And he's still gonna fucking spit in your face and call you a retard and tell you to go away the first chance he gets. The moment you become uncomfortable for him.
Like $1,200 in a single stream this week, and you're still complaining about not hitting goals? Yeah, dude, you're pretty fucking greedy.
But somehow I'm the greediest person on the internet.
And also bothers him because of course the title says the world's greediest streamer, but people make those titles to get attention because there's like 50 million DSP videos, and if you want yours to be watched, you kind of have to play the YouTube game. Do you think I think that DSP is dying when I make my fucking like the last video I made when in the thumbnail it said, is he dying? No, I don't think he's fucking dying, but I thought it was funny because it kind of serves the point of the video that it's something super dramatic happened that is being interpreted in a super dramatic way. And he just doesn't get it. because he just doesn't get it because it's Phil.
Genuine fucking loser who has no idea.
Fucking loser.
Actually make a documentary.
Phil, where the fuck are you getting the word documentary? I made like a 10-minute long video on you where I talked about a 3-minute clip. I didn't make a documentary on you. Why can you never just address the point?
Because he didn't watch the video. He doesn't know what the video is about, so he thinks it's a documentary, and he's gonna say the word documentary because it makes you look bad. It makes you look bad.
Like, are you even aware that you're doing this? You attack things or you address things that don't actually exist, that like can't be argued, instead of addressing what I actually said about you. What are you talking about, man?
What a fucking loser schlub.
What a fucking loser.
And say, I'm the greedy guy. You're nuts.
I pulled your name.
By the way, yes, like that's the crazy thing is this guy calling everyone else a loser while also admitting that the best way for him to be successful at his business is not even making good content, is straight up just explicitly asking people to support his business. And that's what he believes is the best thing he can do for the rest of his life. And he's calling people losers. That's fucking incredible. It's so rich.
Out of the hat, Phil, because you are a greedy guy. Objectively, there's no two ways about it. Objectively, you are a greedy individual. You have genuinely convinced yourself as a 42-year-old man that it is the responsibility of your fans and your viewers to fund your life. You can go get a different job, Phil. Nobody's stopping you.
No, he can't. He can't because COVID destroyed jobs. There are no jobs that exist. Everyone is homeless and starving since COVID. For the last 5 years, we've been completely cooked. There are no jobs that exist.
Convinced yourself that you are entitled to the life of a man who sits on the internet all day and demands money from strangers. I don't know how you've done it, but you have. You are greedy. Can you imagine if somebody walked up to you on the street and said, hey, I want to get your opinion on something. I'm thinking about quitting my day job. I'm going to go to Best Buy, buy a camera, and then I'm going to go onto the internet and hold my content, hold my gameplay hostage. I'm going to say, look, guys, if we don't hit the goals for today, we're not playing games, we're not doing streams. People would look at you like you lost your fucking mind. And that's what you do for a living, Phil. You are not entitled to these people's money, but you have tricked yourself into thinking you are. Maybe that's why you don't think you're greedy, because you're living a fantasy. The more I watch you, the more I begin to think that you actually believe that somehow you are entitled for this lifestyle to continue in perpetuity. That it's genuinely somehow the responsibility of other people to pay your bills. Sitting here with a straight face as a grown man saying how you only have 3 paths in life, and they're all on the internet streaming. Dude, you have hundreds
and the best one is begging for money. No, that's the good part. The best path you have in life as a middle-aged dude is for just a straight up beg for money. That's incredible. I've never heard anybody said anything like this. Even fucking Boogie and even Wings, when Wings says, yeah, I'm going to be sitting here streaming until I die. Even when he says shit like that, it's not as pathetic as this. It's fucking incredible. Big ups Anubis the Wicked for the $2. Says, because he talks tough when he thinks he's safe. That is very true. That's why there's a complete difference in the character of Darkside Phil when he's on his own show as opposed to when he's on somebody else's show. Because he has some idea that he says a bunch of shit on his stream and no one will ever find out that he said it, even though people regularly, literally, religiously clip everything he says.
Tried to do things different. Why I feel like my path can work, but it requires people to actually have some independent thought, to not listen to fucking morons who are constantly just crapping on
independent thought.
Personal gain. Phil's the worst guy on the internet. Dude, there is no one.
Isn't Phil using stuff for personal gain? Because I'm tired of this fucking personal gain bullshit discussion. I hate it so much. I despise it. Doesn't he do everything for personal gain? Didn't he straight up say, I'm only willing to take the polygraph, but if I get paid to take it, not even get paid to pass it, get paid to take it. Doesn't that mean he does everything for fucking personal gain? Isn't this the same guy that constantly disagrees to do stuff that he gets nothing out of? What a fucking piece of shit.
One who can legitimately look at me and my content and say that I am the worst guy on the internet, period. It's just not possible.
Yes, he wanted $5,000 just to take the polygraph, not even pass it, because he knew he was gonna lie. He knew he was gonna lie. He's so filthy and disgusting. He knew he wasn't gonna get the money. So he just wanted to do it so he gets paid anyways, which is ridiculous and absurd.
Yeah, you're probably not the worst guy on the internet. I will not argue with you on that one. Glad we could find some common ground. You are not the worst person on the entirety of the internet. Doesn't mean you're a good one, though. Again, you go to extremes, you go to...
And also, if you have to point out that you're not the worst person to do something, you still admit you are pretty bad and you deserve the criticism.
Things that can't be argued to try and defend yourself instead of addressing the things that people actually say about you.
So anyone who is a disingenuous liar who has no content and relies on trying to make fun of memes on the internet to make content. I want you to think about that. I sit here and I grind every day to put out content for you, whether it's gaming news, a podcast, just hanging out and having conversation, playing a game, doing other things outside the box, whatever it is. It's definitely content. All right?
Well, I mean, I guess content is classified as everything that is uploaded to YouTube or, well, you know, I don't have to fucking explain to you. So yes, technically it's content. Technically, yes, it is.
Make my content talking about other people's content.
But you do, though. You do. What about the Review Tech USA segments? What about the Playing with Duty segment? He straight up had a branded segment talking about one of his biggest trolls and how much he made fun of him that day. Let's check out how much fucking Duty made fun of me today.
That's way harder. Because if you don't make your original content, you just suck on everyone else.
Also, nobody gives a fuck what kind of content you make. It's 2025. You don't have to make content. You don't have to make your content. You don't have to make anybody say anything, fucking anything. It's 2025. It's the internet. You can kind of do whatever the fuck you want. And that's kind of it. I don't have to have a YouTube channel. Matter of fact, I feel pretty bad for not having a stream last month. Not at all. I feel pretty bad because there's people being members to this channel, but after all, it's a fucking YouTube channel for me. I don't want to get more committed to that. So I'm sorry about that. But that's just kind of the reality of life. He thinks that everyone who is on YouTube has committed and takes it as seriously as he does, even though he doesn't like actually show he's taking it seriously. He just pretends he is. So he's judging everyone by a standard that is unfair.
You're a fucking parasite. I don't need anyone else to exist. I don't need anyone else to exist. I don't need...
He needs video games to exist.
What?
Anyone else to exist. I don't need anyone else to exist.
Sorry, wanted to let that one marinate. The man who begs and begs and begs and begs and pleads and begs and begs and pleads his audience that only exists to make fun of him doesn't need anybody else to exist. Have we ever heard a more tone-deaf and less self-aware statement ever?
I'm self-aware.
That one might take the crown, people. Secondly, let's address the criticism on commentary content. Yeah, nobody in their right mind would defend commentary content, the kind of content I make, as something that is super high effort. I've said...
Yes. Matter of fact, most of the people that do it admit that it's slop, but there is... Like, I watch people like this, and I know that it's slop. Like, I don't watch it because it's incredibly important or meaningful. I watch it because I want to relax my brain and fill it with a bunch of empty, useless, and worthless knowledge and entertainment that will not affect me in any kind of way. And I know this going into it when I watch like a Turkey Tom video or an August the Duck video, that they don't take it very seriously. It's just fucking slop. And that's okay. It can be that. As long as you're not like Phil and make slop, dog shit, worthless content and present it like it's something that saves people's lives. And it's meaningful and it needs to exist.
Said many times before, what I do for a living is pretty easy. I'm extremely grateful and I'm extremely happy that I get to do what I love for a job. And yes, objectively making original content, as in content where you bring a brand new idea to the internet all on your own, a video where you do everything from scratch, you bring the idea to fruition all by yourself, is way harder than me talking about a TikTok video or Twitter drama or a streamer like Phil. What I'm not gonna let you say though, Phil, is that you do is somehow harder. Sure, we can say that you make original content and that you just don't talk about other people, even though you do that a lot. We can ignore that though. If you're gonna sit here and tell me that sitting down and giving your reaction to a video game is any harder than sitting down and giving your reaction to a video, you're lying to yourself. They are basically the same thing. And I'm gonna be honest with you, Phil, after watching some of your streams, I'm gonna say that what you do is easier. It doesn't seem like you you even take the time to get good at the games you play. You're subpar at basically everything that I saw at best. And 9 out of 10 times, the only thing you're doing is sitting there in complete silence or complaining about how it's the game's fault that you died. I clicked a random stream on Phil's channel. I'm going to pick a random 5-minute segment from the stream, and I'm going to show you guys every time he says something in 5 minutes. I will give you
Are we gonna watch that?
give you the time.
Oh, that's godlike.
Go check me if you think I'm lying. This is best kill streak ever as I grind for the Splinter.
Oh my god, look at this thumbnail. Look at his face on the thumbnail. Oh my god. It's dog shit.
In part 74, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 multiplayer, 9 minutes to 14 minutes. This is everything he says.
Kill him. The Semtex blew up on his body, which I pushed him into it.
And it's just sped up footage of this guy's resting pig face. Oh no.
Wow.
No, and look at this. And with the shitty ass camera, I hate this camera angle so much. He looks legitimately like he got lobotomized. Like you look in his eyes and you can see there's nothing there. There's nobody home.
How did he spawn? Oh my lord, he spawned behind me. Oh. He sniped through the smoke, but then
Whoa.
what on earth?
Whoa, it's so hype. Legit.
Why was there a mine? How did I walk through them?
Yeah, you got the point. I'm gonna skip through this.
So, yeah, calling this original content is kind of fucking wild. You're not even interacting with your chat. You're just sitting there in silence, only talking when you die. That's basically what you do when you play a video game off stream. What you're doing is not making content. So sure, talk all you want about how commentary content is not that hard to make, but do not trick yourself for a minute, Phil, that you're working any harder.
I exist in the center of this weird universe, and this parasite vortex exists around me. If I turn off my camera and never broadcast again, 1,000 people have nothing to do tomorrow. So
that's not true. That's not true. Even if he died today, people will be making regular videos about him for years to come. I'm not joking. Because there are so many gimmicks. It's just that he is not creative enough to come up with the gimmicks that you can do to maximize the amount of videos you can make on this guy, but you legitimately can, and it's not hard at all. It's not hard at all.
every one of them can get fucked. None of what you say matters. None of your...
But it does, though. It does, though. You are in this situation because what people say matters, and it gets to you, and it gets you reacting to stuff in a specific way that benefits us, and it hurts you and your credibility. And this video I'm watching right now is a result of that.
You're a bunch of fucking loser lowlifes.
Okay, if it makes you feel better, Phil.
On this big tough man act when tomorrow you're just going to go right back to begging your audience to give you money so you can continue to play games instead of getting a real job. Kind of a bad look, bud.
And yes, I am going to make money. I am going to ask
Hey,
for
Death Roll Lover.
contributions, and you're going to like it.
You're gonna like
Because
it.
I'm
You're gonna eat
successful
it.
And you're not. Because success doesn't mean you steal success from someone else. It means you make it for yourself, which is what I have always done, and you could never do because you don't have talent.
Whoa, no.
Boom.
He said it. He said the thing. No. No. Don't get me started on a fucking talent, because I'm pissed for real. Because this guy is legitimately, I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I mean this seriously, and I'm not saying this just because it's fucking Phil. It legitimately is one of the most worthless and least talented people I have ever seen. Ever.
Independent.
Because not only is he not talented at practical things, he doesn't have the talent to come up with interesting ideas, which I think is one of the most valued talents. Coming up with an idea that you know it's going to work, and you know how to put it together so it can work, and then you do that and it works. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. And that's 1,000,000%. I guarantee you this. And he's not talented in other ways as well, in ways that impact his job and his business. And I'm going to list a couple. He's not a talented commentator. He doesn't have witty or insightful commentary on stuff. He is not knowledgeable and talented in researching stuff or having good takes about video games or the video game industry. All of his opinions are either level 1 brain damage level opinions that even a fucking dog can come up with, or it's something that he saw on Twitter. That's pretty much, it's limited to that. He's not talented in making his own assets for the streams or like layouts or running a good stream that has good pacing. He's not talented in public speaking. He's not talented in like picking good guests for his show or making good decisions for his show. He is just not talented, period. And that's why he has to rely on pathetic and lame and shitty manipulative tactics, because he can't physically do anything better, because he's just this. This is what he is. What you see is what you get. A guy with more money than sense and more toys than actual talent.
Anyone who relies on me to make their content has no talent. If anyone wants to argue with that, why don't you make some content for your own and show me how fucking successful it does? Like some of these no-loads who actually did try. Oh, I'm going to play games like Phil does. Oh, I'm going to do a stream like he does. Oh, I'm going to do this. And then you fail, you fail, you fail, you fail.
Yes, but here's the difference, buddy. I don't have to succeed, and you do. To me, it's nothing. To me, I don't give a fuck. I can play a game or not play a game or watch Phil or not watch Phil or make a fucking song or whatever the fuck. And I don't have to care if anybody shows up. Because I don't do it for people to show up. I do it because I feel like it and it's fun for me. And you do it because you have to. So you kind of have to. Good luck with that. And that's because of your choices.
Thank you, Deathcore
Why
Lover.
doesn't July the Cuck make a fucking piece of content for himself that's not making...
What does that mean? What does that mean? Why does fucking Darkside Phil, this pathetic...
We had a lot of content to get through, so we didn't really have a whole lot of opportunities to interject and give our own opinions. So I tried to keep as mellow as I could.
Worthless subhuman. Why did this guy get to determine what kind of videos other people are going to do when he himself is not even good at making fucking videos?
Jump in when I can.
And he has to rely on being a cuck for a bunch of fucking retards that make fun of him all the time and pretending they like him. Why? Why does this guy get to determine what kind of shit other people should do for him to respect them? What worth does Darkside Phil's fucking
Mr.
respect
Ludacris
have
is gonna be
for
on
somebody?
today.
If DSP respects you, you're doing something wrong. You're probably really dumb, and you're doing things badly. That's a bad thing if he respects you.
You're writing or trying to bring down someone else and see how it does. Because it ain't gonna fucking work.
You know, for a whiny man baby who spends a lot of his time complaining that people don't do enough research or really know what they're talking about before opening their mouth, you sure do it a lot, Phil. Now, we don't have to go view for view here, buddy, but I actually do have two other channels other than this one. One is a gaming channel called Duck the August, and one is a channel where I shoot guns and shit called The Ballistic Bird. I uploaded the gaming channel like once every 2 months, maybe. I don't upload the gun channel anymore because where I used to film them, the zoning laws changed, so I can't shoot there anymore, unfortunately. But I think these two channels would fall under your definition of original content. And not to be that guy because it's kind of a douchey thing to say.
Oh, he's about to do it. He's about to do it. Yes. Yes, this is going to feel so good. Listen.
My videos on those channels outperform yours hundreds of times over. Not to mention, you know, the countless number of non-commentary videos I've made on this channel. So what now, Phil? How are you going to weasel your way out of this one, pal? You stay.
He just won't. He just won't because he's cook. He's not going to weasel it. He's going to say it's stupid drama. Let's not talk about it. And that's it. And then he's going to get drunk tonight and feel bad about it while Kat is praying.
With your full chest out big boy moment for you, that if I try those things, they're not gonna work, and objectively, you are wrong, bud. You are fully 100% just talking out of your ass to try and make yourself feel better. Just gonna try and circumnavigate a bit more. Ignore and dodge any criticism sent your way like you're so good at doing. Is that just always your plan? Sure seems like it, bud. Well, guys, what do you think? Do you think Phil will ever possess the ability to be honest with himself?
No. It's he would kill himself. If he was honest with himself, he would kill himself.
Oh my
so
God.
He can't.
Whoa,
He cannot afford. It hurts too much. It hurts him too much, even being delusional,
Slow
let
down.
alone being realistic and honest with
Point to
himself.
the
So he
speed
can't
limit.
afford to do that. Plus, I believe he has certain mental illnesses that make this quite literally impossible. So you could do what Triple P wanted to do, and you can give him a reality check, and he's going to sit there and nod his head and said that you're right about everything. And then 30 seconds later, pretend that you said nothing and that nothing that you said meant anything to him, because it doesn't. It genuinely doesn't. He knows better than you, and he's going to do whatever the fuck he wants because of some contrived reason or an excuse or a weird mental gymnastics justification. And this is why you shouldn't even try to get to him. He has lost, I guess, he has lost his privilege to have rightful criticism, and now all he can expect to get is people shitting on him and calling him names, because that's the bed he made for himself, and that's the bed he has to sleep in. Not my fault, but I'm very glad that this is the outcome. So big ups Amac Uno, who says, Sir Duck, please forgive Phil. He's experiencing the worst breakup of his life. Yeah, he might be depressed too. Damn, it sucks when that depression comes back. I hate it, dude. I hate that depression. It creeps in and it makes me lash out and spurg out at people. Big ups JE5150 with the $2. Don't do this to me, Mr. Duck. Mr. Cuck, don't do this. July. Big ups Anubis the Wicked, who says, said that a lie was still an answer. Yeah, that's all you need to know about the guy, really. That's all you need to know about the guy. If someone, like a complete outsider, heard about this, just hear about this one thing. That it was like, Craig was like, hey, Phil, but you lied to me for 5 hours. And Phil was like, yeah, but you asked me questions and I gave you answers. It doesn't matter if they were real or fake. Just this one thing would make somebody dislike him. Anyways, let's go back to the triple threat.
At what point are you going to be a man? At what point are we going to have a back and forth that fucking entertains people? You know what I mean?
You know, and he doesn't understand the busting balls. It's like me busting balls. Remember when I was busting balls on Worski, I was saying that his gaming streams were boring. I was just busting his balls. I have genuine affection for Worski. I wasn't being serious. I was busting his balls. Like, he's not a man. He's like a gay man. He doesn't understand men.
He's like a gay man. I agree. Very much so. What do I see? I see Kane Gain send me $1 super chat, but it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't fucking show up in Stream Elements. Of course, it doesn't. Why would it? It's not like this is supposed to show me stuff. Fucking damn it, dude. Okay, I'm gonna try and fix it.
Technical difficulty day.
Back and forth, whatever. Yeah. But ultimately,
okay.
I'm just testing him to see where he's at.
Don't need to whine. Don't need to complain. Just need to move
where
on.
the resistance is at. Where does it stop? It never stopped. I could have come into his house and fucked his wife. And
The bed would have broken.
Okay, this is too good. This is too good. I found it, by the way. Big ups Kane Gain 666 says, it's just like me when I don't have to get likes, retweets, or anything, and people will still say, where's Kane, because of the charisma, and I'm entertaining. DSP will never be that guy at all, but he thinks so throughout his entire life. And I guess that's a curse. I guess I would like to say it's a gift and a curse, because there are many people that don't have the confidence that DSP has. Many people that have a lot more capabilities than Phil, but they don't have the level of confidence. But then I start thinking about,
from lack
is
of
he
self-awareness.
really confident? I don't think he is.
He's just oblivious.
I think, matter of
He
fact,
can't read
he's
the room.
very insecure in his ability to entertain people, in his ability to produce good content, but he aims all these insecurities externally. So it's not like he's using this to motivate himself and say to himself, you know what? I know I'm shit at making videos. I know I can't edit for shit, but every couple of days I can spend an hour or two trying, and eventually I'm going to get better and I'm going to notice how my videos become better. No. We just admit, well, I don't have time to do this, so I guess I'm not going to edit videos at all. And the only thing that this does is get you more insecure, because you're just avoiding. You're not confronting something. You're just getting more scared about it.
I could have ate the food from his fucking fridge. Well, fuck his wife and fuck his cat's son around.
Yeah.
Fucker, as long as he was getting paid money.
You let it happen.
He doesn't give a shit about anything other than money and his ego. And the only reason he started getting upset about any of this shit was because he felt like it was giving the detractors a W.
Yeah.
This is what it is. It's his like sick fucking mental fixation on the
And that's not even like a speculation or suggestion. That's just straight up a proven fact. That he got so mad about the cat thing, not because he gives a fuck about if people make fun of Cat or not, because he knew people were going to make fun of her when he decided to reveal her again, and he knew that she looked much fatter and much less attractive, which is objectively a fact, let's be honest. And he knew that he was going to get shit for it, but he did it anyways. He used her as a human shield. He did it anyways. He didn't care. So in this case, he wouldn't care as well if somebody called her fat, because she is. She is fat. But he cared about people, like the detractors, taking this as an L.
He didn't care about
As a win. As a win.
He didn't care about anything you said until the detractors started going after him. Like, why aren't you defending your wife like a man would?
Well, this
Yeah, same thing with Derek.
comes down to it is it wasn't his instinct to defend his wife. Now they're saying my mic is really, really low. Is there any
Is it?
way
I
I
can
think
fix it.
I think
Crank it up.
Steven is
Yeah,
just-
I'll
has a
crank it
really
up.
loud
People are
mic.
lying, dude. Look at them, how they're lying about this. The mic is fine.
Okay. Test.
All right.
Liars.
Steven
and
has
trolls.
bad
1, 2, 3. Is
acoustics,
it
but
his stream
who am I to talk?
saying all sorts of shit about his wife, about everything, and he never said a fucking thing. Most people's first instinct,
Yeah.
you go after your wife, they say, "Fuck you, bitch. Let's fucking square up and fight."
And the thing is, dude, he could have just straight up said, fuck you, bitch. Because guess what? People talk like this to their friends.
Yeah.
It's called banter. Legit. Fuck you, bitch. You can say this. And you don't even have to be like close friends or something. Like, I just don't get it. He's just so soft and so
Yeah,
gay,
I tried
he
to make this
couldn't
point
do
on that being said that
Fuck you. You can't say
dude
that
say
shit.
this.
Like, at least,
shit.
like, do it, even if it was like in character. Just as long as you do it.
And they fucking check you.
Yeah, I would.
No,
If you
he has no instinct whatsoever.
It's a very
Like,
feminine
like,
approach
let's-
to
let's
societal
imagine
interaction.
TBS. If I said something about Chew and ALT
Raised by his
told me,
mother.
fuck you, bitch, go fuck yourself, you're gay, that would be funny.
Yeah, what?
Let's
Hold on.
No instinct whatsoever.
let's imagine TBS. If I said something about Chew and ALT told me, fuck you, bitch, go fuck yourself, you're gay, that would be funny. That would be a funny thing because it's banter and I know he's joking and he knows I'm joking.
Defend his wife or care for his wife. The only reason
You
he
don't have to
now
be,
suddenly
like,
has
I
found
don't
this
know.
conscience for his wife is because
And obviously, I wouldn't say something that is hurtful and damaging and toxic. I wouldn't say that because I know that's mean to say to somebody that I like.
It's not even a political
told him he
thing.
should.
But it would just be a fucking banter.
Even lefties know,
If he
as long as they
actually cared
socialize
about
and they're not,
honored
you know, like
cherished
Twitter
his wife,
lefties.
I would have honored his ultimatum. But I know it comes from a place of disingenuous fucking bullshit.
Yeah, that's true.
He doesn't actually care about his wife because if he did, his wife wouldn't be in the condition she fucking is in. Let's
Yeah.
be real. Phil put-
kind of wrecked her.
let's talk about this, right? Because it's kind of distasteful to talk about people's wives, right? Like it's not really like polite or nice.
I agree.
Ever.
Yeah.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, Medicare
Dark
doesn't.
Side Phil is no fucking babe in the woods. When Dark
Right.
Side Phil put Cat on stream, this wasn't 2012 Phil,
100%.
Phil, 2014, 2015, 2016 Phil. This was like 2023, 2020.
And again, I'm gonna repeat this, so I'm not like I don't come across as like a ball hugger for Triple P. I still remember when he called the detractors retards for like 6 months straight, even if it was in character. But what he is saying here is just absolute truth and is good logic, and it makes sense, and I agree with it.
Or Dark Side Phil.
Yeah,
he
recent.
He knew what sort of audience he had. He knew right well that when
Yeah, the rabbit thing
detractors
is-
saw his wife, what they would say.
Someone on Twitter made a very good point. One of the reasons he might have hid the fact that he had more than one pet is because that's against homeowner association rules. And if it got out and it got reported to the HOA, he could get in trouble, maybe even evicted.
say, how they would mock her,
We'll
how they would
see.
shit on her, how they would cripple her self-esteem and confidence with what they said. And he did it anyway. He exposed his wife to all of
Either
that anyway.
he gets evicted or he
knowing
gets rid of the
what would
animals,
happen.
which
And
Yeah.
I think that's a
Would not
fucking
make Cat happy.
scumbag move, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, and it really seemed like it was like, look, I have a woman. You know, it seemed like he was bragging. Like the only reason he put her there is so he could
and
prove he had a woman.
How he introduced it, it's beyond even that. How he introduced it was to say, we have an announcement. And it's not that she's
Yeah.
pregnant.
Yeah, this is not a pregnancy announcement.
At his own wife's weight gain, hurting his own wife's self-esteem and self-respect. Why? So he could more easily control her. So
And he did this in the very start of the stream, which was kind of like the worst part about this, because he already set the standard. He made her uncomfortable immediately.
she would be put in her place easier so that she would have no options. This is a man who ordered.
Now, this is the thing, though. What I want to say is that I cannot confirm nor deny that Phil is doing this on purpose. Like, he's trying to crush that woman on purpose so she can feel like shit and be depressed and stay with him forever. I cannot confirm or deny he is doing this on purpose, but what I can say is that it's working.
Sometimes
Most
rabbits
probably,
just die.
it is working. Because that's what he tried to do with Panda Lee. It might just be his brain, his abnormally large head that does this, and he is not kind of willingly and consciously doing it. That's possible, but if he's doing it, he's still guilty of doing it.
DoorDash 7 days a week.
It's 7 days a week, really?
Every day, this motherfucker is DoorDashing.
Yeah, so that's what his
poor
viewers
Pippa.
are paying for him to live an extra. Who does he think he is? The Kardashians? They order food every day, but like they're millionaires, you know, like they can afford it.
And I'll tell you this, it's not just the DoorDash. I've seen what's in his refrigerator. He has something called the snack pizza. Entire fucking frozen pizza that's apparently a snack.
That's a snack.
Now
That's
I'm
dinner.
400 fucking pounds. I don't even call a pizza a fucking snack, for God's sake.
Oh, God, you're right.
It's fucking ridiculous. What are you talking about, man? And now, so this whole thing, right, is about how he has to protect his wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my wife. I have to protect my family. I have to protect my family. Ooh, what's going to happen? People are going to, it's hurting my family. It's hurting their feelings. What does he do?
I think the first step to protecting your family is protecting your family's image. Basically, don't be a retard is what I'm trying to say. Like, don't make your family look bad, because they inevitably will. And not only is Phil himself making the family look bad, he is telling and revealing stories about Kat that made her look bad and really stupid. So that's kind of his doing.
Today, to protect his fat wife from being called fat by a fat man, he decides to reveal her medical info.
Yeah, I was
on
shocked.
stream today.
Yeah, I was shocked. Why would you do that?
Is that what's keeping your wife safe? Is that what's keeping your family safe? Or is that what you're doing, using your wife as a human shield?
Yes.
Her as a sympathy shield?
Yeah.
Get
Get more donors.
Criticism, yes. To get pity donations, to get pity support, to make himself the victim. Oh, woe is Phil. Phil has a hard time. His wife is sick. Well, she's 300 goddamn pounds. Of course she's fucking sick.
God damn it.
Why
is it always funny?
Fucking healthy, for fuck's sake? No. We have to live in the fucking real world and be objective about shit. It's not a healthy or mature or adult lifestyle the way that Phil's living or Kat's living or even I'm living, for God's fucking sakes. And I know that because I fucking live that shit because I'm a big fat fuck. It's not easy being a big fat fuck, but I have a right to call her a big fat fuck because I am one. And I know firsthand.
It's like the N-word. That's what I thought. It's like the N-word.
What? Steven, what is like the N-word?
Yeah, you can say it if you are
only
one.
Say it if you are
Yeah.
a person that gets called that word.
I have a right to call her a big fat fuck because I am one. And I know firsthand.
It's like the N-word. That's what I thought. It's like the
Steven, no.
We need Sly here to
No.
litigate.
And also, I mean, come on, like, what? I can't call Kat fat even though she factually is fat. Because
That's true.
I'm not fat.
PPP.
No, come on, we can call her fat. She is.
For fuck's sake. It's 2 seats Kat also. So to me, it's just a bit fucking rich. And I'll say this.
I just love this moment. It's like he's like, yes, it's just like the N-word.
It came face to face. This pussy, dickless worm didn't say.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, he didn't say it to your face. He had a chance last week.
And when it came today, I said, come on then, bring me on. He could still bring me on in 48 minutes and have a chat about this. But
Yeah.
he's a ballless bitch because he knows he can't stand like a fucking man. He can't have a confrontation. He can't have an argument because he knows he'll get blown out like the worthless bitch pussy that he fucking is. And that's just the bottom line because PPP said so. To quote the smart guys. And it's Hollywood PPP now. Look at this show. It's what? 8 times bigger in terms of viewership than Smart Guys was. You know,
Yeah.
donations are
10
flying
times.
in.
Yeah.
You guys are being incredibly generous. Steve doesn't have to get on his knees. Please, guys. I
need grocery
I
money.
have to
Yeah.
eat lunch meat sandwiches like a peasant, like a plebeian.
And
guy.
I'm eating Girl Scout cookies for free. It's not a goal. I'm just-
Oh yeah, he ate Girl Scout cookies allegedly.
$1,500
So yeah.
fucking Girl Scout cookies?
I'm eating them for free. Yeah.
How about Phil do a reward people would be interested in? And this is part of the problem.
But then again, when you foster a community that really isn't interested in anything, they're interested in whatever you tell them they should be interested in. That's kind of, I guess, I don't know how to call it, disincentivizing for them because like they don't care, like they do not care. So it's like, why would you care? Because you get to determine what they care about. It's like really stupid, but it's DSP.
Phil is he's just a boring fucking bum. He's not willing to ever give back to the audience. He takes and takes and takes and takes and takes. It's not just the audience. It's his family. It's his parents that he takes and takes and takes.
Yeah, he took money from them and he promised to get a job.
Wife that he takes and takes and takes from.
He treats her like a maid. He doesn't treat her like a wife. He treats her like a live-in maid.
It's just a trophy for him to show off his mature adult lifestyle.
Yo, Pete, you're not married, but like, listen, I'm married. If I ever went on stream and complained about a meal my wife made, she would murder me. But that's, like, he complained that she made meals that were inedible, so he had to order food or something.
Lie. He's so comfortable. He's comfortable lying about everything else. He's comfortable about lying about WWE champions and spending tens of thousands of dollars a month.
I like him. I saw on Twitter that people said the Triple was legit pissed, and he does actually seem like it. He's not just hamming it up, I feel. He's like legit pissed that this guy is so trash, and he tried to help him be a little bit less trash. But as always, this is what happens in the end.
Well, his wife goes without a fucking honeymoon. Well, his wife goes without a fucking day of vacation. Well, his wife works part-time at fucking Best Buy, but he talks about how he loves his fucking wife. Give me a fucking break.
You're right.
And you know what? I care more about Phil's life than he fucking does.
You try to help him, yeah.
He doesn't have any passion. He doesn't have any soul in his fucking body. He's a hollowed out husk of a fucking man that let me walk all over him. A 400-pound lesbian fucking tranny walked all over internet legend Darkside Phil, pissed in his mouth. He swallowed and said, "Thank you, sir." I have another.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
I mean, that's pretty much what happened. DSP opened up his mouth. He opened wide, and then that happened. And he was perfectly fine with it because guess what? They gave him an audience. And he's been wanting this for so long, but in the end, I think he kind of regrets that. I don't even think he does. I don't even know.
Get the money,
I think
dummy.
He should, because you should regret being a cuck, being a bitch, being humiliated. Should not be a positive thing, but it's Phil.
It's a disgrace. He's a fucking joke. Unbelievable.
It is. It's, let me ask you too, like, what was it like having to work with him? Because I know I heard some stuff like, for those unaware, like everything was a negotiation and an endless, like, if it was me, P, and you said, let's try this on the show, and you were doing a show, I'd say sure, because what you're doing works. Why would you say no to a guy who's successful at content creation and not agree to do things? You're trying to get him to do better. You're trying to help him.
Well, this is the thing. I'm just trying to make a show that's not fucking boring. That's not fucking garbage. Like,
Then why are you doing it with Andy Worski, a renowned entertaining person?
every fucking show this guy has done or ever has done throughout his entire fucking career, it's been nothing but the lowest effort slog.
Low effort, yeah.
I used to think, Oh, there must have been a golden age of Phil.
No.
They were all shitty. They were all shitty.
There must have
Low
been a
effort.
time. There must have been a time where he really did try, and he had passion, and he was grateful for his support, and he didn't take it for granted. No,
No, he
From the
always
very
sucks. He
beginning.
sucks from the first show. Yeah.
not from the very first show that he did.
Just lucky
It
to be
was
early. He wasn't good. He was early.
That's it. He was early, and he gained a big advantage by being early. And this man has made millions of dollars, and he squandered.
Where does it all go if he's made millions?
Well, we know where it went. It goes to Gin, it goes to DoorDash, goes to WWE Champions, and it goes to shitty red, green, and blue lights in the background. And this is when
Yes, well, that's the thing. People say it goes nowhere and it's all wasted. It is invested into maintaining comfort. That's what it is. It's investing into sustaining the lifestyle that doesn't need to be sustained. Like this, he could be living in a much more humble way that's going to cost him a lot less money, objectively, a lot less money. And he would actually he could afford to have some sort of stability or financial security. But his decision is to be comfortable. So when you are comfortable, you have to make sacrifices. And his sacrifice is to never make any progress. Because his idea of happiness is maintaining existence. Just existing. Which, okay, dude, if that works for you, if that's happiness, that says more about you than it does anything else.
it's really pathetic is what I did.
I have good
Phil,
red, green, and blue lights. I'm just saying.
I brought Phil in, and I gave him an audience of thousands.
A huge opportunity.
Thousands of live viewers and tens of thousands of replay viewers. Massive promotional push behind him. I got him an interview with Josh Moon. We did the Review Tech USA stuff. This guy had tens of thousands of dollars flooding in when he was at his lowest financial.
You helped
point.
him when he was ready to fucking die.
Estimates are about $40,000 to $50,000.
That's what he made from your relationship. Wow. Yeah, and I was telling my audience, like, I appreciate so much what you and Andy did for me. Like, it's life changing when a big show like these guys comes and says, "We're going to put you in front of our audience, bring us good stuff, bring us good content." It was life changing for me, completely life changing. He didn't appreciate it. I was getting pissed.
But here's what I want to say: the guy could have got a dishwasher for his wife.
Yeah.
The guy could have fixed his toilet, which doesn't work. The guy could have fixed his shower.
What's he doing? Shitting in a bucket or something?
Molded and fucking filthy. Well, one of his toilets is on the fritz. But instead of renovating his home, his largest asset, where he lives, where he sleeps, where he eats, where he shits, where he showers, and where he shaves,
And where he begs.
idiot threw all of the money on upgrades to a setup that were completely unnecessary.
Yes.
Flashy gimmicks that he didn't fucking need, that didn't lead to any more viewership.
I don't even think he spent that.
Oh no, this might if DSP watches this, which I think to protect his ego, he will not watch this because he considered this person to be his friend. But if he watches this, he will be very heartbroken by this specific part, because you can tell if you look at DSP's shitty ass layout that he tried to mimic Triple P, and he tried to mimic the way Triple P expresses himself and his energy and even his style of begging. He tried to mimic this guy, and now this guy is telling him, you did this poorly, you made this trash, and that must hurt a lot.
Lights aren't that expensive, and neither are the cameras he bought or anything that he
we know
bought.
it all went to Hogan pulls on WWE Champions.
He wasted it. He wasted the money.
Went to Amazon, knickknacks and doodads and fucking bullshit. Instead of
And imagine, the weird thing to me is, imagine being an online personality for so long and not having your own personality and not having your own character and ripping off other people's gimmicks and other people's mannerisms and ways of expressing themselves. Because I guess yours doesn't work or you fail to develop one. Because in the beginning, I understand. In the beginning, you start by doing stuff that you would like to see, that other people do, that you enjoy. And you are greatly inspired by them, and you do gimmicks that they do because you like them. And you think that this is going to work for you. But as time goes, you find your thing, and you find your personality, and you develop that. No one expects you to have it off the get-go. But Phil still doesn't have it. I guess I wouldn't take it as an answer for you to say, well, his personality is just being trash and terrible and cringe, because that's not really a personality. That's things that you do. But I don't know. I don't know.
That actually could have tangibly improved his life or
And
his
wife's
wife's
life.
life.
Yeah.
Which is apparently what this is all about. But we know that it's not actually about that. We know what it's really about, which is that last week on Smart Guys.
Oh, that was the trigger.
I dared to actually be his friend.
That's what I said. Yeah.
I dared to speak out and actually tell him hard truths that he needed to hear about how he's streaming, how his life is, how it's unsustainable, how he needs to make changes. He needs to do something else.
Do something new. Yeah.
What he's doing is not working. He is living at the mercy of 2 or 3 mentally ill, weirdo fucking whales that float his boat, that force him to bend the knee and submit to them. They tell him what to do. He's not the captain of his own fate. He's not the master of his soul.
He acts like he is. Yeah.
He claims that on level 1, he's his own boss and he runs the show, and it's not Keemstar telling him what to do, or it's not PPP telling him what to do, but it's worse. It's worse. It's these weird, nameless fucking psychopaths that handle his ability to live above his head and force him to beg on his hands and knees like a fucking animal. And he's so fucking run down and ragged and pathetic that he doesn't even realize that the first principle of this stuff is to entertain. He just thinks, oh, well, you know, I'm just going to show up with my fucking tin cup.
Play Ninja Turtles.
I'm going to talk in circles, and the show is going to be a fucking business meeting every fucking show. Every fucking show. It's a business meeting. Guys, I didn't get enough support. We got to hit the targets. The guy sounds like a retail middle manager.
Yeah, because he treats it like that.
Telemarketer or like an infomercial guy. Yeah.
Manager
and he does it like that because he is inspired by people like that. Like that's it. That's his perception of how businesses are supposed to be run. Because you know why? What's the core reason? He doesn't watch YouTube. He doesn't care about YouTube. He doesn't care about the culture. He doesn't care about the place that he straight up exploited to make millions of dollars, if I dare say that. Millions of dollars. Because it doesn't fucking matter, because it's just a device. It's just a utility that prints money. So if you don't care about the culture of the platform, and you don't care about the landscape of content, and you don't care about what kind of stuff other people do, you will do bad content. Because you don't know what people want to watch. You are disingenuous, and you are doing it for the wrong reasons. And that's why he makes bad content. And he also has no passion, and he also has no drive or motivation to do anything.
The phone right now. Operators are standing by.
Which also partially stems from him not watching content. Because if he did, then he would see somebody and he would get inspired to do something better than what they've done. Like, for example, you open up a stream and you see, oh, this layout kind of doesn't make sense. And, you know, it's hard to read and it's hard to look at what's going on the screen. I'm going to do better than that. You know, you look at it through the eyes of the of the viewer. You know, you look at it from the customer perspective. If you're going to be a businessman, and the customer experience is dog shit.
3 more revenue generating units this week so that we can hit the goal towards Q2. It's like,
it's very off-putting what he does. Yeah.
Like how any other live stream operates on the face of the fucking earth. Normally,
he asked for support once or twice. Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know, bro. He doesn't know how often they ask for support. He doesn't know how they do their calls to action. He doesn't know how they do their advertisements. He doesn't know how they do their product placements. He doesn't know because he doesn't care. The only reason he started begging like Triple P is because he actually bothered to watch their fucking show. And to be like, oh, so I can beg like this and people wouldn't mind. And then that's what he did.
4 or 5 times.
And the only reason he watched that show is because he wanted to be on it. He didn't give a fuck about what they talk about. Do you think he cares about Anissa or iDubbbz or Ethan Ralph? He doesn't give a shit. He just wanted to be on. So he just went and pretended to like it and was sucking dick in chat until they let him on.
Like support, it's just pathetic because the entire show revolves around the support. There's nothing else going on other than enriching him with money. There is no content.
You're right. He has nothing.
The thing is, this is a guy who talks and he has nothing to say. Nothing to say. There's no points that he ever makes where you go, oh, that was a good take. Oh, didn't hear that one before.
Yeah, I never told you. I never told you.
Informational.
I never told you, but remember, I came on Kino and I didn't know that you had started a show with him. And then so I started shitting on him, and then you guys did too. But I never told you. But like when I found out that you started a show with him, I was like, God damn, I was like a month late. Like I could have got that opportunity instead of this loser. And I was honestly jealous. I was like, this prick is talentless. Like he doesn't deserve the opportunities that you gave him. And then he squandered all that promotion, tens of thousands of viewers on him. He could have done something great. He wasn't ready to be great. He never will be.
Well, I guess if we're going to be honest, he did kind of try to appeal to those viewers that, like I said earlier, in the flash, in the blink of an eye, he turned his back to his own dance and started appealing to the Kino viewers. It's just, I guess it didn't work, or he didn't do it enough.
Let me tell you the worst part about working with Phil.
Yeah.
It's not that he's like a total charisma vacuum, boring,
Which he is.
on-air personality, because I could carry that bitch. You know,
Yeah.
when we did Smart Guys, they looked it up, the stats. I would talk 75% of the show.
Yeah.
He would talk 25% of the show.
Yeah, check the stats.
He was a bad Ed McMahon.
Let me sit here and nod along. I'm going to nod along. And then he would just repeat the exact same takes that I would say, or slightly rephrase what I would say, because he sucks and he's talentless. He has no creativity. He has no original opinions of his own. That's bad enough. But the real problem with Phil is the behind the scenes. It's the autistic adherence to the schedule, the most sacred schedule, having to negotiate every single appearance, every single thing, running everything by him. Normally with a streamer like today, you DM me, hey, can you come on? Absolutely.
We didn't game plan or like plan anything. We don't need to.
3 or 4 days of schmoozing back and forth in DMs, you know, oh, how is this going to work out? Talking about every single aspect of a live stream. How's it going to play out? But it's beyond even that. Like, that's draining. That's exhausting. You have to treat him like a king.
He's
like
very needy. Yeah.
Prince of Siam.
Super needy.
It's every day at 4 a.m. This guy gets drunk as fuck on gin.
Oh, wow.
What?
I don't know if he's next to his wife in bed while she's
Wait, is this based on what we say he does, or is this based on some insider info?
sleeping after her.
Because, dude, I would not be surprised if it turns out that DSP is such a lonely and needy person and so much in need for human connection that he would admit all this shit to Triple P. I would not be surprised. Matter of fact, I completely expect for that.
Her hard day of working fucking retail and then cooking for him and cleaning for him and picking up after him. I don't know if he's in bed next to her or where he is, but he's drunk as a fucking skunk off gin, doing WWE champions polls, messaging me all sorts of sad shit about how about how this is going right, going right. Feel bad for me.
Oh no, I'm having a cringe attack. I'm legitimately fucking cringing that this guy is so needy and embarrassing. Like, bro, they pretend to like you. They don't actually like you. No. Holy fuck.
Me.
He's a taker. He's a taker.
Legitimately got physical cringe reaction.
He doesn't reciprocate.
Can you book these guests for me? Can you do this for me? Can you do that for me? And then when it comes time for him to do his part, when it comes time for me to go, hey, man, this is a huge opportunity. How about you do this lie detector test with Steve? It's massive amounts of
We would have
money.
broken the internet with that.
Well, it's a huge spectacle. It's viral. People wanted to see that. Not everybody wanted to see it, but enough people wanted to see it where it would be compelling and captivating to see. Would Phil pass the lie detector test?
Yeah, and by the way, Pete, let me just interrupt you. Pete, when he found out that I had a polygraph, he said, let me arrange this. And P was going to pay for the plane tickets, the hotel, everything. And I agreed. Like I said, I'm down. I'll get there. I don't want to take an 8-hour flight to Washington State, but I'll do it because P asked me to. I said, absolutely. Me and P were completely down with the plan. We were ready to do it. Phil, fuck.
I'm not the biggest fan of calling him P. Because, you know, P.
Poochie fucked the whole thing up. He fucked the whole thing up.
Kind of like there was this show on TV. I forgot which one, but there was a character called Sweet Pea. And I know it's like they're talking about like P, like the Black Eyed Peas or something. But Sweet Pea, come on. You can do better than this. We can make up something else.
All made some money. It would have been great.
It would have been huge content. And there
Yeah, that's some Diddy energy. That's we're getting into Diddy territory here.
bunch of things
Into R. Kelly.
with Phil versus Steve, crossovers, collaborations. I talked about potentially doing, paranormal investigations with him, UFO type shows, all sorts of things I pitched to this guy.
Yeah, but because this is kind of an appealing concept of the simpleton, the idiot, the village idiot that is getting presented with some new information that he didn't know about and seeing what his reaction would be. But Phil is so insecure that he's going to end up looking stupid, or he's going to end up, despite people already thinking he's stupid and he is incapable and he's the village idiot, he doesn't want people to keep thinking that. So he is cucking himself out of producing some genuinely interesting content.
I've pitched him debate shows.
He said no to everything, didn't he?
I've everything.
What exhausting dealing with this guy.
And it's like, okay, come up with a new idea. Then I come up with a new idea. I pitch it to him. He has objection. I overcome then it's another objection. It's always for him a reason to say no. But you know what? I come from sales and I'm persistent as fuck. And most people would give up. And everybody else has given up on Phil and working with Phil. But I'm like, fuck it. I'm soldiering on no matter how draining this is.
Yeah.
No matter how exhausting this is. I'm like, you know what? There's something here. And by the way, a lot of it is sunk cost fallacy because I went through a lot of shit with the detractors, and perhaps rightfully so, because propping up this fucking pig was a total fucking mistake.
Hey, there we go. At least we have this. Because like I said, this guy was calling us retards for like 6 months and making a bunch of straw man arguments against detractors. At least I'm glad he's acknowledging he did that.
Oh no!
Total waste of time.
Well, the detractors were right about it then.
But
Yeah.
I had my donators doxxed. I had like my editor, like his kids were threatened in DM.
Jesus Christ.
What?
All sorts of crazy shit that I went through just to have this relationship with Phil. And I just kept giving and giving and giving, just like the dents that give Phil money, except it was my time, my creativity, my effort, my charisma, my show ideas. And he just take and he just take and he just take. Then when we bring him on my show, he's low energy. He seems like he might be drunk or strung out. He never has
Or
anything
hungover.
to say.
Well, remember, he's a former alcoholic. Like,
Former alcoholic that's taking shot after shot after shot after shot
Yeah, also, I guess he also did that.
without feeling it.
on stream. Yeah,
Fireball.
I saw some of those clips.
Fireball, it's some nasty fucking
Yeah,
shit.
and he was just yeah. And listen, I have my own struggles with alcohol, and I can tell you, having observed him, I think that he did several of those Smart shows very hungover because he's super low energy, like he's got a headache and beat up looking. Like, for all you know, he was drinking until 8 o'clock in the morning, and then he gets up to do the show with you, and you have to.
I wouldn't say 8 o'clock. I would say 4 at most. 4 at most. 4 at most. Because you got to get some sleep. Come on. Because he's a geezer. He's old. He needs some sleep.
He talked 10% of the time, 20% of the time. You carried the whole show. And then he cut you out like a snake. He thinks he's going to do fine and keep the money. Keep all the money now.
Listen, this is where I'm at with it. I just want to remind people from the beginning, I didn't come to Phil and ask him to do content with me. Phil came to me and asked me to do content with him. And Phil asked me to do drama content with him about Review Tech USA.
Of course he did.
I'm not about
Again, we were right again, because that's what everybody said when they started doing stuff. Because they said, "Oh, it's just about making fun of Review Tech USA." But since DSP can't do it on his own show and get people to care about him, then he's gonna go do it on someone else's show that is much bigger than his own, so people can actually take it seriously.
drama. I'm not about stepping.
Those are his highest viewed streams.
I'm not about feuding with people, this or that. Let me tell you something. When Phil got the casino bump and the casino boost, Darkside Phil tried desperately to do drama. He tried to do.
He sucks. He can't do it.
With
He can't do it because he
Review Tech,
sucks.
With Cog, with Ethan Ralph, with like the whole Rogues Gallery. He tried to battle with the DSP, and he sucked, and he struck out every fucking time. It gained no traction.
He squandered the opportunity you gave him.
It was a total embarrassment. He was a total fucking choke artist. He talks about, I would never do drama because I'm a good and moral person.
Yeah, bullshit. And you know what, P, I kind of thought like, and I'll tell you this honestly, when you gave me the opportunity, I had been grinding like in the shadows for 3 or 4 years, and I developed pretty good, persona to do shows. Like I was ready for the opportunity you gave me, but I still worried. I was like, holy shit, this is such a huge opportunity. I can't fuck this up. And so I put my foot on the gas as soon as you gave me that opportunity. And you'll notice like I improved my show, my graphics, the music, like I leveled up everything because you gave me that opportunity and I didn't want to waste it or squander it. He squandered it. He fucked the pooch on the whole thing.
Well, so here's where I'm going with this. Now, again, people are saying that your audio's too high, my audio's too low still.
Okay, yeah, let's skip through this.
He wasn't going to make to people. Yeah. Is it much louder? Test it.
Yeah, let's do some shout outs instead. Big ups Ben Reviews Things for 16 months, dudes, and big ups XJS for the new membership. Shout out to David Solderholm 98 for the sub, and Ray T, yes, for the sub. Big ups. Shout out to XJS for the $2.20, who says, the massacre continued on last night's Kino stream. I did see some clips, and they were very good. I have to say, they were very funny from what I saw. And they were gossiping about how Phil was texting. No, they were texting each other during the show when Phil was on, talking about how boring and lifeless he is, which is hilarious. Also, shout out with Willow the Kid, who says, what are your thoughts on Triple P? Hero or villain? I'm 50-50. I think he's his own thing. He's a beast of no nation, and I've been saying this since the beginning. He does what's best for him and his own audience, and he's an agent. He's a triple agent. Nowadays, he's not a triple agent. He's just a double agent, I guess, because he's no longer appealing to the Dents or DSP. So he's just appealing to his audience and the detractor audience, hoping that there's enough of a crossover for a bunch of people to support his show, which is the logical thing he should do in a situation like this.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's better. Okay. So
big ups, 2 cats, 1 roach, who says, rip Rabbit Burnell. Yes, apparently they also had a pet rabbit that died. But I'm thinking it's one of those like woodland critters he talks about. One of those animals that he has in his backyard. Because he's like, you shouldn't forget, he lives in like a Disney princess world.
This is the point I want to make to people. Every single thing that Darkside Phil, for years, that he had been telling his audience that he wasn't about. He wasn't about drama anymore. He wasn't about begging anymore. He was a family.
So yeah, to answer your question, I don't think he's a hero or a villain. I think he does what he does for himself, to benefit himself and further his own agenda. And naturally, by extension, he has produced entertainment for me and for the detractors as a whole. And he has also contributed to Darkside Phil. He gave him a bunch of clout, and as a result, DSP got a bunch of money. So that's just a byproduct of him doing things that he believes are best for him to do.
He wasn't about doing clout. He didn't do politics or any sort of political grift. Every single thing that Phil sold himself on, during the course of the Kino Casino arc, he sold his soul to me. He absolutely sold every single principle that he absolutely stand for, starting with drama and then moving into politics. He did the political grift, trying to chase my audience and chase my donors, and he fucking failed. And bit by bit by bit, we took Darkside Phil's soul away to the point where even his precious family, even his wife, Kat, even his parents, even his cat weren't off limits for me. I could say whatever the fuck I wanted, and Phil would lay down like a pig in the fucking
he was making money from you. As long as he was making money, he was okay with anything you said.
The only thing he cares about is money, and he gave it all up, and he doesn't have a fucking leg to stand on. Much like how the final boss, The Rock, took John Cena's soul last week, I took Phil's soul
Okay. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. He did not have a soul. Matter of fact, he has been looking for this exact opportunity to quote unquote sell his soul for a long time now.
Entire arc.
But no, he doesn't have a soul. I would say he maybe had a soul way back, before even like direct capture, when he was just sitting around drunk playing video games. I would say this was a semblance of a soul. But then online popularity, as it does to many other people, corrupted him fundamentally. And he has been living his life and doing his running his channel in such a way that would, I guess, maximize that.
And he's left with nothing. He associated with racism. He shilled for Donald Trump. You know what I mean? He said deplorable, toxic thing about women, calling Lex a slut
and an
erasure, and he was jealous and bitter of losing his money to her. All of the things he talks about, how he's not toxic. He is 100% toxic.
Only positive content. P.
The thing is, this guy wants to be a bully. This guy wants to be a drama streamer. He wants to be
absolutely
deliver the promo like I do. That's why he looks up to me as a father figure. That's why he looks up to me as an idol.
Well, yeah, you're very talented. You have all the talent he wishes he had.
I'm capable of doing the things that Phil wishes he could do. Exactly. He looks at me and he goes, oh, there's a guy who can fight my battles for me, and I can hide behind his skirt.
Literally this.
And there'll be no consequences. Well, Phil, the consequences are coming now, Phil.
Oh, no. Oh, this is... And I like these segments because he's not just talking. He is cutting a promo. Like, he's cutting a promo in a way that he knows how. Like, this should be the actual smart guys. This is the real smart guys. Because he's legit cutting a promo on this guy.
Consequences are on their way, Phil.
And it's a good promo.
Everything that you've sowed for the last 6 months, 7 months, 8 months.
Like I said, they're going to take all of it back.
However long it's been of the casino arc, you are now going to sow. All of the old viewers that you alienated by trying to pander to my audience, which you could never have because you're not talented enough, intelligent enough, charismatic enough to entertain an audience as intelligent enough as the one that I have and Steve has. Phil, our audience is going to leave.
They're all going to leave him.
Have already left.
Banish him, P. Banish him from the Kinoverse. Banish him.
Banish him.
He banished himself by being a fucking bitch. He banished himself by being unable to play.
Phil is going to get blackballed from the sector. What is he going to do now? What is next for Phil?
The big boys. He couldn't play a big boy game. It hurt his fucking feelings to do the things that were necessary to attract attention and entertain people in this sphere. The thing is, Phil takes this stuff way too seriously. Way too seriously. He takes himself way too fucking seriously. He has the thinnest skin of anybody I've ever worked with. He's a total fucking diva. He can't handle being the nail. He wants to be the hammer, but he doesn't have the fucking balls to be either the hammer or the nail.
And also you can't. Balls are not enough. That's what she said. Yes. So balls are not enough. You also need to be entertaining when you do it. So when you do like a blood sports thing, people are not watching it because you call somebody slurs. People are watching it because it's a scandal and it's entertaining and it's funny and it's fun. And if you can't make it like that and you're not talented enough to even get in fights with people, you should just get a fucking job at Walmart or something.
Talent. Yeah, he just doesn't have it.
What's fucked up about Phil is he's just a castrated bitch.
Yeah, I'm going to be on TBS today. I will. I just couldn't make it yesterday, even though I really wanted to. I had a lot to say about this shit, I guess. But now it's much better that I have actually watched it.
Of being controversial, of drawing negative attention, that he makes himself a completely neutered, milquetoast, boring, horrible presenter. At least when he was the king of hate, and he was saying crass,
step in
crude,
a moment's
and
notice.
Villainous heel things. At least there was something interesting to that. And
at least he was sincere and he meant it. But what made that worse was that years later, he was backpedaling and saying that he didn't actually mean it. So it kind of negates the coolness of it originally happening.
To go to the sort of character that's like that doesn't give a fuck what they have to say, doesn't care what people think of them. Because I said to Phil,
you try to help them.
Phil, everybody hates you anyway.
Hey,
Nobody
Repsy,
likes you.
thank you for the sticker.
There's a handful of special needs people. A lot
Morons.
of them,
He's got a few morons that like
A lot of them
him.
are
Yeah.
legitimately on like disability. A lot of them are legitimately in wheelchairs. People who like would be entertained by Blue's Clues or fucking. It's the same sort of bland milk toast, no edges, sanitized garbage that Phil peddles. It's just full on slop, and it's slop that he delivers every single day. There's no effort
It's
that
slop.
goes into
It's I can say it. I'm a content creator. He makes slop. His stuff is so. It's just you use the term like low energy, low.
And again, slop is okay. Slop is a necessary, like, our society needs slop. The internet needs slop. The internet needs second screen entertainment. But at least like be self-aware that you are making slop and not changing people's lives or saving them or curing cancer. You are making shitty slop videos for YouTube.
That's what I get.
Just like me.
When I look at Phil's content, I go, like he's not even trying to make something good or entertaining. No. And just so you're aware, I sent him an invitation to this show, and then I said, or invite us on Smart Guys or at least PPP. So he's gonna be a big man and like talk shit, but he doesn't want to confront you to your face like a man. So I'm giving him an opportunity to come right here, and you guys can talk it out. I'll try to referee it. Or he can bring you to the Smart Guys and say this shit to your face.
We know right well he never will, because he's a pussy. He doesn't want confrontation. And this is, so we go back to the interview that you were supposed to do with Phil. If we told Phil that in any way this interview would be hostile or confrontational or aggressive, he would have never agreed to do it. Because he's a pussy and he's a bitch. And he runs from confrontation. He runs from criticism because the lies that he tells are like the lies of a child. Any adult that's worth their salt,
see right through it.
that has any sort of critical thinking skills, knows that he's lying and can effortlessly dismantle.
Yes, exactly.
In real time.
And that's why there's so many people doing it, because it's easy and it feels good. It's like it's satisfying, like I guess like playing a puzzle game and solving the puzzle. It gives you that kind of satisfaction, or like watching a movie and finding out who the killer is before they reveal it. It's this kind of satisfaction to be able to be like, oh, he lied about this, and I caught him lying. I thought about the time where he contradicted himself, and now I caught him in a lie. It's very satisfactory, especially given the fact that he's a shitty person.
Unless he's just talking to himself, it becomes readily apparent that he's just a fucking clown. That he's just a fucking joke, that the Emperor has no fucking clothes. Every single time he exits that hug box that he lives in 24/7, 365, it's the hug box. It's a fantasy land where it's basically like North Korea, where any sort of dissent is banned. And Phil cries about Raw Phil. He cries about the restreamers. He cries and he cries about the stream snipers. But Phil, had you not turned your own chat into a North Korea hug box, there would still be 1,000 people there today watching. If you had allowed them to make fun of you in chat, to send in troll super chats that you reacted to, that were milked for reactions instead of shutting everything down like a big little bitch?
No, and this is false, because then it would be manufactured. Then it would be fake and artificial, and it would not work. Because DSP would be reading a troll tip that says, Phil, you contradicted yourself, you lied about this and this and this, and then he would fake it, and he would ham it up. So it would not be real. It would be just a lolcow live, and it would not be sincere and genuine, and that's why people are attracted to hating on DSP, because it's sincere and genuine. The shit that he's terrible at and that he's dog shit at is sincere. It's not fake. It's not hammed up.
Far better today. Phil wants to make himself out to be the victim over and over and over again. He cries and he cries. The detractors did this to me. Tevin did this to me. Duty did this to me. Steve did this to me. But guess what, Phil? Every single thing that you have done that has happened to you has been the consequence of your own actions. Where you are at now is a direct result of what you have done in the past, what you are currently doing, and what you are going to do in the future. You have control over your own behavior, Phil, and you have to accept responsibility and accountability for your own consequences. But what the detractors and what me and you and anybody who's critical of him allow him to do is scapegoat everything to a boogeyman. It's never his fault. It's always somebody else's fault. If it wasn't for the dastardly, dirty trolls, he would be a millionaire. He would be so successful.
Well,
But
he made millions. He squandered it living a millionaire's lifestyle, on other people's money. That's the big issue.
Thing is, Phil needs people like me. He needs people like
can't
me
survive, yeah.
that
He
he
can't
can
survive
point
himself.
the finger to, and he can say, that's the bad guy. He can point at Duty. He can point at Tevin and say, that's the bad guy. That's the one responsible for all my problems. But Phil, does that make you good? No, Phil. You're just weak.
Yeah,
You're a
he's too
fucking
weak to rise
cockroach.
above. He's
You're
too weak to rise above
cockroach
the
that makes
criticism.
yourself into a fucking victim. Instead of being a man and rising up and actually victimizing and winning and bending reality to your will, you choose to lay down in the fetal position and die on an island alone like a little bitch, crying about all your problems. Well, nobody
Hit
gives
him.
a fuck about your problems. Do you know what a baby does? It fucking cries because it has no other recourse, Phil. It needs
But
somebody
that's base. That's the type of promo that I would have cut.
to change
Because I like doing this type of shit too.
its diaper for it. But you're a 42-year-old man, and you should have developed better
Acts like a
coping
child, yeah.
skills than fucking crying. But this is a guy who honestly is mentally not well.
His wife is dying, bro.
I'm
Chill.
not sure he ever advanced past juvenile mindset of like
Big anime
14,
boobies.
15 years old.
I was going to say 12.
You know what I mean? Like, he
Yeah.
thinks that women's periods are icky. This is supposedly a mature married man that when he sees a tampon ad, he's like, ooh, gross. Strange stuff. Strange stuff from a
Yeah.
supposed mature
Married man, yeah.
adult man there. I mean, it's just throughout. This is a guy who cries in his mid-30s or late 30s about how his parents didn't buy him a Wolverine toy
I know.
when
yeah.
he was a boy.
It's tragic. It's
The
tragic.
tragedy. I didn't get the
I didn't get
Wolverine
the toy that I
Those
wanted.
Stupid parents should have bought it for me. He's so entitled. He's so entitled. He thinks that the whole world owes him a living. And what's crazy is it's the world, the weird Skinner box that he's plugged himself into has validated that worldview. That worldview has never been challenged because people literally do hand him a living on a silver platter.
You're right, but I think that's going to change now. Don't you think that his income is going to take a huge hit from doing this? Because the Kino people are never going to donate to him again.
It
He
is
snaked you.
it is a slow, ever sinking ship.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
There
Yeah.
always seems to come another whale to save Phil, another whale to save Phil.
You better start
He
praying
always
tonight.
seems to get bailed out. But Phil, one day, it might be soon, it might be a long ways away, but one day there won't be any more whales because your show will be so boring, so toxic, so lame, hosted by a 50, 60-year-old man pretending to be a pro gamer. That no one
Hey,
will care.
he got-
and the thing
He
that's
got fourth place or something
oh
once.
my God. The God's honest truth is that Phil needs the detractors. He needs the detractors to stay relevant. He needs the detractors because he needs someone to blame so that he can be the victim, so that he can escape accountability for his own actions. And what we saw today was the same thing. Oh, PPP victimized me. PPP did me wrong. Oh, and it's just fucking sad.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Phil is
It's not. It's not sad. Well, that's the same reason why it's not sad, because he's shitty. The guy is a shitty guy. Why would I feel bad for him? I don't even fucking know him. He's a guy on the internet that I don't like. Why would it be sad? It's sad for him. It's sad for his wife. Maybe it's even sad for Jasper and for Linda and Dave. It's not sad for me, though.
all the time.
And it shouldn't be sad for anybody else. It's a grown-ass man.
Never, ever, ever, ever end. And it just starts to get exhausting. It just starts to get exhausting.
We
He's a
talked. He's
negative
he's
person.
very needy. He's just so needy. You got to hold him by his hand and do everything for him. And like, You know, like if you had come to me with an idea for a show, given your success with everything else you've done, I would have just said, yeah, like, let's try it. Let's do it. Like the fact that you have to twist his arm to get him to do anything. And then he said no to every idea or concept that you brought to him. He said no to the lie detector thing. That would have been huge. You know,
and the thing is, the guy doesn't stick to anything. He has no perseverance. He expects immediate, instant gratification
and money.
And money. Well, he expects it to immediately be a massive financial success and to always be a financial success. But that's not how things work.
No, you got to grind. You got to be willing to grind.
You have to build.
And the thing is, yeah, the thing is, DSP admits to this, and knowing that this is how it works, and knowing that things sometimes fall off gradually, blah blah blah. But he doesn't act as if he knows it. He just it's all talk and no walk.
Go out and find new audiences. You can't just rely on the same 2 or 3 guys forever, but he's trapped because he feels like he has to pander and bow down to those 2 or 3 people, and he can never experiment. He can never do anything new, and he's scared, and he's neurotic, and he's autistic. He's stuck in his schedule. He's stuck in his ways, and there's just no way to free him from it. He's a hermit who lives in his house 24/7, 365.
Yeah, he goes out once a week.
He goes out once a week, and it takes him 4 hours to do the groceries, but he's a totally functional, normal human being. Right.
Yeah, I don't understand how it takes 4 hours. I shop like a man.
It takes him an hour to do.
I run through that place like a maniac.
I never fucking wrote down a list in life. I don't know. Like, he has to chop the vegetables when he gets home and this and that. But he's a sad hermit because he's scared of confrontation. He would never, ever stand up for his wife in public. If somebody slapped his wife's ass at the bar, he would do fucking nothing. He would probably watch as his wife gets fucked.
I mean, okay, let's be honest, though. His wife's ass takes up most of the bar. So it's going to be hard not to slap it. Even if it's not on purpose, you just kind of end up slapping it.
Alleyway by a black bull. Let's be fucking real.
You might have not even known that you did it, but you did it.
He's afraid his wife's going to get banged by a black dude? What?
He got down on his fucking knees at the Street Fighter tournament and begged this guy not to whoop his fucking ass. Tears came from his eyes, and he said he was a fucking alcoholic. And then we wonder why he won't bring me on to confront him tonight. It's because he's scared. It's because he's spineless. It's because he's a cockroach. He's a fucking worm. And he's afraid of anybody that is any sort of a man, that has any sort of a masculine presence. He doesn't know how to behave in a friend group or a setting because this guy has never had any friends. Let's be real. It was always super awkward when we brought him on with me and Andy because he's never been a part of a male friend group. And he views anybody who is his friend as a means to an end. It's not somebody that he genuinely cares about. To him, people are tools. John Rambo was a tool.
It's Tevin's fault.
Howard was a tool to him.
He used everybody, yeah.
I was a tool to him as well. He didn't genuinely care about me or anything. By the way, this guy, I was so desperate to get him out of the house, you know? And I'll just be open and honest about this. And a lot of people will judge me for what I'm about to say. But you know, I offered to pay this guy's flight and his wife's flight to Florida for the Super Bowl. So that we could hang out in Florida. We were all
big drama reveal. He offered them a honeymoon, which in a way is a handout. It's literally a handout. It's somebody being like, hey, do you want me to sponsor this trip that costs thousands of dollars? And it's entirely possible that I will hold this against you for a long time if you agree. So I could see why he said no. But after all this time crying about how much he wanted to go on a honeymoon and he got denied going on a honeymoon because somebody fucking leaked his bank account info or some bullshit like that. Yeah, you might want to take that chance. And you can also do a bunch of content. You can do IRL content with Triple P, Andy, and everybody else that shows up and actually show that you're a human. Actually show that you're not some pathetic fucking goblin living in a hole in the ground, being scared of the outside world. You could have shown that your trolls are actually fucking wrong about you, but you didn't, because you're Phil. You are a fucking goblin. You're a fucking gremlin.
I offered to pay for the pet sitter for his pets. I offered to pay for his wife's ticket, his ticket, give them 2-3 days alone so they could have the honeymoon they never fucking had. He turned it down because he had to take care of his cat.
You couldn't leave the cat with a stranger, P. Come on.
Which is exactly what he did last time when he went to get married. He left the cat with a stranger.
be a traumatic experience for him. And
I'm just putting this out there, just letting you know, my kids really want to go to Disneyland. You know, I'm just saying.
And if we went into the DMs, I have receipts of all of that. I pleaded with him. Every excuse that he ever made, every objection.
Yeah, and you just wanted to get him out of the house and do something nice for him as a friend. Like, here, I'll pay for your honeymoon that you never gave your wife.
Because
you're a good guy, Pete.
I want him to get out of the house. He has to get out of that house. And it's not like I'm a guy who every day I'm out there touching grass and I'm, like I'm a pale, fat man. But I leave the house a hell of a lot more than he does.
It's pretty sad.
And I have friends, I have family that I'm around, that I interact with.
Yeah, you got to socialize as a human.
He has no family out there. He's stranded on the West Coast. He's told me he has no friends.
Oh,
he's been out there for almost a decade.
Well,
I want to see the DMs. And we can have like an AI DSP read them.
Yay.
I will make sure that happens if we get the DMs. I'm gonna do my best to have an AI Phil read them. It's gonna be the saddest shit you've ever heard.
Look what you tried to be.
It's gonna be so sad. He's gonna get called up for like American Idol or something to share his story.
Friend to him, and look what he did. He took and took and took, and I get the impression that he was feeling like he didn't want to do another one of those Grill Phil segments like you gave him last week. But that was for those that don't know too. Like, that was not P being like nasty. When you're a true friend will tell you things you don't want to hear because you need to hear it. You try to be a true friend to him and help him.
Voice
and
activity
say the things
disabled.
that a real friend would say. A real friend will check you when you need to be checked.
Checking on him later.
This is what it comes down to for Phil, is that I don't think he has received like real criticism from somebody that he actually can respect and trust. Because he's like, well, these are detractors, these are trolls. How do I know what criticism is real, what I need to actually improve? I understand that. And so I gave him the advice that I think would actually turn his life around. Go out more with his wife, take more time off from shows. Ultimately, the guy is doing 8 hours of streaming 6 days a week, never goes out with his wife, never does anything fun.
And that amount of time is reductive. It's kind of like those people that stream for 0 people and feel like they're actually doing something, and at some point it's going to start working out. Just if they just keep streaming in front of 0 people, one day people are going to start showing up. And this is not what happens. So yeah, it's very reductive doing what he does for the length of time that he does.
In total hermit, no friends, and it's just no way to live. And he lives in fear. He lives in fear of the world. And
he's got all those cameras around his house. That's paranoid, delusional. The police called him a 220. Like, he's a mental case.
Well, they didn't say that. That's the headline of the article.
Thanks for not being 0 people, you guys.
The lady, the policewoman, said that usually when they send somebody to talk to the FBI so they don't have to deal with them, they consider them a 220. That's a mental case, an unstable individual. So you're just like, yeah, whatever. Go talk to the feds. That's what they did.
It's a mental case, And now generally he's kind of almost a harmless mental case. And this is why it's like I kind of.
But memes don't have to be factually accurate, or at least completely factually accurate for them to be funny, which is what happened.
Help the guy, because I feel like generally, he's not the most evil, malignant scumbag on earth. At least at first impression. But
yeah, he can come off as a little bit likable.
Well, I don't
know. No. To who? To people that know absolutely nothing about him, in instances in which he is fake. Like, that's it. That's all the conditions. That's the ideal environment for someone to find him likable, is for him to be on Kino Casino being fake Phil, like positive Phil, the artificial Phil, and for you to know absolutely nothing about him prior.
I don't know if he's likable or charismatic. I'm saying he's not like a revenge pornographer like Ralph. He's not like a wife beater.
Yeah, he's not a baby rapist. But that doesn't mean anything. Of course, there's much worse people out there. I don't think anyone is trying to make it seem like he's the worst person to exist.
He's not like a pedophile.
Like when we say he's the Hitler of gaming, we don't exactly mean the Hitler of gaming.
Or or a
That we know of.
rapist. Like this is a very low bar I'm setting. And so like, I don't understand why everybody hates this guy so much. Yes, he begs. Yes, the begging is annoying. It's exhausting. It's ridiculous. But you know, there's a lot of people with goals nowadays. There's a lot of people e-begging. There's no real way to explain why Phil is such a deplorable and detestable person. You must actually experience it firsthand. And I experienced it firsthand.
That's
when
intro
you watch
worthy.
a show every day and you keep up with the vortex and the people that
That's a
are
good
in
point.
it and the way that he interacts with it, only truly then can you actually know why he's such a deplorable piece of shit that deserves to die. Only then can you really know. Because like, why do people want this guy to die?
I think watching his stream is enough. I don't know if that's a hot take, but watching
Thank you, Death
Phil
Girl
is
Lover.
enough for you to realize why people don't like him. I don't think you need to talk to him. I don't think you need to have him on your show. I don't think you need to have beef with him. I think just consistently watching his content in, you know, the environment that he intends, where he thinks he's safe and he can say whatever he wants, I think that reveals a lot about who he is as a character, as a person, and the essence of who he is and what he represents as values.
I don't get it. Well, in the last couple weeks, it finally really...
And you also don't need to watch somebody like me or like Duty or TBS, people that bring up how shitty he is to think he is shitty. You don't need to watch that. You can make up your own mind perfectly well by yourself.
Was driven home to me as to why motherfuckers hate this guy. Because he just never, ever, ever will change his ways. He's ungrateful for everything he gets. He's negative. He's pessimistic. He's draining. He's soulless. He doesn't care. All he cares about is getting a paycheck and protecting his fragile, narcissistic ego. And that's it. And he doesn't care about friends. He doesn't care about family. He doesn't care about having ambitions or goals outside of money. And the money that he does have, he doesn't use it to travel the world. He doesn't use it to go to cool things. He doesn't use it to collect like cool antiques or, you know, anything.
No, he buys wrestling cards and plays a wrestling game.
Not even real wrestling cards. Now, that's recent. He started playing the real wrestling cards. He buys digital JPEGs of sweaty, half-naked
men. That's pretty gay. I think that's pretty gay.
That's what Phil does, and that's what gives him joy in life.
You know, you reminded me of this.
Hollow existence.
You reminded me of this. Speaking of this,
hey, shout out to me. That's my video.
His audience sometimes.
Whoa!
And I didn't want to play this before.
Always
all
fun.
the F-bombs in it, but we've already gone way past the F-bomb limit on YouTube. So
fuck, idiot, dumb fucking me. Take your meme and shove it up your fucking ass. Factually fucking facts, daily fucking basis. Shut the fuck up. I'm not taking your shit for who the fuck it is. There's people in the chat right now. Oh, he's doing a meme. Oh, this is crazy. Shut the fuck up and eat it.
You want me to pause it? Yeah.
Well, I mean, is this not toxicity?
Yeah, to be frank, I made this video with the idea of only using the toxic clips, only and exclusively using the, like, it's literally a toxic supercut. That's the idea. So yes, it is out of context. You're not supposed to know what he's talking about or why he's so mad. It's just that he is mad and how funny it is that he is mad. He is this mad.
Like, is this?
No, this is positive content.
This is positive, mature content. Why can't he just be honest? Why can't he just be honest that he's a piece of shit?
Because he's delusional.
That's what I've told him to do. Because obviously he's never going to become a good person or a positive person or a role model or anybody to admire.
Yeah.
But he could be a really annoying, horrible,
Be racist.
awful piece of shit that everybody hates. And then when he gets
be the heel. Embrace the heel.
Celebrates. Well,
yeah.
Like he told me that he can't become a heel because of his wife's health issues. And, you know, I pleaded
with... What does that have to do with it?
Yes, I agree with you guys. The context doesn't make it better. I know. But I'm just saying this video is intentionally on purpose made to look him bad because it distills all the toxic moments from that one rant.
I'm gonna get into everything with Phil. Phil can decide how far he wants this shit to go. I don't know. Should I just go full bore and just,
you should just drop it? Yeah,
and just go in on his wife's fucking medical condition?
Fuck him, P. He fucked you. Fuck him right back. Fuck him right back.
Fuck, man.
Yeah.
But, you know, he's concerned that his wife is gonna die and she's becoming more religious, and so Phil feels like he needs to be more religious.
Yeah, here we got more religious.
And I just feel
Oh,
like
come on.
I feel like that's fucking nonsense because he actually
It's absolute nonsense. It's bullshit completely. His wife has become more religious. And people tend to do that when they are lacking proper support structure. And I have to remind you that this woman's husband is Darkside Phil. And he probably doesn't... she probably doesn't have a lot more friends to support her. Or if they did, it's nowhere near as the support that would be required to get through some health scare or some really bad situation. So yes, I think she's cooked.
is just an evil, horrible.
Because this guy legit doesn't give a fuck about her, is my opinion. And he cares about her to the extent that she serves him. She is a utility. She is a tool. She is a device that he uses to achieve certain goals.
Piece of shit all the time anyway, and he's not religious whatsoever.
You should embrace
and I
the
just
heel.
feel like it's a total excuse because he doesn't want to actually have to deal with people dunking on him, and so he hides away from controversy and conflict. And I don't know, man. I just don't have any respect for Phil. I just don't. The only thing that I have any respect for him for is that he does show up 6 days a week, 10 hours a day.
No, I don't respect him for that because he utilizes that time poorly. He is doing a bad job with that time that he uses to sit around and pick his nose and wipe it off on his shirt. That's why I don't respect him. Because you can stream 40 million hours a day. I don't know if you can stream that much, but that's my point. You can stream infinite amounts of time, and all you can be doing is sitting there and looking at a wall. That is not good, and you don't deserve respect for simply doing that. You deserve respect for doing something with that time and accomplishing something productive, entertaining, or in some kind of way meaningful.
Fucking tin cup. Like that's what he does. And I've just been trying to help this
And also, I don't respect him because what else is he gonna do? Do you think he's gonna get up and get a fucking job and go out there and do something with himself and with his time? You think so? I don't.
He lays these pity parties on me. He lays all of these secrets on me. And then it's like, well, how can you fucking, snake this guy? How can you turn on this guy when he has all of these problems in his life?
He seems very manipulative.
Because he likes having problems. He likes having problems. I'm not saying that he gets himself in problematic situations on purpose, but having problems helps him. Because he can play victim and he can cry about it instead of actually doing something about it, and he gets paid for it. That's what I like to call the emergency economy. Because this guy, without having bad things happen to him, would have gone fucking broke and homeless like 10 years ago, at least.
Manipulate you.
The whole reason why he even does YouTube for a living is because a bad thing happened to him, and he told people, I am counting on you guys to make this my living.
Not being real with him.
Yeah, it's full-on manipulation. It's pignosis to try and stop me from bursting his echo chamber and making him confront like the cognitive dissonance in his life. And so it's just this sad coping mechanism where he tells me stuff. I don't know if it's true or if it's not because he lies so often, even when he swears up and down. And I remember him swearing to me up and down that, what's his name? The Gamebox guy.
TJ.
TJ Gamebox, who does the calculations. No. His calculations are wrong because at my high whale level, they offer me these special deals and these special...
Oh, yeah. Well, that's a lie anyways, because you guys remember that DSP didn't even know how to calculate it? Because I remember, I think it was him watching the June the King thing, or some other segment that I've seen. But he talked about how TJ, you shouldn't believe him, because his math doesn't make sense, because DSP doesn't even know how to calculate this, but the numbers are all wrong.
Point. So it's not actually the $1,500 this week he said it was only like $200. And then I go,
and I think the reason why his lying is so pathetic and so transparent is because he legit thinks you're a retard. He thinks you are a retard, the person that he's lying to. And that's what makes him so confident in doing it. And that's why he's lied so many times, because he thinks you are stupid. Because most people he lies to are stupid and they just go with it. And they give him money for it. So he has, let's call it positive reinforcement to continue being the same way.
game box and I say, is this the case? And he explains to me in great detail with receipts, no, he lied. And he swore up and down to me, no, I'm really. I said, really, Phil? You're telling
Even
me
spending $200 a week on a children's wrestling game is ridiculous. $200 a week, you know. And I just want to mention,
kind of made sense. So
Pete, I want to mention, like, I listened to you about doing the Dark Side Phil interviewing content. We have 2,500 or almost 3,000 live viewers across all the platforms. Almost 3,000 live viewers right now. He's got 114 for his solo Smart Guys. 114 people. So maybe he should have been listening to you, you know, like I listen to you. 3,000 live viewers. He won't listen.
Listen, and I'm not.
Yeah, but Steve, you're not the whipping boy. The joke is not on you. You're just like a part of the content because you're kind of a chill, normal guy. And Phil is the whipping boy. His whole purpose in that entire dynamic is to be the guy that gets harassed and abused.
I'm not saying I'm some grand guru or some.
But you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing.
Guy, like, I don't know. Like, I just feel like if you put some sort of preparation into the shows that you do, and you do shows when you actually have something to say, when you actually have a take about something or real critiques, then that's a show. But Phil believes a show is eating pizza. Like, it's not really a show. Phil believes the show is eating Girl Guide cookies or, you know, playing the same Call of Duty or Street Fighter game poorly over and over and over again with barely any commentary other than crying, you know? And I just don't know if that's really content other than for people who don't like him or people who are genuinely disabled and mentally slow.
Yeah, and he's up to 150 live viewers.
Oh no, he's winning.
He started at 950 playing the,
and they have like what 20 times more.
20 minutes of whatever. He still hasn't come on screen, but still.
And this is another thing with him is that he doesn't value the audience's time. Darkside Phil will do his tech.
He doesn't value anything, and it's hard to value stuff when you've never been taught that things have value. It's hard to appreciate money and spending it wisely when you never had to learn what it's like when you're broke as fuck, which is pretty interesting about DSP because he ended up broke as fuck several times to the point where he needed to degrade himself in increasingly more humiliating ways to just save his own ass. And he still doesn't value it. He still learned nothing. He still doesn't value the people's attention and the people's sticking around and actually supporting him and watching him. He doesn't, because it doesn't fucking matter. And you can't value something when you believe you're entitled to it. You deserve it just by virtue of kind of existing, just by default. And he does believe that. He believes he's entitled to it because he puts out such meaningful and amazing content that saves people's lives. And he's not just another shitty-ass fucking Let's Player that no one really actually genuinely cares about. But he just can't wrap his mind around this because he's invested so much effort and so much time into this being his identity that he just cannot accept that it's not all that important and it's not all that meaningful.
Support and setting up his stream on stream for hours.
He worked on his camera for a while today because it wasn't working. He'll get up and unplug my camera and plug it back in. Wait a minute. Yeah.
It's like you have just no respect for anybody's time. And he has no respect for anybody's boundary. He's constantly snorting, clearing his throat.
That's why they call him a pig.
Belching. But what's funny is when he would come on Kino Casino.
They're noticing. Oh, this one is over. Okay, perfect. How long is the other one? Okay, I'm going to watch the other one too. Oh, that's going to be so hot. That's going to be so hot. So this is from the casino, as DSP would call them. They had a thing yesterday, and this is the result of that thing.
We are calling for TPD. You heard about Kill
what? Total Phil death? God damn.
We grilled him. And now,
oh, Andy got a beard now.
Spit roast this
my mic
motherfucking
kid. Fuck that piece of shit. No. What an ass.
He's a bum.
Do you know?
Bum.
Do you know how hard it was?
I knew this was eventually going to happen. And I pretty much imagined it exactly like this. Them talking over each other and yelling about how trash DSP is.
For me, hold it in. Every time he's in chat, hey, I thought we were being obvious. Eh?
Yeah.
I thought we were being like as obvious as possible.
No, I mean we were like literally trying to get rid of him.
Fuck.
It's like when you like throw it. What's that scene where they throw the rocks at the dog at Old Yeller to make him go away? Some shit like this.
But no, dude, I think at some point, one of them told him, yo, Phil, we're gonna shit on you, but that's just razzing, bro. Go with it. It's like the wrestling narrative. Because your trolls, they want to see us making fun of you. But actually, the joke is on them. Because we're not really making fun of you. We're making fun of you ironically, buddy. So he was just sitting there taking it. Like that one photo of him sitting on a chair like a little cuck. I'm gonna try and find it. That's the ultimate photo. I should actually put this on stream as they are talking about this. It's gonna take a little bit, but I'll do it.
No, we don't want you here,
Bro.
You fucking son. It's outright insulting him to his face. Oh, he just couldn't get the memo. He just couldn't get the message
And there's a
that
big
we
story
didn't want
behind
anything to do with this boring fucking ass. But it was beyond how boring he was, how worthless he was,
Beyond that.
the lack of content, the lack of gratitude, how draining he was, how negative it was. It was that Phil's gay.
Whoa, buddy. Whoa, buddy.
He was gay for Andy Worski.
He actually was, dude. Oh no, we're gonna get gay lore. We're gonna get gay lore. I'm so excited.
You see my body?
I'm gay.
He kept begging to look and touch Worski's underwear.
That is gay.
Finally, he was trying to slip his hand.
Oh, I got it. Here it is.
He said he
I got the image. Now Phil's gonna sit here and watch as his besties make fun of him. That's what I'm gonna do. This is the gimmick now. This is so fun.
Nice.
your shredded body to you, and let's just like
Kind of gay. Not gonna lie, kind of gay.
No, that's weird. That's uncomfortable. That's awkward. But
you
why?
know, like, it's like, why
I'm
is he saying this?
We're in a business meeting.
He was drunk as fuck.
Someone call.
Let's be real. This was some Brian Dunn fucking behavior.
Someone call
from the
HR.
Pilsner.
Like,
Someone call HR. He was sexually harassing you in the workplace, Horsey. He wanted to feel your shredded body.
Oh my!
Oh
Kev,
man!
Can I just say this? I saw this.
Remember when he got on that voice call and he started asking to see your underwear?
What?
Okay, I should have just.
Oh, okay. Okay, that was bait. You better not do this again, buddy.
Your underwear. He's begging to see your outlines.
No,
by the way, dude, he streams for 10.
Whoa! Let's go.
For 5 subs. We're barely even exaggerating, though. There would always be this like flirtatious gay element to Phil's behavior with Andy.
You know what?
This is strange.
I think that's what he thinks banter is. Like calling your friends gay, because that's a pretty big thing in Eastern Europe, I guess. You're just constantly calling your friends gay. Just like it's not even an insult, is just a generic banter thing that you say. You just call them gay. That's it. Everyone takes this for granted as this is the way you banter with friends.
This isn't normal.
I gotta say one thing. I finally heard about and saw a little bit of the thing where he goes, "I'm his gaming soulmate," right?
Oh yeah, that was something.
How did it feel?
Listen, DSP, everyone likes Final Fantasy VI. Everyone likes Zelda Ocarina of Time. This is not like a obscure
these were
hidden
deep cuts. You know what I mean? This isn't even like Earthbound level. This is like entry level everybody had for their Nintendo. Fucking Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Link to the Past, yeah. And other things, and he kept saying things like that, and wanted to play games with me. And I kept after every show, I'll be texting Ash. He's DMing me. What do I say? I want to not respond, and we're just we'd have meetings on how to DM him back.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. Here's the thing. I can kind of relate with this shit because as someone who is involved in running a show that is pretty popular for what it is, we have plenty of people that are very needy about coming on, and they see it as some kind of a status symbol. And quite simply, they're just not a good fit. And we don't know how to address this and how to talk to them about this. And it's difficult. It's difficult.
Ashton's like
Interesting.
fucking Discord.
Because it's much better not having them around than having them on and then people thinking that they're cringe and they're gay and then going on their page and hating on them, which has happened in the past. I'm not going to tell you why, but that person still believes he's being gate-kept and tone policed to this day just because our audience did not like him. And we knew he wasn't a good fit, but we had him on anyways because he was... we got news that he was very insecure about it. There was plenty of people saying that he had to be, and that he got mad that someone else was on the Detractor show before him. And it's mega cringe, actually, mega cringe. And as a rule of thumb, obviously, a rule of thumb is if something like this is this important to you, it's not happening. No, that's fucking cringe and gay.
Messaging me during the show. He DM'd me 4 times.
But if I thought about it,
I'm like,
I could figure out who.
Shut the fuck up. We're doing a show. Meanwhile, the fucking previous three days earlier, there's this huge opportunity, everyone. LOL Cow Live. Fucking bloody.
You were like, Ashton, help me. He's asking me to kiss him in Amsterdam.
That was
Could be duty.
No, that's when Phil invited Andy to go to Amsterdam.
What?
With him because he
Of course it did.
him at the fucking hotel in Amsterdam.
Listen. I don't even want to talk about that homosexuality. It makes
You know,
me angry.
but he wouldn't come meet me in Florida. I'm like, fuck, I look like his. I guess that's why he didn't want to fuck me, is because I look kind of like his wife.
on Steve's, but
No, I seriously.
Whoa, buddy.
Believe this because I genuinely feel bad for Phil.
Me too.
When I learned this guy, he never leaves his home.
Sad.
He can't. It's sad. You know what I mean? The guy is a total shut-in. Hasn't been on a vacation or a trip in a decade. Couldn't have a honeymoon with his wife. I felt bad for him. And also, I was like, you know what? I want to meet Phil. I want to know what Phil's about. I want to have some comradeship, some brotherhood with Phil. Take our friendship to the next level.
Ashton,
Not
it's
the
a
way
bad
that
idea.
Phil did, like the gay way that. But I'm like, you know what, Phil? I said to Phil, so here's the idea. And you can tell just like how much thought I put into this of something that Phil would like to do that's like his special interest, which is Hulk Hogan.
Whoa.
So
That's a special interest. He has a vested interest in Hulk Hogan.
Hogan has a
I love this.
in Tampa Bay, like a memorabilia store, a t-shirt shop,
Yep.
all sorts of stuff from his past. It's kind of like a Hogan museum. And there's also in Tampa Bay a Hulk Hogan bar that Hogan is there every like Monday for karaoke. And he was having a Super Bowl party at his bar, which is called Hogan's Hangout.
But
Wow.
So
incredible if you're a
Where
fan.
he was going to show up.
I didn't know
and
it'd be
there were
that
gonna
big a
other
deal.
wrestlers there and stuff like this. So I say to Phil, hey, man, what if I pay for your flight to bring you out to Florida and we can hang out? So Phil's objection is, well, you know, I can't leave my wife at home. So I say, Phil, how about I pay for your wife to come? You guys can hang out at the beach for a couple days.
What a mensch.
We'll meet up at the bar. We'll do the Super Bowl party. Maybe we'll do
And
a
I've
video.
also,
Yeah.
well, I don't know about considered, but
Yeah, it seems like Meerkat was busy, so ALT dropped me a line, so I cut my stream short and went to hang out with him for a little bit. Thank you.
But I've had the idea of doing like a TBS live. I think is going to be hilarious because there's so many more gimmicks we can do. But for that to happen, we would need to do a lot of shit. And I think it's best to do it in the UK since we can get, it's a relatively small country. We can get Sam and Steve by default pretty much. And only me and ALT would have to travel, which is not that big of a deal. And if we're there for like a week, we could make a bunch of insane content for like months.
The bar just like as like an excuse that it's a business trip or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's like, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not fucking DSP. I can go outside and do something. And I think it would be fun. It's just like there's too many variables in this that
does
have to
sound fun,
come together and we have to work
but-
it out.
Can go back home. You know,
Flights
so
are
there's
expensive.
like the honeymoon. He never was.
Yeah, we could drink Lucozade. We could finally shove the payday up Steve's ass. It's been a long time coming. It's been basically like 3
Finally.
years.
We're gonna hang out. We're gonna make content. All this sort of thing. You know what he says to me? He goes, "Well, that wouldn't be fair to my cat because my cat would be alone."
Get a cat
And so
sitter.
I-
Give your
so I
your
said,
pet.
Yeah, that's bullshit. You don't care about your cat
I
that much,
paid
though.
For the top cat sitting service you can find I'll pay for all of it. I'll pay for you to come. I'll pay for your wife to come. I'll pay for sitters for your pets. I'll do it. I was dead fucking serious. I was going to spend thousands and thousands of dollars
Probably
on
3-4K minimum.
Oh, more.
Minimum.
It was probably going to be at least $5,000-$6,000
Yeah.
to do all of this. But I'm like, oh, fuck. It'd be really fun. No, it would traumatize my cat to leave him with
everyone in that house is fucking soft. Everyone in that house is a 220, including the animals, which I've never thought would happen. Is it contagious or is just naturally the type of people that he attracts? Because, well, I kind of answered my question, but you know.
No possible way I could do this, man. And what it is it's fear. He's afraid of leaving his own home. He's afraid of doing anything. He's just a massive fucking pussy, shut-in hermit little bitch, because he's scared some troll will find him and confront him. And what am I going to do? What am I going to do? It's like, Phil, stop being such a fucking pussy.
Yeah,
yeah,
this
you would
is the
need
crazy
more than
shit
one
that
animal
Phil-
taken care of.
This is the mentality of Phil. And it's wild shit.
Yeah.
It really is wild shit.
Well,
man.
here's where I was fucking super annoyed, and it's a very similar story. So we thought
I'm loving this gossip. This is the favorite thing.
Endgame, be serious. Endgame was simple. We knew he was like a bit of an idiot, and detractors
Well,
were
you ever
filled
see
about
Howard
him.
Stern, how he had a whack pack?
It was like Opie and Anthony with fucking Bobo. It was like that idea. So the idea was get him close so we could have some funny shit. So we thought of shit like lie detector test.
Yep.
Like ghost hunting. And then during that, we'd felt him while we were filming. Be fun. Every idea that we had, we were shot down. Then the easiest idea, instead of flying somewhere, was Lol Cow Live. Imagine Q Casino, Lol Cow, and Phil would be a massive show. He literally in the group chat started yelling at all of us.
Whoa.
You guys, it's my day off. First of all,
how dare
He
you?
started-
on
oh, man.
my day
how about
off.
you respond
If
to
only they
all
had that
F
recorded.
slur, you fucking retard.
Well, why is it such a big deal to receive a simple DM? Like, so listen, if one of your friends or family or a business associate texts you on your day off, do you lose your fucking mind?
No, he's losing
How
his
dare
mind.
you text me on my day off? Wouldn't you just not reply?
Yeah.
And then get back to them at a later point? But instead, it was like this whole, how fucking dare you come out? It's my day off. I'm
That's
fucking
when I was
busy.
done with him.
You're
like
pestering me.
mentally, I was like, that's like
Huh.
when I was like, I was
Wow.
done. Then you were like, listen, I'll do a
Interesting.
show with him and I'll felt him on the show and then we'll make something happen that way. I was like, cool. I'm
come
staying out
to
of
me.
it. Like, I'm like,
You
yeah.
come to me on my day off and you don't content with me.
So I'm pissed. I text.
No, bro. A lot of the DSP behavior can actually be can be. You can respond to it by simply saying, "Who the fuck do you think you are? Like, who do you think you are to think that you deserve this level of treatment? To think that people should treat you so much differently than everybody else that it becomes a hindrance to even have you around. You become a liability." Even though you claim you are so awesome and you're so much better and you're such a cool, positive, likable, sociable person, but I have to jump through hoops just to fucking ask you when you want to do a stream? Who the fuck do you think you are?
Like, this guy's a piece of shit. Fuck him. Then on my day off, which by the way wasn't even a day off, I was editing for the show for the next day. He's fucking messaging me like all his ideas that all suck, by the way.
Yes.
Then I don't respond. I'm like, I'm not responding to him. Fuck him. What does he do? The next day, like while we're live, he's putting business fucking like private shit in our chat. I'm like, and then putting pressure on us to respond. Like, hey,
Yeah. That's what people like that do. It's like, hey guys, I didn't know if you had the chance to see my message, but essentially I wanted to say this and this and this to put the public pressure on them so they can be forced to act, which is something that people. Oh, fuck me, dude.
Oh, wow.
I dropped my fucking weed jar and it broke.
Ooh.
Such a good jar. Fuck.
Oh, man.
remember. Go ahead, but I'll say it.
Not even smoking.
Do you remember when this guy
That's a bummer.
asked us
Now you
not
got
to
weed all
stream in
over
his
the
time
floor.
slot?
Yeah, guys, we'll go over
This
it.
guy-
Wait, what? What? He asked them not to stream in his time slot? No.
This guy actually demanded that we
The Phil
schedule
curse,
our
the karma
shows around
came
his
back to get him.
shows, and that we direct our audience.
That's happened to me
his show.
before. It really sucks.
This is what he actually thought, and it's like, But Phil, we
Because
have like
not only do you have to collect all the
2,000
weed, you have to
live
like
viewers.
pick the
You
glass
have
out of it
200 live
if you want to
viewers.
salvage it.
You know, we're kind of doing you a favor, bringing you on.
Well, it's
promoting
probably
you in
not
the first
carpet
place,
since it
and
broke,
you want
so it was
us to inconvenience ourselves and our audience.
It's probably
and say,
hit a flat
we won't
surface.
do shows in the time slot from like
Yeah, pretty much.
9 p.m. or 10 p.m. to midnight. Well, that's when we stream, Phil. But what he wanted us to do was for his political show, for us to siphon.
Yeah, they
No,
overfilled
the
the weed
jar
jar.
is just where I put my weed. It's like literally like a normal jar.
Yeah.
But it's like well sealed and everything. It's fun. It was fun. Rest in peace, jar. I'm so pissed off. Now everything smells like fucking weed, and I'll have to pick it up.
All of our viewers,
Oh,
because we
bummer.
have- that's what he wanted us to do. Is
You
give
just
all
get like
of
a
our
pickle or a
viewers and
salsa
all of our
jar.
money, and he would come in here and be like, "Guys,
At least it
remember,
wasn't
my
an
show is
expensive one,
next
like a
week,
custom-made
and-
one that
or
had sentimental
tomorrow
value.
At this time, don't tune
get
in
another
to
one.
the casino or don't stream, guys, because I need your support." And it just started to get. It's like, so you take and you take and you take and you take and you ask and you ask and you ask, but when it comes time for you.
Hey,
To
Mr.
like
Smith.
do a crossover with us and Keemstar,
Or better yet, just use like
and
a
we ask you to
plastic
do
bag,
something that
like a
mildly
Ziploc.
inconveniences you. No.
Those don't break.
What's in it for me? You know, it's like I see how you guys would benefit from me coming on the show to roast Rich of Review Tech USA, and I see how Keem would benefit. But how would I benefit?
Viewers,
well, I
you
don't
fucking
know.
idiot.
There's a bunch of people watching you that might see you in a new light as somebody that's having.
Sometimes the best way to benefit is not benefiting. And matter of fact, just doing stuff out of the love of the game, you know? And that just helps you out in the long term. But he doesn't get it. He just doesn't get it fundamentally.
Fun and dropped your grudge with Keem.
And it's even worse if he gets it, because then he's self-aware and he still does the stupid and wrong thing.
And is doing interesting stuff now, and they might come watch your stuff. It's like what's in it for me? It's just crazy.
And then fucking yesterday, I see one of his tweets. Someone, a detractor, like showed me a screenshot. He was saying, "Why do I have to
The
pay?"
detractors got
Ashton
to him.
half if I have to pay taxes. You expense it on your fucking taxes. You fucking
The guy
mongrel
didn't
cheap
even
bastard.
know. The guy didn't even know how to do his fucking taxes. But honestly, it was he suggested, he's like, "I'll pay all the taxes on it. Don't worry, bro.
But
I'll
you
eat
still
that."
have to pay the income because you're fucking
Well, yeah,
bank
I
season.
still have to pay tax on it anyway.
Buddy,
But
there was that.
That was his idea that he was going to pay all the tax on it off the start. So it's like, okay, so now you insisted on that, but now it's a bad thing, and I scammed you somehow. Like, I don't know. This
After
is how
you
it
do the
works for
shows?
everybody that does shows that pay guests or have co-hosts.
Yeah, I
Like,
always expense whatever we send anyone else. And then, by the way, here's why I was like, fucking, this is when I was like, this guy needs to fuck off out of our lives, was when we did the gaming stream. We did the climbing game.
Oh my God, this is going to be hot. I can't wait for this.
Remember?
Yeah.
It's going to be so hot.
Yeah.
I love this level of gossip, the insider gossip.
9 p.m. Like
sadly, we at TBS don't have this kind of drama going on. So even if I wanted to, I couldn't tell you any gossip. It's legitimately like the most boring behind the scenes stuff ever. It's like, hey guys, when are we gonna do the stream this week? Okay, let's do it Thursday. Okay, what time Thursday? Okay, let's do like 7:30. 7:30. Okay. Then everybody sends a couple of clips to the Stuff to Show channel. And then we just take them and we watch them there.
King, I gotta go.
There really
Then
is
you
nothing.
stay, so we could do another hour. No. After. By the way, we were on his show. He made him thousands.
Oh, yeah.
And then he stays in chat for 4 hours.
That's the crazy thing. He'll be like, I got to go, guys. I got to go spend time with my wife or whatever. And then he'll be in the chat for 5 or 6 hours straight after that. But it's crazy to me. It's like, okay, so you have this opportunity. You're in front of a new audience. And it was rattling from the start, this stuff. We do the Review Tech USA thing.
Yes.
The guy has to guys, I have to leave.
Yes.
But Phil, there's
No,
4,000 or 5,000 people watching this live. What do you mean you have to stop streaming? Like,
it was the Ralph thing,
make hay
remember?
when the sun shines. Yes, with the Ralph content too. We brought him on. We're
spit
doing
on
the
us.
more of Ralph with it. It's like, I gotta go now, guys. It's like, well, we have a lot more content, Phil. Like,
Ashton spent literally like 8 hours the previous day going through the Kiwi farms, looking for all the best clips, setting up the whole lore shit. But the RTU stuff went a little bit too long. And then we're just like, hey, like we're DMing in a group, can you please stay? Nope. It's like, you made like 3,000 the other day. I wanted to like, I was like, this guy.
Yeah, and this was a great opportunity to have a great crash course on Ethan Ralph's stream, and he didn't take it because it's too much of a DSP. Why did you put Duty on blast for being on TBS? I did not. I wasn't even thinking about Duty. No, I don't know. I don't know why you thought about Duty.
Guy has to go. Every fucking detractor was right, but we were like, okay, hang on.
Yeah,
maybe
mean, from
we
the
incubate this a bit
beginning,
longer.
it was fucked. Well, it was just like
Matter of fact, Duty, I think Duty was with a great impression with us. I think he was he thought it was well received and he liked it. So I guess the guy doesn't have a problem with it.
okay, every single thing that you wanted to do with him on a stream, you had
And I wasn't even talking about him.
aspect of it,
Yeah.
and negotiate like, okay, so it's going to be using this service, it's going to be on Discord, and it's going to be at this time, right? I don't know if I can do this day. I don't know if I can do this. Like with everybody else that you ever negotiate with, like a show, you go, hey, can you do this at this time? And they're either like yes or no. But with Phil, it's like pulling teeth. And if I showed the DMs, you can understand. It's hard to actually explain how agonizing it is to go through the process of trying to book him to do anything. And it's like with any guest, it's like, okay, so let's do this interview with this person. Well, I don't know. Okay, well, here, let me explain to you why it's beneficial. Okay, well, I have this objection to it. Okay, well, let me explain to you why that's wrong. Okay, but what about this? And there would be another objection and another objection, and it would stonewall every single thing to the point where it was a miracle we got anything done with the guy ever at all.
So when we had Mudahar on our show, we had contacts with Mudahar. So we're like, oh, we'll do a gaming stream with Mudahar, whatever, blah, 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 right? I had to explain the entire Mudahar lore for him to like agree. I'm like, Buddha's mainstream normie, relax. And by the way, even if he was like edgy, you're with fucking racial joke people. Like, you know,
I don't know. I like, this is the thing is it's like, well, we have to background check this person before I'll appear with them. And this, it's like, why?
What?
Why?
And what are we gonna background check them on? Huh? I don't exactly get it.
Battle for every single thing, anything. And I've never encountered anything like this. I had like the patience of fucking Job to tard wrangle this guy, try and bring him in for appearances. But let me tell you, when he came on here and why we stopped bringing him on, you guys know he was just a net negative. He was just a drain. He didn't add anything. He never, had a good take
that's
or
crazy.
a funny joke or a one-liner. The guy couldn't even laugh at what's going on. Like he would just have this sourpuss look on his face, like he wasn't happy to be here, like he was doing everybody else a favor by appearing. And it's like, you have no viewers. You have no fans.
You have no
In
fans.
fact, everybody hates you. And the
We
fact
got
that
so
we're
much
bringing
shit.
you on, we got so much hate from everybody.
Yeah, I remember. Literally, they kind of asked for it at one point when they started like dick riding DSP, and that's around the part where I legitimately stopped watching their show because you could tell how disingenuous the dick riding was. So I was like, okay, man, okay, these guys are cooked.
He
They
would
were
be
right,
ban-
honestly.
He
They're
banned the
just like,
people in chat making fun of
like,
me. He's like,
we're getting
oh
like
my
our
fucking
donators
God.
doxxed on the daily. Fucking our editor is having pictures of his kids posted. People are threatening his kids, calling him a pet, like crazy fucking
And then we're
shit.
just like, hey,
constantly.
Hey, you mind
And
if
we're
we
like-
play the hey, we have this crazy idea. Why don't we just play fucking Link to the Past on stream? No, that's not views. That's a post show. That's like an after show. Relax. It's not a show.
It's just like after all we've done, it's like, can you do us any favor? No. What's in it for me? What's in it for me? Like, it's crazy.
Buddy,
It's
and then he
crazy shit.
spits on us for every idea. I want to show one quick clip. You probably watched it with Steve yesterday. I woke up. I woke up and Ashton's with Steve, and I see the show, and I'm just like, thank you. Like, I almost started crying. Like,
He was so
it's
happy.
like, oh my God. It's like finding out you won the fucking lottery. I was like, oh my God, yes. I don't
And
have
I'll
to pretend
say this
anymore.
because we're not going to go on and on and on about Phil all night long, obviously.
But we do.
If you go back to the Steve interview that I did last night, If you go to the True Seekers channel and check it out, or I think Duty clipped it,
Yeah.
a bunch of detractor channels have clipped it, and you watch that, you can really see me go off and just fucking tear into Phil, crazy fucking rants.
I'm
and
just-
maybe
Yeah, for sure.
Tired of him.
he's just such a black hole.
You know what's
There's
crazy?
just nothing positive comes from him. He says he's Mr. Positivity, but in fact, there's nothing positive that comes from him, and there's nothing meaningful either. It's all just a meaningless black hole of negativity and boredom for
No.
eternity.
No, we do.
Is the Snortax.
We do have a
This is it. This is the worst thing they've said, it that it's not meaningful. It's not meaningful.
video from August the Duck, just released it a few hours ago. So we're gonna do that later. Don't worry, it's a 20-minute video.
Let's hit
Hear
the
this,
goal
though. I have to
and let's do this August the Duck video. But Phil's trying to say that he's more successful than August the Duck.
2.1 million subs.
Getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views on every single video. But he, Phil, who can't even crack 1,000 views on his replays, has less than 300 people live on his shows. At certain points now, he's getting less than 200 people live as he streams 6 days a week and been here 15 fucking years. Is going to say that he's more successful than this other. It's just crazy. He's a fucking lunatic. He lives in an alternate reality.
People are
He
screaming
lives
in chat for us to do it now. We got so much show. I mean,
We got a lot
listen.
of
Hey,
show,
by the way,
folks.
Wacky Shucks for 20.
And also, you're not gonna give everybody everything right now.
So
Come on, make it a plot line.
Mr. Quackster Hopper for a sub. He's gay.
big
for a sub.
nice pack for tokens over 25 subs.
Okay, this is getting skipped.
Family, his wife, whatever. He would always be messaging.
Whoa!
And it would be at like 4 a.m. And if you didn't respond to him, he would be upset.
Okay.
You know, like he
I have a funny
expected
story
responses to his shit.
about that. I should have a funny story. So you all know, after the show, I usually stick around for 2 hours, play games or watch other videos. It's like an unwind show, and you could actually visibly see probably 5 times on post shows me look down at my phone and what I was doing was reading Ashton's text, and then you see me do this, and then like Psycho's like, "What's wrong?" And I was like, "I don't even."
A duck-sized duck has gifted 50 subs.
Yes. Whoa. Okay. Okay.
Here's the thing is, too. 22
Tens.
No, stop. Enough hype. Enough.
Everyone, holy fuck. Here's the thing is, too. I was like, we're like texting each other and or like on phone calls.
Oh yeah, here it is.
I'm like, we're like, is this worth it? We're bleeding. We're bleeding. We're bleeding. We're bleeding.
It just wasn't
Maybe there's
worth it at all. It was
this is
just
the
like
One
it's
Piece.
like a
You're
sunk
looking for the
cost
One Piece.
fallacy where I'm like, listen, at some point, surely this is gonna turn around for us, and we're gonna convince this guy to make good content if I'm just patient enough.
So my question is though, all the Kino Casino fans that came out the woodwork when they first had him on the show, who claimed that Phil was actually a great, really funny guy, really entertaining guy, and all he needed was for you to give him a chance, and the damn dirty detractors were just getting in the way of Phil getting a fair shake, do they still hold this same opinion? Or do they now agree that DSP is a loser and they only ironically pretended he was cool? That's my question. I think it's pretty simple.
If I hold his hand enough, if I argue with his objections and his negativity enough and tard wrangle him, it was impossible. It was impossible.
Buddy, it was like it was trying to find the One Piece. It kept going and going and going, and it never ended. It never ended.
It's never ending.
I'll say this. So you had a great rant. Everyone, go watch Steve's show or whenever you have a chance. It's really good with Ashton and Steve there. But here's the thing, too. I was
Yellow Flash for 5.
Why didn't you wait until the guy finished talking to give the shout out? God damn it.
14 away from doing the August.
We're 14 away from the goal,
Yeah.
like 15 minutes into the show. Let's just get the
Let's just
15
get it.
bomb.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then I guess we'll do, Phil, we're going to change the entire format of the show.
Yo, Ash, though, but here's the thing.
Listen, Melvin, the Weed Wizard, has gifted 6 subs.
Okay, we are 8 away. Let's fucking
Listen,
go.
here's what I'll say. If we get the 8 subs and 100 more after that,
Okay.
I'll
I'm gonna skip.
and Nihil Nova subs sold for
subs. Egg to hatch.
He got to a random point and he's going, subs!
Ash was doing the show with him.
That was an insane skip.
Egg to hatch. I'll stop with it. Just like fucking fed up. I hate him. So then I see, I'm like, hey, how was Thursday? How was
Hilarious.
Thursday at the Salvation Army fucking charity? You know, like, oh,
No, it
hey,
really
you know,
was.
like,
I'm just doing charity for this guy. And listen, like the wrestling show, the idea was let's find something that Phil actually cares about, that he's passionate about. Because it seemed to me there wasn't a single thing in this entire world that the guy actually cared about, that he could talk about. The guy talks and talks and talks. He talks for a living, yet he has nothing to say ever.
There we go. Yep.
It's just talking to hear the sound of his own voice in the hopes that fucking nickels drop into his shit. What? Dr. Lexus has gifted
1 million subs.
Whoa.
It's insane, bro. I like the energy. It's entertaining, but it's super annoying.
He gets off stream, is live stream for people who hate him like an animal in a zoo.
Well,
and
if you're like
insulted with
listening to this in the
fucking peanuts
background,
and
those
shit
are the
like
points
this.
where you
And then he gets off stream.
focus on
and he
whatever
starts
else.
drinking. He plays
you're
a
like, oh, that's
WWE
boring.
mobile game that he spends his entire paycheck on.
remember something.
And then
I remember
Ford
something.
ashes a meal and then goes to bed, wakes up, does it again and again and
Ash,
again
I just
and
remember
again.
the story.
And again.
You're gonna laugh. You remember this too. It was after watching Nerds on the Go, the like pool. Remember he was walking on the pool? We spoke to Phil right after. Remember he was yelling at you and me because Kick wouldn't verify him?
Okay. This is actually one of the most narcissistic and insane things that Phil came to me.
He yelled
about.
at us.
He yelled at me about why
And me,
Kick
and me.
did. Yeah, and you as well. He yelled at us about why Kick didn't verify him right away. And he said that it was an insult to him that they didn't immediately verify him and give him like a deal and all of this stuff.
Again, who the fuck do you think you are?
It's like
There's so many times when you can ask DSP this question that it almost like doesn't make sense. It's almost insane.
Oh man, I don't run Kick. Like I don't have
know
like
Eddie.
the moderator. I don't know Eddie. I'm not able to pull these strings for you, man. Second of all, like you have to actually meet the metrics, man, and you actually have to like be legit. And what this guy was doing, by the way, now listen, I guarantee you that Kick would have verified him and probably done something for him had he moved all of his stuff to Kick.
Yeah.
But what he decided to do was just do a mirror. So they're not getting the exclusivity of Phil. And so why? But even despite all of this, Kick has put Phil on the front page numerous times. They've tried to promote him. They've given him opportunities. But Phil is just like a complete narcissistic, delusional piece of shit that believes that because he sent a mirror, which, by the way, for Phil to learn how to use what's it called, where you send out Restream. Restream. For Phil to figure out how to use Restream, it was like the biggest ordeal in the history.
Of course it was. It's Dark Side Phil.
Andy, you had to teach him how to fucking use
Even Andy Worski can do it.
Restream. No,
If Andy Worski can do it, anyone can do it.
like you had to explain to him that it was even possible to stream to 2 sites at once.
I got so mad I just sent him a YouTube video.
About like how hard he worked in order to do this. It's like after all that I've done, how hard I worked for Kick to not approve me instantly is an insult.
I can
to
find
me
that
and my
fucking
audience.
message. I have to scroll up
It's
for a minute.
It's like fucking crazy. Well, you're gonna be scrolling for a while because the guy sends 10,000 fucking DMs. Oh man, it's just crazy. It's just crazy the stuff that this guy fucking says. As I said, it's exhausting. It's this exhausting, draining process. You know, somebody said, I read this somewhere, probably on Kiwi Farms, might have been on Twitter. But Darkside Phil is Sisyphus, but he's the boulder. He's the boulder in the story of Sisyphus.
Yo, yeah. That actually makes a lot of sense when you think about it. That's actually a phenomenal analogy.
And we're the ones that have to keep pushing it up, and his audience has to keep pushing.
Yeah, because he's not actually putting in the effort. He just wants to exist.
Boulder, day after day.
He just wants to be in motion. It doesn't matter if he's going up or down as long as there is motion and you produce the motion.
Hey, up the hill. And then it falls down the other side, and we're right back to where we all fucking started. And we have to push it back. But then it's beyond that, because the boulder in Sisyphus' story was silent because it was a boulder. Phil complains the entire fucking time as you're trying to help him that you're not pushing hard enough or quick enough or giving him enough money while he sits on the fucking boulder that you're pushing to the top of the goddamn hill. It's brutal.
Bro, Ashton, that was one of the nights. So it was like, I was already sort of pissed off and done with him. And when he said, like, how dare you guys tell me I worked on this whole thing, getting Restream ready to get Kick, and now they won't verify me. He's like, you have to message them. I'm like, bro, you have to just keep working at it. It took us like what, 3 times?
No, because he believes that since he's been working at it for long enough, for an arbitrary period amount of time that he decided, now he should get stuff given to him just by virtue of him being him and having done this for a long time.
I don't think we got approved our first time.
No,
for
and we passed the metrics, but
by
it
a
takes
lot.
time. It takes time for them.
We had over 1,000 live viewers at that time, but it takes time for them to get to know your content, make sure that they're comfortable putting the verification. He just believes he's entitled to that.
Of course, because he's Phil.
Phil, you only have a couple hundred viewers, and you're not even bringing them all to Kick. You haven't even fully committed to this platform.
It was on it for 4 weeks. No, 3 weeks.
Yes.
Like, bro, we were on Kick, I think, for maybe 6 months, grinding it out. On shows, we didn't do shows. We had gaming streams to raise the hours, right, that we were doing to show them, look, we're serious about this platform. He does fucking 10 streams, and then instead of emailing Kick, Eddie, whoever, he emails me and Ashton a copy-paste attack. Exact same as mine.
It was so embarrassing. I was cringing.
But it's like, what if he even? I don't know who Eddie is. I'm guessing is the guy that runs Kick. But even if he emailed him, it's like, bro, you get like 300 views a video. Why do you think you're owed this preferential treatment?
Really bad when I read it.
Yeah, there's receipts. I got all.
Like, again, who do you think you are?
Like, of course we have the receipts. It's like, yes, there's so many DMs that I could like relax. Well, I'll leak them, but we're not lying. Like, I swear to God. In fact, we're
not leakers like that. But when it comes to Phil, I feel like everybody is willing to make an exception.
Here's the thing. Here is why I think people should reveal their communication with Phil.
Because he lies.
Because he lies so much, either willingly and knowingly or unknowingly and unconsciously, that we should see the actual truth. We should see what he really said and what they really said, because he misinterprets stuff. He puts words in people's mouths. That has factually been proven before that he does this just naturally. So he is not to be trusted.
The thing is, I'm willing to give Phil one last chance to apologize to us.
Oh, that's not happening.
Our fucking time, wasting our fans' money, wasting this entire opportunity. If Phil will humble himself, apologize to us, and kiss the ring over the weekend, because I want him to apologize. Because Phil has an apology fetish.
I don't want to hear his fucking. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want him. I don't want him contacting me. If he apologizes to me, I'm gonna go like this.
He has.
I don't care.
Dance. He has to dance. He's got to do the truffle shuffle and
Oh, he's not doing that. He's not doing that. He's completely cooked. Did we talk about the bunny? Did they talk about the bunny? I don't think they did. Did I miss that? Is that on Twitter? I think that was on Twitter. I might have actually bookmarked that. Where is Mr. Poems? Mr. Poems, where are you, buddy? Hold on, I know how I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. I'm going to felt him. Oh, here it is. Okay, clicky click. Let's get that link. Let's get some subs. Shout out to Alexandra C for 18 months. Big ups, Alexandra. 18 months of support, dude. And shout out to Twerk to Spec for the $2 who says Weed Jar Fund. Thank you. I actually need to buy a new one because the old one had a nice fucking cap, and this one is just a shitty screw-on jar. Very much sucks. Big ups, women's cardigan defends family when convenient. Says I'm 4 hours behind, but Phil reacted to every bit of Review Tech USA drama, including the sex tape stuff and all the Betty Boop crap. He's not above anything or anyone. He's not, and that's like a huge problem with him that he pretends he is, but he actually isn't factually.
Animals.
What?
I'm not. Listen, he described
Hold on.
exotic animals. So Darkside Phil has a secret menagerie of exotic animals.
That's the woodland critters, dude. It's the woodland critters. Did they domesticate them?
I'm not kidding. I'm serious.
Wait,
so Dark, and I'm not just talking about his pig wife, okay? Or his
Oh.
Jasper the cat. He has a menagerie of exotic pets.
Okay, what does he have?
Well, we won't expose all of the pets that Phil has.
Come on.
Because we're gonna drip feed, but this is apparently where a lot of the money has been going to. Is to the King Zoo project.
May I ask
And they
questions?
Oh, so that's why they didn't want to go to the zoo, because they are the zoo.
Like exotic? Are we talking?
Whoa, they've been there the entire time. What a massive plot twist.
Parrots or like Amazonian fish?
Rodimus Prime says this is bullshit. Well, listen, he described them as exotic pets. I don't really think they're that exotic. Let's let the mystery.
Exotic, like what? Like a guinea pig instead of a hamster? I guess.
Mystery build of Phil's illegal zoo. Of
We'll
exotic
have more. We'll have more. Don't worry.
Yeah, they're definitely gonna drip feed it because they have the ability, and obviously you're not supposed to show your entire hand with all your cards you got, because that's just not in your best interest. And hold on, I need to show you this as well. This is a great fucking post. It's on this profile, so yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, this is it. The exotic pet room. We got the squirrels, the fucking parrot, raccoon. Well, this is cat, so this doesn't count. But we got everything. It's so based, such a based guy. And wait, so they responded to some shit he said? Oh my god. Oh my lord.
He's the one bringing up my wife, which he apologizes for, says he knows it's wrong, and it does it again anyway.
Retard alert.
He's the
Oh, this is godlike, man. This is godlike. It's so funny when people shit on him. So I guess that's gonna be it for now. We're closing it on 5 hours, so I'm just gonna leave you here. I'm gonna abandon ship. So thanks everybody for watching. As always, big ups. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you to Ice Age. Shout out to Ice Age for the membership. I don't know if they show up delayed or something. My OBS is completely fucked. All my shit is completely fucked. Because reason? I don't know. I don't know why. Stuff just doesn't show up. And I would gift my 10 memberships right now, but YouTube doesn't let me. Straight up doesn't let me. Oh, we're close to 7,000 subs. So I guess make the number go up by subscribing to the channel. And when we get to 7,000, I'll just move the goalpost and beg you to subscribe so we can get to 8,000 or something. Yeah, legit. They don't let me gift memberships. What the fuck has YouTube done? These fucking idiots. And yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. Peace out, yong out, and I'll see you again on the next episode of the Angry Joe Show.
All right, thank you, Meerkat. Thankfully, that got us pretty close to today's That Being Said. We only got about 7 minutes until they start in the intro mode. We got anything? Got Bob Starsky with his song. Bunch of cool stuff. Let's see. Any clips or anything? Here's a 5-minute video from Expandong. Big ups.
Hello, Expandong. How you doing, dude?
Okay, so PPP, I guess he's cut ties with DSP or whatever, and I don't really I've never had a problem with DSP other than what they told him to say. I just want to do a wrestling show, and if it's with him or if it's with somebody else, that's fine. But I just feel like people should understand that PPP exploited DSP for his own monetary gain. Then he turned on him and played to the detractors for another monetary gain. This is a guy who's all about the money. And, whatever. If that's what you want to be that. But he's a fat 800-pound motherfucker who can't walk further than 100 feet without having to sit down. And he's a liar, he's a loser, and he's a disgrace. So, I respect detractors. If you have your problems with DSP, that's fine. That doesn't bother me. But what I'm saying is PPP is magnitudes more evil than DSP. It's not even close. He's a fat Canadian who can't fucking walk. He wishes he was an American. He's not. And so
whoa,
I understand some people might not get
He's
it.
fat and not American.
But I watched both the shows tonight, and I saw DSP having fun, and I saw Steve Cambrian, the one-eyed freak, and I saw PPP, the one-legged freak who can't even walk on his own power, acting like a fool. So, if that entertains you, that's cool. I understand. I've been involved with it all. But PPP is scum. Andy Worski ordered the murder of his child. There is also, pedophiles in their audience who have bankrolled their operation. So, I don't know. Take it for what it's worth. Take it for what it's worth. DSP, I don't have
Ralph,
to.
you were married to a
defend
lolicon.
anything because I really don't even know that much about his history, but I do know a lot about PPP. His whole career is based on a lie about me getting him kicked out of his church. Worski had his child murdered on his own orders. So if you want to talk about DSP and scamming and all this and that, that's fine. That doesn't bother me.
Makes it sound like it's a
if
hit
you want to
job.
talk about who's the real evil here, it's PPP and it's Worski. And they made money for Phil. They made money off Phil, and now they are playing the detractors in order to make more money. So you guys can take that for what it's worth, but it's the absolute truth. So I just want to do a wrestling show, whether it's with DSP
I just want to talk
or
wrestles.
somebody else.
I just want someone to talk to. I want a friend.
Lot more than PPP, who admits he doesn't even watch the shows. So
I don't know anybody in Mexico. I don't even speak Spanish.
I'm excited about what can come, and I just hope that people can see these scumbags for what they are. Worski claims I posted his passport and all this shit. That never happened, obviously. I know what happened, by the way, but it wasn't me. And by the way, I don't feel sorry about what happened to him either.
Then why deny
because
it?
He's a child murdering son of a bitch. So that's my opinion, and you can take it for what it's worth. I do know that I know more about wrestling than PPP and DSP combined, and this is not an attack on DSP. Like I actually find him more entertaining because he's like learning about it in real time.
What?
I went to WrestleMania 35. I was at MetLife Stadium with 80,000 people.
He thinks DSP
there.
is just now learning wrestling for the first time.
This is my lifeblood, right? And
What?
they are scum.
I really
They're all
love
about
wrestles.
the money. And money's great. Everybody needs money to live. That's true. But
or pesos in your
they're so
in your case
disgusting with it. And if you support that, that's fine.
If you support that, that's fine.
No beef. I don't hold it
If you
against you.
support
but what I'm
murderers,
saying
that's
is
fine. It's just that
these
you support
people
murderers.
Are absolute scum.
It's fine if you support them, but you support scum. But that's fine. It's okay if you support scum. He's got the same like weird fin-sitting tendencies as the pig roach, so maybe they'll get along. Maybe they're the real long-lost soulmates, and they'll just vibe and gel with each other. Ugh, this is nearly an hour. Oh no, I don't have time for this one.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. Snort, snort, snort. Kogan. Drip, snort, snort. I got the drip. Go.
Should I talk about his parents?
No, that's kind of sad.
Should we leak it?
Nah, that's dark.
Not yet. Maybe in like a
It
day or
is
two.
dark.
I think that's. I feel bad for him. That's fucked up, in my opinion.
It's tough. It's tough. If it's true.
It's-
All right,
it's
let's.
just
let's
sad. It's just
what do
sad,
we got here?
folks.
We
It's
got
just
this
sad.
August the duck video of
No,
him
no.
battling. All right, this video. We never even got to this one yet.
Yes,
Then we'll do
yes.
some super chats.
Listen, we're gonna like unfold this as an arc, guys.
I wonder
there's
how
so
Phil's
much to
enjoying
do
his
that
day
we're, like,
off.
Already, like, fucking
I'm sure
behind.
he's
So here we
completely
go.
unplugged.
This is the video he posts after snaking Ashton. Ashton offers him basically $5,000 to hang out with him. Maybe this will have. Maybe we can get a funny video or something. Here's what he posts.
Here's the truth about all of this.
Oh,
We had
here
good
it is.
plans. We had.
There was no
Yes!
plans.
No, but I did come up with plan after plan after plan
Let's
after
go.
plan for Phil. I would propose so many different concepts to him.
Oh.
And he would always have a reason why it wouldn't work or an excuse for
What?
why he couldn't do it. And it's just like, man, like beggars can't be choosers. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, like you don't have a direction for your content. I'm coming up with a million different directions that I think are entertaining and could be successful. And it would just always be negative and it would always be no. And it's just like, why, man?
So why is
Why?
he saying it here? Hey, we have a lot of plans that you said no to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there weren't. Okay, having a plan and executing a plan are two different things, Phil.
Had plans. I'm not even kidding you, for at least 2 other projects.
Okay, what are the 2 other projects, Ash?
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about, to be honest. Are these his own projects or something? Like, I don't know.
He doesn't even know.
You're like, was there a plan?
Like, well, there's
That I-
nothing that he agreed to do. That's the thing.
Feel at least one of them would have actually worked. Not full drama, maybe some drama, but
Oh, but
What do you mean you can't? But you can't be a halfway crook, Phil. Like full drama, half drama,
Yeah.
no drama. Like either you're doing drama or you're not. And the idea that Phil was above drama while he was collaborating with a show that's just constantly drama,
That's
100%.
only
all the time.
drama.
And the only reason we were working with him in the first place was because he reached out to us about drama with Review Tech USA and then did a whole like 4-hour just dunking on Rich, like as drama gets. By the way, the guy tried to do drama with Ethan Ralph. He tried to do drama with COG. He tried to do drama with Review Tech during that time. He tried to start feuds and beefs with every single person we were beefing with. And the only reason that he had the balls to do it, it's not that, this thing that he had no actual moral or ethical qualm with drama. He just thought he could get away with it because we had his back. So it's like, oh, see, look, now I can talk shit because I have friends on the schoolyard that'll come protect me. And that's the thing. He wanted that safety net of where we're going to protect him and allow him to talk shit, and we'll save him because he's incapable of talking shit or roasting anybody because he fucking sucks.
By the way, someone
Nose Goblin for 10 subs.
Wow.
And Play Pigeon for 2 subs as well.
Thank you so much. By the way, the pinned comment here is saying Dickers vindicated. I will say one thing about Review Tech. He was the only one.
He wasn't. Everybody saw what we were doing, and everybody predicted it. It didn't take a genius to see what was going on.
He was a stone to bum, and even he knew.
Oh, buddy. Well, this is like the God's honest truth about all of this is like, when there's like a fucking retarded, like nerdy kid that you let hang out with you, but you just humiliate him constantly. Like that was the actual energy of our relationship with Phil. It was some fucking guy who was so desperate for friendship that he allowed himself to be humiliated and debased again and again and again and again.
Savage!
Yeah. All right, let's keep smashing this. Long show today, Ash?
Projects I could be
we're not
involved
going to get through anything now. Everybody really wanted to hear about the Phil stuff.
We have a great show besides the Phil stuff too.
Well, Duty says Phil knew, but he just turned a blind eye for the money. And that's true as well. There were parts where I think he was genuinely believing and was gaslit, but that I think he also did know at a certain point, but he just didn't care because the only thing he cared about was money, which is pretty sad.
No, we have to do the IDub stuff way later for sure. And we have King Sly T a verse Review Tech USA. It's so funny.
And we've got a lot of woe buddies. We have the Styx Hexenhammer stuff to get into as well.
It is a little funny, but you'd have to watch
time to time.
Rich
where
Review
things
Tech,
would go well,
which makes it not worth it.
It would be cool because you get to see a different side of me, right? As opposed to just me.
Okay, can I just talk about this whole thing? Oh, people always ask about the drama or my like King of Hate stuff. I want people to see the real Phil. That's the gayest, most boring.
No, it really is.
Want to watch me on my couch, folks? Want to watch me playing video games or at the gym? No, you don't fucking care about what I do at home. You want to? Hey, Ashton, let's watch Ashton eat a McDonald's meal.
Why not?
Ashton, I can't wait to watch the Ashton. Watch me fucking doing coke. Well, that would be interesting, actually. But you know what I mean? We don't want to see the real Phil. We want to have an entertaining.
But the thing is, it doesn't really matter what Phil does. The thing is, like, we could do a mukbang and somehow still make it entertaining or interact with chat in a way that's funny or do a fun Q&A. The bottom line problem with Phil is just that he's boring. That he has no personality, he has no talent, he has no entertainment value, he has no redeeming qualities because he's a neutered, castrated, cuckold bitch.
No, Ashton,
and so therefore, no matter what he does, it doesn't matter what he's doing, it's always the same. The end result is boredom. Unless
Ashton,
he's embarrassing himself in some way, and then you can get enjoyment from the embarrassment.
I used to watch your mukbang. Remember your sushi video? Remember the fucking video you did with eating the fucking chicken nuggets?
The 100 chicken nuggets, and I think I puked on chicken nugget 92. And I'm like angling the camera to get the perfect shot as I'm puking into the fucking toilet.
I remember like turning it on. And you see Ashton's stomach just like as the whole screen.
The whole thumbnail was just like a view underneath my gut.
You're right. But I was talking about the drugs things. I'm not on coke, but
sitting here playing games. Right?
He's not on coke.
You want to see that?
He's not.
That's different. It's fun.
He would never lie about that. Except for,
You want to see you be normal instead of playing games? You're a video game channel.
Oh, okay. I think I think the podcast is ready to begin. Rewind a little bit.
And they have various appetizers.
This way, if there's interruptions in the stream,
Snake.
doesn't matter. Okay, rewind.
Which vest? Relaxing.
If there's
vest
disaster
is
Fs,
podcast
you know what I mean.
That being said,
Perish the thought. I would never do such a
relaxing,
thing.
chill, interactive.
Hey, it's
Scenes of the
the
dead.
it's the Noel costume.
Psychological
Almost never get this
style.
one. There's no texture on this one though.
If there was ever meaningful content, it's being produced right here on That Being Said.
Oh my God!
This one I had
Oh my
custom
God!
made.
We are back. We are back.
I believe you put
And
that
it
up.
is time. Saturday style show here with the boys, Meerkat, Steve, and Mr. Ludacris. Hello, Mr. Ludacris.
What's up, Doc?
Yeah. I believe we're going to get some rabbit content today, which would be pretty fun. Pretty fun. Meerkat, how you feeling today?
Yes, let's get
Now I
some
look like
slaw.
Captain Alex.
I watched the whole Kino Casino snakening documentary video. Well, that's
Yes.
well, you know what I mean. The stream. I watched
Yes.
it twice because
Okay.
I wanted to see all the bits. It was very fun. We're gonna talk about it today. Strap in
Hey.
and let's get some subs.
Yes, I come from the exact opposite perspective. I did not see a single second. All I saw was on Twitter, and there's a lot of talk about a rabbit. So I was kind of like, all right, I guess there's a rabbit in my future with this story.
There was
But that's
allegedly.
pretty cool.
There was.
So we're gonna learn about that. Before we get to that, we'll wait till the next call. The group think show to play a lot of bits I have saved. But this bit, I don't think we can let pass anymore because it's so beautiful. Everyone's talking about it. Let's play it right here. This is middle manager Phil Burnell, and I'm sure some of you have seen that. I think Kino actually watched this, but
They did.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
this is at least a minute of this because it's such a great idea and well executed. Let's fucking go. Come on.
Where are we at for the week? Let's talk about the schedule,
There's
the goals,
Cyrax,
and all of that,
there's
shall we?
Cobes.
We are at 36 out of 40 goals attained. When we attain 40 goals,
Yeah.
it is time for a radical pizza party, dudes. We're going to have a pizza party. Are we going to do Domino's, Pizza Hut, or Papa John's?
And Derek.
All right? I'm going to eliminate another pizza right now. Ladies and gentlemen, I am eliminating...
God, dude. Please make more.
the tilt, the turnaround.
I've eliminated Pizza Hut.
His arms crossed.
That's right. You can't even look at me right now because I'm such an evil villain. Exactly.
God damn it.
I'm such a heinous individual. Everything I do just exudes toxicity and negativity, and you can't stand to look at me for a second. I know.
Oh.
So it's going to be a choice between Domino's and Papa John's.
Okay.
All right.
That sounds fun.
Two unique places. All right. One of them, probably the longest running one in America, Domino's. I remember that ever since I was a kid. They were the big fast food delivery pizza place. They do various different kinds of pizza, like the hand toss style, the
fuck's
New York
sake.
style, the thin crust style, and they have various appetizers. So if we
It's
get Domino's,
beautiful. Like, it feels like this has been going on for many minutes now, but it's only been a minute 18. That's what it's like on Philip's show.
Yes.
Same thing. All right,
Origin story.
We got a lot to get to today, so we'll stop it there. But please go give that video a like. At the very least, we need more of these from this gentleman here, Seizure Robot 5000. Well, they have a lot of different videos as well. They're
about Cobra.
They make videos of all types about lolcow. So we hope we see more of that from you, Caesar Robot. But anyways, let's move on positively here. Big ups to Triple T Augie, who says, rest in peace, Begs Bunny.
Oh.
Begs Bunny, rest in peace. There we go.
R.I.P.
Rita the Green says, rest in peace to the bunny again. A lot of people sharing their condolences for the rabbit. ALT Preppy's ALT Preppy, the Redneck Preppy says, ALT taking the fourth path disaster stream. No, I did not. There's no disaster here at all yet, at least.
Taking the fifth path, the path of the dictator.
Yes. Whatever I say goes.
Solidarity, chap.
The Pasta Maker says, big ups all, going to be a fun one. That being said, Phil's a liar and so is PPP. Who knows how much he said is true, so let's the Theo theories fly. We'll talk about it, I promise. We'll talk about it.
That's what I wanted to say about
Yes.
the whole clip. Is like, as funny and as dramatic as it is, don't believe everything you hear in it.
Yes, that's true too. That is very true too. We'll get to it when we get there. Boat Knight says, which TBS member is playing the long con? TBIS member is playing the long con.
Well, ALT's been playing this con since before Christ, so I
Definitely.
think it's safe.
It's me. Greedo the Green says, if you can't take your wife to the zoo, bring the zoo to her. All right. I'm not sure what we're talking about yet exactly, so it's going to be fun for me to learn. Stephen Hawking says,
Oh, you don't even know?
I mean, I know
You don't
about. I
know.
know there's what I know is from Twitter, like Joe, but I didn't even see any clips. I just saw like I know there's some pets. That's
okay.
the
You're
limit
gonna
of it.
love this.
Yeah,
It's not much about the pets, but all the
Okay.
other stuff. You're gonna love that.
Okay. Dark Wolf said, "Do you think the guys? you guys think they had rabbit stew that night?" I don't know. We'll find out. I'll let you know later.
No, because it would have taken more than 4 steps to prepare, and they would have fucked up the recipe. So they probably just ordered DoorDash.
They DoorDash some sauce. Mr. Extravagant says TBS never does 11-hour streams for us. That is true. We do not do those. That has not ever been on the docket for us. Shadow is lovable.
I've
says,
tried racking them out.
Old fat beggar had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. That's a King of the Ring idea. Jasper the Cat says Phil took my
When
claw,
is
so I
that
took his
anyways?
bunny like tea. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Pretty
I
toxic.
took tea as well.
Jordan Fadeaway says Elmer Fudd Burnell Bang. Okay, yeah. Kink names are there for you. We gotta get the bang.
Elmer Fudd Burnell.
Bang.
He kind of looks like that though. Like if his face was a little bit droopier, he would be a good Elmer Fudd.
I think that's why he stopped wearing the hat.
NWO News says Cat ate the bunny
that was
because
a cool
Phil
hat,
didn't hit the
yeah.
goal.
You got a point.
Yeah. Cat ate the bunny because Phil didn't hit the goal. Okay, that's why the bunny was eaten. And Spitfire01 says, "Whoa, my buddies, beware the Ides of March, Phil." Big up Spitfire01. Okay,
Bunnies beware.
it is time. So we're gonna go. I guess we start with this. Right? I mean, what else? This is the
You're
most
so
important
confused.
thing, right, Meerkat? We're starting
How
with
so?
the Kino stream from yesterday.
I guess we can go through the Twitter stuff.
Okay. So Twitter stuff is
We did some yesterday, but obviously more has happened since, hasn't it? So
Yeah, so we should talk about the new intro for the Smart Guys show that you know and love. A lot of hard work went into this intro, guys, as you know here.
It'll be all be explained.
Very cool. Running commentary on pro wrestling, and we have an X.
we couldn't even be asked to animate. Like we couldn't make it shrink so that it stayed across. Just put it there and leave it there.
Yeah, exactly.
Like as you can see, the X is the thing. The belt is moving because that was already edited in, but the X is just there.
Yeah.
Wait, sorry. This isn't a detractor thing.
No, this is his intro.
No, this is actually.
I thought the same as
Fucking
well.
hell, I didn't know this.
This is his intro, Ludacris. Please.
Oh right, I should have known by the high quality. Yeah.
It reminds me of when he was using the Project 7 graphic as a slide on his stream, but he had Rambo and Howard blurred out. That was like some of the funniest shit.
Yeah, when
It
it was
reminds
the
me of
animation, wasn't it? It would pop up and you'd see just the two blurs.
Oh yeah,
there
yeah,
and
exactly.
Turning.
So now we got another problem. But what are we gonna do? Just another X. Hell yeah! Cross out that X. Yeah. Take that one, trolls. Now what? Okay.
He put the X over the S as well.
Yes. Yeah. Come on. It's not guys.
The entire show. Fucking mad.
Doomer Ziggy unearthed Doomer Ziggy, the legendary archaeologist of the internet, has found more Phil commentary. And here it is, just 2 minutes here. Watch this.
Execution is his name? All right. Oh, Executioner. All right, so we got Executioner against Nerd Josh. Yeah, he is the Rose player, yep. Rose drastically improved in this game.
Look at the command of the mic.
I love the one where the other guy is like, "Man, you got to stop interrupting me."
Now
Wow.
He's gone from the commentating now, but watch him behind. Just watch it.
Now he turns on
sway.
Turns on airplane mode.
Sway mode.
Yeah, I know. Women at a fighting game tournament. Can you believe it? Hey, we had a lot of them
Siege
at Evo
mode.
this year. Yeah, real talk. Stripe, who actually
Real
is running
talk.
the tournament.
Anyways, you get the
Is that
point.
where
Big
real
ups to
talk
Music.
comes from?
I guess.
It's a woman.
Probably.
She could get it too. She look alright. Don't tell her I
Okay.
said that though. She might get mad at me.
Okay, very cool. Anyways, moving on. One more thing from
Real
Twitter
talk.
here.
I like that. I'm going to start saying that from now on.
Pretty cool. So the wrestling show had a lot of interesting things, but watch this and let's see what you think of this.
Real talk.
Who the hell is this? What is she wearing? She looks like she just came from a rave.
As you can see, the rave clothing here on display. Mm-hmm.
Right? Like she took a couple fucking bumps. What is in her hand?
Took a fucking bump.
I have no clue what I'm looking at right now. Is that a wrestler? Is that Wendy? Is that a special needs person? Like, serious? What
is that?
What?
Why would he think that?
Is she one of my audience members?
Is she holding a large crayon, perhaps? Tasty? Very tasty crayon?
How is he on a wrestling show and he's asking if that's a wrestler? Surely he should fucking know.
I have no idea how
Person
he
on
came
the
to that
card of
conclusion.
wrestling trading
Yeah.
cards.
Yeah.
Is this a wrestler?
They just randomly chose a special needs person to put on a wrestling card?
Like make a
what?
wish or something. Have
Yeah.
you can be in a card.
Please, I have no idea.
What's going on in this?
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably a really bizarre character, right? Because
Yeah.
I have
No,
no,
I don't
clue.
think
what-
so.
Yeah, the special needs wrestler. That's his character. They've done that before, though, haven't they? Actually.
Oh, yeah,
Vince.
Eugene. He was
Yeah.
amazing, actually. He was phenomenal.
Fucking Eugene. Yeah, they brought back the female version of Eugene. But anyways, okay, that's a little potpourri for you here. Now let's get to the stream from last night, all right? So we're going to start with the first timestamp that Meerkat has prepared all these timestamps for. So shout outs to Meerkat for this one here. And we start at, rightfully so, 1651 on the stream in an
Wow,
11-hour stream.
1651.
Let's see what the Kino Casino has to say to start us off today.
Casino, March 14th, 2025, and we are calling for TPD. You heard about Kill Bill, time to kill Phil. We grilled him, and now
There we
we're
go.
gonna spit roast this
My mic was
motherfucking
Fuck that piece of shit. No. What an ass.
He's a bum.
Do you know
He's
how hard?
an ungrateful beggar bum.
Do you know how hard it was for me to hold it in?
Oof.
Every time he's in chat, hey! And I thought we were being obvious. Hey?
Yeah.
No, I mean, we were like literally.
You were, dude. You were. But I will say, a lot of us thought that Andy was kind of more pignatized than
Yeah, I
Triple P
definitely
was
did.
throughout this whole thing, right? But I mean, apparently now Jaworski's saying I thought we were being obvious, which they were, by the way.
Literally trying to get rid of him. It's like when you like throw it. What's that scene where they throw the rocks at the dog at Old Yeller to make him go away?
Yes.
Or some shit like this. It's like, go. We don't want you here. Bro. You fucking starts outright insulting him to his face. Oh, he just couldn't get the memo. He just couldn't get the message
And there's a big
that we
story
didn't want anything to do with this boring fucking ass. But it was beyond how boring he was, how worthless he was.
Beyond that.
The lack of content, the lack of gratitude, how draining he was, how negative it was. It was that Phil's gay. He's gay. He was gay for Andy Worski. This
Oh, hold on. Let me
True.
get Lex's take on this.
That's gay.
All right, go
guy
ahead.
To
was
see my
begging.
body?
He kept begging to look and touch Worski's underwear. This guy
Oh, that's
privately, he was trying to slip his
Let's see
hands
those
down Andy's
abs.
pants.
The gaming.
You know,
Oh
he
my God,
said
Cole,
he
mate.
goes like, "Let me see your shredded body."
Oof.
To you, Andy.
Oh, he did in chat, didn't he?
Yes, he did. That's a factual fucking statement. He said he wasn't saying like he wanted to see it. He was saying like that'll be a goal. Show his shredded
Yeah.
abs. So I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Combine that with every joke ending with something getting shoved in Philip's own ass. It makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know.
And combine that with the very high chance that when he was typing out this message, he was pissed drunk.
Yes, very true.
Oh, that's
very
almost
true, very true.
certainty. I think we're beyond high chance. Guarantee.
Big ups Killer Queen Bites the Dust for the 50 membership bomb. It doesn't matter what country that's from.
Let's get
You just earned this. Time to put back what was rightfully his while he's still
We should
alive.
Dude, we should have the unkill the bunny animation. We like resurrect the bunny.
All right. Don't give me any ideas. I'll
that's
make
dark.
it happen. Big ups Ryan is too conceited as well. And everybody, big ups everybody. I'll read everything, I promise.
And I went,
I wonder what Theo's
No!
opinion is on
I was like, no, that's
the
weird.
mystery bun.
That's uncomfortable. That's awkward. But
You
why?
know, like, it's like, why
I'm like,
is he saying this?
We're in a business meeting.
He was drunk as fuck.
Someone
Let's
call.
be real. This was some Brian Dunn fucking behavior.
Someone call
from the
HR.
Filster.
Like,
Somebody call HR.
Cool, HR.
All right, fast forward a
Dude,
bit.
I'm his.
Change.
Well,
This isn't normal.
I gotta say one thing. One thing.
Please.
I finally heard about and saw a little bit of the thing where he goes, "I'm his gaming soulmate," right?
How did it feel?
Listen, DSP, everyone likes Final Fantasy VI. Everyone likes Zelda Ocarina of Time. This is not like obscure
These weren't
hidden
deep cuts. You know what I mean? This is like even like Earthbound.
Great point.
The more you watch of this, the more you're gonna be convinced that Andy fucking hates this guy. Like the anger in his voice, especially later on, they fucking hate this guy.
Like, and you wouldn't think that while this was going on, right? Because Andy was kind of always like trying to reel in Triple P sometimes. It felt like it, right?
Yeah, it felt like he was more on Phil's side, didn't he? Like,
yeah. All right.
Let's speak up more, and yeah.
There was that one stream I remember where Triple P was actually saying, "Oh, we're finally going to snake Phil," and then Andy was like, "Well, no,
yeah."
I think Andy was trying to pull Triple P back from like breaking the gimmick and exposing that they're just actually making fun of him. But sometimes they were being super overt with it, and DSP was still just going along thinking they're not joking. Because even from the very beginning, and that's a huge reminder because I remember this very vividly and I think it's very important. From the very beginning, even before they did their first show with him, they started talking about them having their own way of trolling him because they saw how it went when he had an interview and he looked bad, and they saw how it went when people were breaking into his bank account and shit. So they were like, okay, we've seen how this works. Let's do something different. And this was their idea of something different.
There we go.
It's amazing how they slowly cranked up the obviousness of it. Like, from the very get-go, the first stream they did with Rich, like, you know when he's doing the bit where he's going, "This is the last chip, motherfucker, I'm taking it for the King's TXs." And they were sort of like cringing. You could visibly see they were cringing. And then now they pushed it all the way up to the other day when, but obviously before he revealed the big snaking or whatever, big shock, when Triple P was... Fuck, it's gone. It's completely gone, sorry.
Nice. I
think we've come a long way.
Sorry, someone said they were bored in the chat. And Triple P said in front of Phil, I'm really sorry. I'm really trying to make something entertaining out of this. Like, right in front of him. And Phil just carried on holding up a resin card going, "Yeah, it's very nice." Like, how more blatant did it have to be?
Let me show you a little bit more cringe shit. So back in the day now, that's just all the more cringe because of what happened now. So remember when people were accusing, remember the Kino came back from their vacation and shit, people were saying they're back on drugs. DSP defended him.
You would be able to tell if Andy was on drugs because he would look and act totally different.
Like he knows him so well, you know?
Yeah.
I just imagine DSP 3 a.m, really drunk, texting Warski. "Hey, you know what you should do? You should take your shirt off. Yeah, just take your shirt off. That'll show him."
Slowly.
Slowly.
He's been the same since I've known him. Andy's been the same since I've known him. He's sober. Anyone's saying otherwise just full of shit.
Thanks, DSP, for defending your boy.
He's known him for like 2 months.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Yes.
level. This is like entry level everybody had for their Nintendo.
Yeah.
Fucking Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past.
Link to the Past, yeah. And like other things, and he kept saying things like that and wanting to play games with me. And I kept like after every show, I would be like texting Ash, he's DMing me. What do I say? I want to not respond. And we're just like we'd have meetings on how to DM him back. Because hey, Ashton's like fucking Discord messaging me during the show. DM'd me 4 times during the show.
Pause,
I'm like,
pause.
could you tell him to shut the fuck?
Oh my god, this is insane. Go ahead, Steve. Sorry.
Like we said earlier, you don't know how much of this is true. This, I believe, is true.
Yeah.
This I could totally 100% buy as factual.
Damn. You have meetings about how to respond to Philip 4 times during the show?
Hey, fucking Ashton's like fucking Discord messaging me during the show. DM'd me 4 times during the show. I'm like, could you tell him to shut the fuck up? We're doing a show. Meanwhile, the fucking previous three days earlier, there's this huge opportunity, everyone. LOL Cow Live. Fucking bro.
You were like, Ashton, help me. He's asking me to kiss him in Amsterdam.
That was a little
No, that's when Phil invited Andy to go to
What?
That's not true. That is
Amsterdam with him because he wanted to kiss him at the fucking hotel in Amsterdam.
Listen, I don't even want to talk about that homosexuality. It makes me angry.
But he wouldn't come meet me in Florida. I'm like, fuck, I look like his. I guess that's what.
Oh, don't do this. Hold on, I'll get it back. My bad.
This objection
Thanks,
to it.
Kick.
Thanks, Kick. Don't fuck. 21. Here we go.
His wife.
You tell him the floor. I want to talk about that homosexuality. It makes me angry.
But he wouldn't come meet me in Florida. I'm like, fuck, I look like his. I guess that's why he didn't want to fuck me, is because I look kind of like his wife.
You tell him the Florida.
Seriously, guys, you won't even believe this because I genuinely feel bad for Phil.
Me too.
When I learned this guy, he never leaves his home.
Sad.
He can't. It's sad. You know what I mean? The guy is a total shut-in, hasn't been on a vacation or a trip in a decade, couldn't have a honeymoon with his wife. I felt bad for him. And also, I was like, you know what? I want to meet Phil. I want to know what Phil's about. I want to have some comradeship, some brotherhood with Phil. Take our friendship to the next level. Not the way that Phil did, like the gay way that... But I'm like, you know what, Phil? I said to Phil, so here's the idea.
All right, so this is about the taking him to Florida part. Okay, this is confirming
yes.
that. Yeah. Okay,
they
let's
are.
see if...
Allegedly, they proposed Phil and Kat to go on a honeymoon to Florida and film a bunch of content.
Yes. Okay, so let's hear this first, and then we can debate.
Thing bar. This is Hulk Hogan's theme bar, and he does like certain parties and karaoke things. So they were like, "Yeah, we can get him down for that."
Is that a thing, or you joking?
Yeah. No, that's why. Yeah, that's why they wanted to Florida.
Like how much thought I put into this of something that Phil would like to do that's like his special interest, which is Hulk Hogan.
Whoa.
So for those of you who
I thought you were going to skip it. So,
okay, okay, there we go. That's the story about it. Okay, I'll fast forward through that. We got a lot of stuff to play though. So here,
maybe we'll do a video at the bar, just service you can find. All paid.
So I know a lot of people were questioning this story, but I mean, he has a lot of fucking details, doesn't he, about what his plan was?
Let it play from this because it goes into like how it increasingly.
You got
for all of it. I'll pay for you to come. I'll pay for your wife to come. I'll pay for sitters for your pets. I'll do. And I was dead fucking serious. I was gonna spend thousands and thousands of dollars on
$4K minimum.
Notice how he said pets there too, with the S there, just to keep that. In your mind.
I didn't pick up on that.
More.
Minimum.
It was probably gonna be at least $5,000-$6,000 to do all of this. But I'm like, oh fuck, it'd be really fun. No, it would traumatize my cat. To leave him with anybody else, there's no possible way I could do this, man. And what it is it's fear. He's afraid of leaving his own home. He's afraid of doing anything. He's just a massive fucking pussy, shut-in hermit little bitch, because he's scared some troll will find him and confront him. And what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? It's like, Phil, stop being such a fucking pussy.
Yeah.
But this is the crazy shit that Phil, this is the
mentality.
Yeah, go.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I believe this story for the fact that I don't think that Triple P would have made that part up about looking after the animals. That sounds like something that Phil would say, especially the bit about, it would scar Jasper. I mean, I can imagine Triple P making up quite a bit.
Yeah.
But that just seems like so random that he would think that after offering that, someone would come back and say, well, what about Jasper Kitty? And that just sounds like something that fucking Phil would say.
Yeah,
So,
he said that.
Yeah.
I think somebody said, "Why don't you go to Japan or whatever? Or why, you going for a honeymoon?" And he said, "I can't at the moment because I've got Jasper and I can't leave him with anyone."
Yeah, he said that before, and just that he doesn't like people, so it would traumatize him so much or whatever. Even though,
the thing is, as well, with the whole Jasper argument, before he got Jasper, like when people were saying to him, "You should get a pet, you should get a cat, or whatever," and he was going, "I can't do that, you guys. I can't afford it," and it's all this bollocks, right? So he knew that getting a cat, that would basically shut him out of traveling anywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And now he's going to say, I can't do that because of Jasper. Like, well, maybe you should have done your honeymoon then before you got a cat, that you couldn't afford. It's stupid.
It's like a free honeymoon blocker, kind of. That's what the cat does.
Yeah. But I'm pretty sure we all know that this is just an excuse. He doesn't really care about who's going to take care of Jasper or about Jasper getting PTSD.
Yeah.
I guess it would have been more reasonable. I would completely understand if he just said, dude, I'm like a middle-aged guy. I'm not having some stranger pay for my fucking vacation. Because that's kind of a normal response. If any of you guys offered me to like meet up in real life, do live shows and pay for it, I would just say no, and I would do it with my own money.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty fair response. You wouldn't try to make excuses like you have a cat. You know what I mean? Like, I got a cat, but I know my cat can handle a few days at a fucking pet hotel.
Yeah, it's not stopped me from going on holidays a few times.
But then we don't know what other animals he has. There might be like a hippopotamus, and he might be like, "Oh no, I can't leave the hippo here alone."
Yeah, there is. But PPP said he'd fly her out as well. So
yeah.
It wasn't me for once. Wow.
And it's wild shit. It really is wild shit.
Well, here's where I was fucking super annoyed, and it's a very similar story. So
okay, here we go.
We thought people were asking me yesterday, hey, so what was the end game? Be serious.
Yeah, what's the end game?
Game was simple. We knew he was like a bit of an idiot and, the track.
Howard Stern, how he had a whack pack.
It was like Opie and Anthony with fucking
look at that.
It was like that idea.
How early in the King arc did we start saying that, by the way? There was a whack pack thing. I mean, everyone knew this was coming, but everyone knew this was coming. But immediately we called this, and this is exactly what we said.
And the track.
He's a bit of an idiot.
You ever see Howard Stern, how he had a whack pack?
It was like Opie and Anthony with fucking Bobo. It was like that idea. So the idea was get him close so we could have some
extremely
funny
common.
Shit. So we thought of shit like lie detector test.
Yes.
Or like ghost hunting, and then during that we'd felt him while we were filming. Every idea that we had, we were shot down.
So
then
casually.
But bro, this is like they're literally explaining what a whipping boy is. We're just gonna like hang out, and every once in a while, when we feel like beating somebody up, we're just gonna beat on Phil, and he's gonna fucking like it because he's the whipping boy.
All that shit we said was exactly true. They were figuring out how to felt him. You heard he say so casually. Yeah, we're just gonna find ways to felt him along the way. So good. God damn it.
Was Lol Cow live? Imagine Q Casino, Lol Cow, and Phil would be a massive show. He literally in the group chat started yelling at all of us. You guys, it's my day off. First of all,
how dare you bother me on my day off?
How about you respond tomorrow then, you F-slur, you fucking retard?
Well, why is it such a big deal to receive a simple...
I like Wardsky's energy now. It's way different.
Yeah.
His
delivery's really funny with the insults.
So listen, if one of your friends or family or a business associate texts you on your day off, do you lose your fucking mind?
No, he's losing his mind.
How dare you text me on my day off? Wouldn't you just not reply?
Yeah.
And then get back to them at a later point?
That's too logical.
It was like...
Yeah, go ahead with it, Chris.
Yeah. I was just going to say, it's just like in chat, like how he's impossible. He'll see something written in the chat and then he has to acknowledge it. When he could just like not acknowledge it and not look like a twat. But every time he has to say something, it's exactly what he's saying. You see someone's message you on your day off, just don't fucking reply. How hard is it? Do your 4-hour grocery shopping. Ignore your wife while she plays Skyrim. You don't have to have that time interrupted.
Yeah, and he would like, oh yeah, it's my day off, and detractors are saying this shit. Like, you know, you don't have to check in on the internet on your day off if you don't want to, man. It's pretty simple. But all right.
This whole how fucking dare you come out? It's my day off.
That's when I was like done with him.
You're
like
pestering me.
Mentally, I was like, that's like when I was like, I was done. And then you were like, listen, I'll do a show with him and I'll felt him on the show and then we'll make something happen. That way, I was like, cool. I'm staying out of it. Like, I'm like,
you
yeah.
come to me on my day off and you don't even ask me to do content.
So I'm pissed. I text Ashton. I'm like, this guy's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
Okay. Do you reckon that was
my day off?
Do you reckon that was when he was on the street? Do you remember there was a stream he did and Phil was in chat and he kept saying, hey, I've DM'd you, I've DM'd you.
Yeah.
And he got up during the stream.
Yeah.
Do you reckon that was then?
Oh, yeah. Could be. Yeah.
So he's like, he gets all these messages. I feel right there is when he's messaging Ashley, going, I'm fucking done with this guy. You know, and then he came. I reckon that was then.
I truly believe we're going to see these DMs. That's definitely
I did too. I did too. I think
yeah.
it can only stand to rap so long, you know. But
yeah, their plan is to drip feed it. So if DSP doesn't apologize for what he did to them and betraying them and insulting them, then they will start releasing stuff allegedly.
That's why I believe what Ashton's saying. Not everything, but you know, a lot of this stuff, because he's making some big claims about, you know, this like trip to Florida. Like he knows he might have to show that what if let's say DSP goes on the show tomorrow and says that's not true, and then Ashton be like, all right, fuck you, I'll show you right now. Like Ashton has to know that's going to be a requirement if Philip starts denying this shit, right? You know what I mean?
Yep.
So I mean, that's why I kind of tend to believe him, because Ashton knows you got to show it, you know. So
yeah,
we'll see. It's pretty. You know, I don't give a shit if DSP watches our show ever, but I really hope he's watching today, don't you? Because this is fucking fun. It's his two boys.
I hope he watched theirs, because he used to watch it. He used to be a big fan.
What's
I know
his
it's
favorite
overkill.
show?
It's overkill, but I would kind of like to see whether Ash could actually get smart guys back, just because it'd be funny after everything they've said and how hard they've gone in on him. I truly believe that if he wanted to, he could go back. And DSP would just look like a little bitch.
Oh
and
my,
like be like, well, just two guys razzing each other, you guys. I think he'd probably like go back to that, despite all this shit.
No, I reckon he'd go like full on. Do you remember how he was with Craig? Right at the end, right?
yeah.
Go, he'd do that act all, yeah, sure, come on, Ash, it'll be fine. And then, yeah, he'd try that. So you
There's
can
no
work with that, I
coming back
guess.
for this. There's no coming back
that's
for
what he's
this.
gonna do.
I hope there's not.
I don't see how he could, but I mean, this is insane. After Philip said, "Don't you guys think they would have snaked me by now?" You guys still think the snaking is coming? How many times do we hear that shit? Right?
Yeah,
every week.
I was saying earlier with the whole Krabby Patty thing, how arrogant he was, like, with the detractors and stuff, saying that we were really fucking stupid because we hadn't realized that Triple P was snaking us. He was using us for content with Phil. And it's like, well, what now, dickheads? Like, obviously that's not the case.
This is way better than we could expected. And if this is going to happen every fucking week, it's going to be pretty fun for a while around these parts. You know what I mean? But let's get back to it. Go ahead, Ludacris.
Oh, I was just going to say, I love it as well that, like, I feel like obviously they were going to string this on longer, but Phil is so fucking annoying, even for a lolcow, that they had to pull the plug on it because he's that big of a prick. That just makes it all the more funny. They're like, nah, I'm out. Fuck this.
Yeah, and Triple P said that 3-pronged plan thing from last week was a thing. He's like, all right, fuck this shit, man. You know, all right, fuck it. And it was kind of done.
Hang on a sec. Sorry, I know we want to continue. But 3-pronged plan, and he's got the 3 paths.
Yes.
Did he rip that off? So the 3 paths, like, was that like, did he inspire him with that?
No.
It seems really weird.
That's the term that Phil used.
Phil used the 3 paths.
Phil used 3 paths.
Yes.
And they used what?
That's
what I'm saying. Did DSP just, because he just started saying that all of a sudden? Did he hear that from Ash or some shit?
Oh no! That was all his idea. All his idea. The 3-pronged plan
that was
his
a DSP
path.
original.
Yeah,
I just
DSP
thought because he
original.
copied Felting from them, maybe he stole this
no.
thing.
I see what you mean.
It was a DSP OG plan.
Yeah.
Let's see. I kind of want to see how long.
Do you remember what they were?
The original 3-pronged plan? I do. I
Yeah.
think. Mr. Ludacris, you were around these part times. You could tell me. KO Gaming. DSP tries it. I can't. No. It was
The
like
vlogs.
Vlogs. That's it. Yeah, edited content, vlogs, and gaming. Is that it? I think.
Yeah. The Holy Trinity. Yep.
And as you might expect, 2 of those were quickly dropped after he made this great plan. But anyways, let's go.
By the way, it wasn't even the day off. I was editing for the show for the next day. He's fucking
But then he
messaging me
recently,
like all his
I'm
ideas.
sorry to get back on this.
No problem. No problem.
But recently, he had 3 more prongs in DSP Reacts, DSP Throwback, and DSP Gaming. So this guy is always playing it triple style.
The 3, yeah.
And before that, we had the interview, DSP Asks It, and DSP versus the Internet.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
God,
So many 3s.
The patterns are there, man. Let's get the right string out.
Big ups, Panic
all
Bud.
suck, by the way. Then I don't respond. I'm like, I'm not responding to him. Fuck him. What does he do? The next day, like while we're live, he's putting business fucking like private shit in our chat. Like, and then putting pressure on us to respond. Like,
remember we played all those. We showed all those messages about that. We was like, now that I have his attention, can you guys please tell Andy this? Remember he did that shit? That's insane.
Do you remember? Go ahead, but I'll say
that's it for that.
Do you remember when this guy asked us not to stream in his time slot?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
This guy actually demanded that we schedule our shows around his shows.
Wow.
And that we direct our.
Wow. Guys, can you please schedule your stream at a different time? My 200 viewers are important.
God damn it, man. Amazing. Amazing.
Our audience to his show. This is what he actually thought. And it's like, but Phil, we have like 2,000-3,000 live viewers.
Yeah.
You have 200-300 live viewers.
Yes.
You know, we're kind of doing you a favor, bringing you on, promoting you in the first place. And you want us to inconvenience ourselves and our audience and say, we won't do shows in the time slot from like 9 p.m. or 10 p.m. to midnight. Well, that's when we stream, Phil. But what he wanted us to do was for his political show, for us to siphon all of our viewers because we have. That's what he wanted us to do, is give all of our viewers and all of our money. And he would come in here and be like, guys, remember, my show is next week.
Yes, he would.
Or tomorrow.
Yeah.
At this time. Don't tune into the casino or don't stream, guys, because I need your support. And it just started to get, it's like.
Well, I don't think he explicitly said that. And I don't believe he did it in the DMs. Until I see them, I won't believe that. But I think he heavily implied that they shouldn't be streaming at that point, or they should give him viewers.
Yeah, I remember vaguely talking about that.
So, no. Okay, so what Philip said, and I'm going to try to find the DMs here, but he definitely said, guys, I hope you stay tuned for tomorrow to check out my show, or something like that. Like, he never said, like,
oh, yeah, at the
come
end of
watch
the chat.
that. But he absolutely, Meerkat said, I hope you guys show up for my show tomorrow. He absolutely did that. 100%. 100%.
It's insane.
Effectively, like advertising in their fucking chat directly.
Yes.
And yet then when Iron Chef Sakai is directly advertising Lex, so she's not doing it directly, she's a slut. But he's there. There's not even someone doing it for him.
Yeah,
what a
definitely.
hypocritical bell end, man. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
But hold on.
To be fair, Kino aren't doing squats.
And he is their slut. That's kind of the difference.
Yeah.
When I find it, I'll show it. I promise you he did that. I promise you he did that.
Okay, I trust you.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
show
sure
it.
I remember it coming up in a pre-stream though. I'm sure he once mentioned like they sorted their schedules out so they could stream one day and then he'd be there and then they'd be.
I said it
because it was for DS Politics, I think. So he was making a big deal of the the new show once a week sort of thing.
I know I've made the comparison before, but he does treat it like the Monday Night Wars, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like stream the same time slot.
Here we go.
You take,
See, that was the hostile
and you take,
takeover.
and you take, and you ask, and you ask, and you ask. But when it comes time for you to like do a crossover with us and Keemstar, when we ask you to do something that mildly inconveniences you, no. What's in it for me?
Wow.
You know, it's like I see how you guys would benefit from me coming on the show to roast Rich of Review Tech USA.
Yeah.
And I see how Keem would benefit. But how would I benefit?
Viewers.
Well, I don't know.
Idiot.
there's a bunch of people watching you that might see you in a new light as somebody that's
I apologize. Not that Meerkat doubted it, but right there. I hope some of you will check out my streams tomorrow. If not, I may have to watch this all day. And that is in Kick's chat right there. He also said, also this one. This is from the same day in Kino Casino chat. I'll give 5 subs to end this, but I need to commit. I need a commitment that people will check out my streams tomorrow who haven't. This is awful. Those are officially from Kino Casino chat.
Okay, this is much worse than the thing that I didn't believe was real. Just to say this.
That is from Kino's chat right there.
Having fun and dropped your grudge with Keemstar and, you know, is doing interesting stuff now, and they might come watch your stuff. It's like, what's in it for me?
Ash,
it's just crazy.
And then fucking yesterday, I see one of his tweets. Someone, a detractor, like showed me a screenshot. He was saying, why do I have to pay Ashton half if I have to pay taxes? You expense it on your fucking taxes, you fucking
The guy didn't even know. The guy didn't even know how to do his fucking taxes. But honestly, it was he suggested, he's like, I'll pay all the taxes on it.
What?
Don't worry, bro.
But you still have to pay the income because your fucking bank
I still have
CRA
to pay tax on it anyway.
Buddy,
But
there was that.
That was his.
Oh my God, Philip worrying that. I'll pay the taxes on it. Don't worry. You can't do that. Don't worry, guys. I'll pay the taxes on it. Here's the rest.
This idea that he was going to pay all the tax on it off the start. So it's like, okay, so now you insisted on that, but now it's a bad thing, and I scammed you somehow. Like,
oh, so he was trying to get like, don't worry, Ashton, I'll pay the taxes. I got you, bro. I'll pay the taxes on this. Oh, okay, that's what he's trying to do.
I could write it off as an expense.
Nice.
I don't know. This is how it
do the
works for
shows?
everybody that does shows that pay guests or have co-hosts.
Yeah, I
Like,
always expense whatever we send anyone else. And then, by the way, here's why I was like, fucking, this is when I was like, this guy needs to fuck off out of our lives, was when we did the gaming stream. We did the climbing game, remember?
Yeah. Chained
Fucking
together.
9 p.m. Like Cinderella, king, I gotta go. May you stay so we could do another hour? No, after, by the way, we were on his show. He made him thousands.
Oh, yeah.
And then he stays in chat for 4 hours.
That's the crazy thing. He'll be like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go spend time with my wife or whatever.
Oh my God.
And then he'll be in the chat for 5 or 6 hours straight.
Oh my God.
But it's crazy to me. It's like, okay, so you have this off.
Holy shit. Guys, we might have to watch this whole thing. I don't know, man. This is pretty
Dude, I'm
fucking
telling
hype.
you, this I was not joking when I messaged in the Discord, dude. I started writing timestamps for this, but I have like 40 already, and I'm 20 minutes in. It's
Yeah.
insane. Everything is crazy.
This is nuts, man.
Opportunity. You're in front of a new audience, and it was rattling from the start, this stuff. We do the Review Tech USA thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
The guy has to guys, I have to leave.
Yes.
But Phil, there's
No,
4,000 or 5,000 people watching this live. What do you mean you have to stop streaming? Like,
it was the Ralph thing,
make hay
remember?
when the sun shines. Yes, with the Ralph content
Yeah.
too. We brought him on. We're
spit
doing
on
the
us.
more of Ralph with it. It's like, I gotta go now, guys. It's like, well, we have a lot more content, Phil. Like,
spit on us.
Ashton spent literally like 8 hours the previous day going through the Kiwi farms, looking for all the best clips, setting up the whole lore shit. But the RTU stuff went a little bit too long. And then we're just like, hey, like we're DMing in the group, can you please stay? Nope. It's like, you made like 3,000 the other day. I wanted to, like, I was like, this guy has to go. Every fucking detractor was right, but we were like, okay, hang on.
There you go. There's a line there.
The detractors, they were right. Oh yeah, Meerkat, we got to get a remix with this version of detractors were right. There you go.
There is so many
was
songs I
fucked.
can make from this. I just need the willpower.
Please.
well, it was just like, okay, every single thing that you wanted to do with him on a stream, you had to go over every aspect of it
Yeah.
and negotiate like, okay, So it's going to be using this service. It's going to be on Discord, and it's going to be at this time, right?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I can do this day. I don't know if I can do this. Like with everybody else that you ever negotiate with, like a show, you go, hey, can you do this at this time? And they're either like yes or no.
Yeah.
But with Phil, it's like pulling teeth. And if I showed the DMs, you can understand. It's hard to actually explain
Please.
how
LT,
agonizing it is.
you can confirm it is like this, right? Because we've had dozens of people on, and it
Yes.
usually is like this.
It's a one back and forth, right? Mr. Ludacris, hey, Ludacris, can you do this time at 3 p.m.? It's a yes or it's a no. And that's it.
I don't know. I might be busy that day. What we're going to
What
use? Are we going to be on Discord? I don't know.
What's in it for me?
Yeah. The thing is with Phil as well, like the effort to get him on, and like the juice is not worth the squeeze, is it? So you pull teeth, like you say, you get him on, and then he's just there going, So that was 3 hours in the DMs well fucking spent getting this guy on.
Or it's like your most bland milk toast. Yeah, the Democrats are evil, and so are the Republicans.
Fuck the
like
needy.
sitting shit thing. Yeah.
All right, let's go. I'm going a little bit ahead, just 1 minute, just until next Meerkat's next timestamp.
He didn't add anything. He never,
There you go.
had a good
Whoa,
take
that's
or
crazy.
a funny joke or a one-liner. The guy couldn't even laugh at what's going on.
Yeah.
Like, he would just have this
Too
sourpuss
stupid.
look on his face, like he wasn't happy to be here, like he was doing everybody else a favor by appearing.
Ooh.
And it's like, you have
Hello, Top Tier Rated says, I can confirm it's legitimately like this. Someone who also has DMs with Philip Brunel. Big up,
I'm
Top
so
Tier.
sorry you had to go through that.
you have no fans. Nobody
Yes.
likes you. In fact, everybody hates you.
Oh.
And the fact that we're bringing you on, we got so much hate from everybody.
And
They were
be
right,
ban,
honestly.
Hey,
They're
ban
just
the
like,
people in chat
you know,
making fun of
like,
me. It's like,
we're getting
oh
like
my
our
fuck.
donators
God.
talk.
Can you hear
did you hear
that? Can you hear that? Yeah. Can you ban people in chat making fun of me?
But
What
did
a
he
bitch.
ban
that's so
dozens of
pussy.
people when he became mod?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. We
Yeah.
watched it. Yeah. What a fucking bitch. Guys, can you ban people making fun of me
That
in the
list is
DMs?
still updated, isn't it?
And literally the other day he was saying that he was thick-skinned. And now we're hearing this, like, they're making fun of me, Ash. Can you please tell my gaming soulmate to ban them?
Can you imagine?
We
in
could
the
easily have a
chat?
third tournament, couldn't we? Of the band
Oh,
names.
God, yeah. God, yeah.
From this
Hell
point
yeah.
on.
Post on the daily. Fucking our editor is having pictures of his kids post.
Oh, yes, he did pin his own message once, too. Yes, Alex Mir, correct. He did pin his own
yeah,
message.
forgot about that.
He pinned his own message. That was a good one. Let me pin it.
People are threatening his kids, calling him a pet, like crazy fucking
And then we're
shit.
just like, hey,
Constantly.
hey, you mind
And
if
we're
we
like-
play the? Hey, we have this crazy idea. Why don't we just play fucking Link to the Past on stream? No, that's not views. That's a post show. That's like an after show. Relax. It's not a show.
It's just like after all we've done, it's like, can you do us any favor? No. What's in it for me?
Wow.
What's in it for me? Like, it's crazy.
Buddy,
It's
and then
crazy
he
shit.
spits on us for every idea. I want to show one quick clip.
Can we
You
pause this for
probably
a
watched-
second?
Yes, please.
Because this is just reminding me of the other day when he was talking about two friends, if they won the lottery, that they'd split it. And then the guy
Yes.
wins it, and then they split it. And he's like, what a fucking idiot. It's literally the attitude. It's the exact same attitude that they're saying
Yep.
here. Like, what's in it for
Amazing.
me? Like,
What's it? It's just fucking confirmed. Big up Zetro, who says, if DSP was a wrestler, he'd be Fetus, an actual mouth drooler.
Festus.
A Festus, excuse me.
Oh yeah, Festus.
oh, yeah, Festus.
I don't remember Festus.
The hillbilly sort of.
Whenever the
wrestler.
bell rang, he went insane. And then
Oh,
ran
okay.
again. Yeah.
Cool storyline. Rio
Holy
says
gallows.
if Phil's gambling in Phil's gambling addiction, he tried messing with Kino Casino, but Phil forgot that the house always wins. Big ups, Rio. A Super Scuffer says, I don't believe the rabbit story. He would monetize them. Where is he keeping them? Okay, well, I don't know the rabbit story yet, so I'll get back to this one, okay, to see if we confirm or deny. Reno Ryan says, Phil treated Triple P exactly how he treated John and Howard, with the calls and the texts at all hours, day or night. One thing is clear, Philip never changes, and he seems to be treating these two gentlemen just like he treated the other two gentlemen in his life, previously in his life, I should say. Greedo the Green says, PvP, or as I call him, P, said Phil. That's what Steve calls him. Stephen Cambrian calls him. Said Phil has the weak has the weekend to publicly apologize. If not, Monday he will start leaking DMs, so we're going to see what's what. Philip will never apologize, in my opinion, so I hope we start getting some DMs. Should be fun.
Oh, we're doubling down. He's definitely gonna. He might try to get ahead of it by releasing his own like DMs, but they'll be selectively edited, or they'll cut context out and things like that.
Yep.
So, yeah, he's only going to make the storm worse when it finally hits.
I mean, that's the thing. DMs go both ways. So if Philip starts trying to cut shit, you know what Triple P's going to do. It's not rocket science. But anyways,
it would be funny if he tried to get in front of it, like by doing like a goal or something. And then if we hit the goal, guys, I've got a special positive reveal. And then he brings the dead rabbit on the fucking stream. Like,
see,
this is Mr. Flapples, ladies and gentlemen.
Ryan says Andy really wants to beat the soulmate allegations. Yeah, he wanted to get ahead of that one. He didn't want. He didn't want that story to get any traction.
This was his version of "This is not a pregnancy announcement."
Woman's cardigan defends family when convenient, says. The same Phil that accepts thousands in gifts from fans he's never met won't accept a trip from Triple P to benefit both him and his family. Make it make sense. Because it requires him to leave his house. Woman's cardigan defends family when convenient.
That was a counterpoint to my point that I made, which it does make sense. Yes, this guy also takes toys worth thousands of dollars from strangers. So yes, you do have a point.
And Joe Dub, last one here, says, I have to go now. My wife, that's the size of a planet, needs me. There we go, Joe Dub. Okay, here we go.
It was Steve yesterday. I woke up, by the way. I woke up and Ashton's with Steve. And I see the show and I'm just like, thank you. Like, I almost started crying.
He was so happy.
It's like, oh my God. It's like finding out you won the fucking lottery. I was like, oh my God, yes. I don't have to
I'll
pretend
say
anymore.
this because we're not going to go on and on and on about Phil all night long, obviously.
But we do.
If you go back to the Steve interview that I did last night, if you go to the True Seekers channel and check it out, or I think Duty clipped it, a bunch of detractor channels have clipped it, and you watch that, you can really see me go off and just fucking tear into Phil.
That was the last Smart Guys, the Grill Phil, that he just legitimately just went at him for every aspect of his content online.
He fucking rants.
I'm just tired of him.
He's just such a black hole.
You know what's
There's
crazy?
just nothing positive comes from him. He says he's Mr. Positivity, but in fact, there's nothing positive that comes from him, and there's nothing meaningful either. It's all just a meaningless black hole of negativity and boredom for all eternity.
No, we do.
Is the Snortax.
We do have.
Okay, I'm going forward to next timestamp here. Let's go to Collabs Were a Charity Case is what Meerkat titled it. Here we go. 4475. Here we go. With an 11-hour stream, it's tough to get it right here. Here we go. Right there.
Hard round.
Let's go.
Be like the most. Yeah. The idea was,
yes, it
let's
gets
find
loud
something
at some
that
point.
Phil actually cares about, that he's passionate about. Because it seemed to me there wasn't a single thing in this entire world that the guy actually cared about, that he could talk about. Oof. The guy talks and talks and talks. He talks for a living, yet he has nothing to say, ever. It's just talking to hear the sound of his own voice in the hopes that fucking nickels drop into his shit.
What?
Dr. Lexus has gifted 100 subs.
Damn, Dr. Lexus that's the legitimately highest gifting person on Kick channel for DSP as well, by the way, Dr. Lexus. 100 subs.
Somebody else does as well. Somebody else that was in that position does as well, yeah. I think it's
Ashton, so here's why. Thank you so much. Holy shit, that fucking put my heart rate to 124. That's wild. Okay, Ashton. So I was pissed
okay.
So you're at charity. You're fucking, we could be doing other things, planning shows. You're like, Andy, this egg will hatch soon, I hope. And then I see this fucking video. Okay, first of all, a tweet. It says, tune in today to Smart Guys. Well, actually, Smart Guy, and you'll notice the show's better.
And we didn't shout out Wacky Shucks gifted 50 subs and we missed it.
What?
Whoa, buddy. Holy fucking
I want to go forward, but okay.
Whoa. Whoa, people really
Oh my
don't like
God.
Phil.
I'm at
People
121, guys. I'm at
people
129.
fucking hate Phil. They just hate this
I'm at
motherfucker.
129.
Listen, if
Oh,
you
I'm gonna die.
hate this motherfucker and you want to see
Let's
him
piss on
suffer
him.
and cry, you want to see us piss on his grave, you want to see us destroy this bitch, send the subs. I think the message has already been sounded out loud and clear.
Monetize
The best
the
part of the
hate.
thing, right? Phil's
Yes.
gonna now use that to go, see, detractors, you
Yep.
are being taken advantage of.
Yep.
They're milking you for money.
Yeah.
You're the real losers here.
Uh-huh.
No.
Get ready for
It's
that.
like a divorce, isn't it, man? He's losing all these like pay pigs in the divorce. It's fucking hilarious.
Through the hills, the mountains, and the valleys, and
Sound
the
the
beaches,
feasting
and the
horn.
fields, the detractors want Phil's blood,
Let's
and
go.
we're gonna drink Phil's blood right fucking now.
Okay, so-
Throw on Phil for 5.
Let's go. Listen, you're at charity. And I'm like, all right, well, we'll see if this egg hatches, right? I see this tweet. It says, the show you'll notice today will be better. There won't be screaming and drama.
Oh yeah. That was such bullshit bitch behavior right there. He was so happy with working with Triple P on that wrestling show, and now he's gonna say the show sucked because of him. Right. Really cool move.
I mean,
there.
that was the only guy who actually cared about wrestling and actually paid attention to what was
Yes.
happening at the wrestling show.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, bro, Phil didn't even watch the shows. He like
No.
watched the recap or like skim it.
Wasn't the stats like Triple P talks 75% of the time or some
Yes.
shit?
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically saying there's more dead air now, and that makes it better. That's the fucking.
DSP
Oh no,
is
that's
the
a good thing. We've got interactivity now.
yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah.
DSP was the reader of the super chats, and that was his only job when Triple P was there. I mean, legitimately.
And the whipping
now-
boy.
And the whipping boy to be made fun of afterwards too.
I was just saying to myself,
Uh,
there
I
Panic
think he
won't
gets
be
mentioned.
Okay.
I think he gets.
entertainment.
I'm
But
not
the
sure
guy
where,
actually
but
had the crazy. He actually had the
during the Smart
balls.
Guys. Sorry, quick
Yeah.
pause.
Okay, go.
Sorry.
Yeah, go.
During the Smart Guys, he'd watch Raw Phil instead. Because
Yeah,
at
yeah,
least
yeah.
like that chat would be moving.
Yeah. He
How
said that. Yeah.
fucking bad could it be?
He's reading Raw Phil. While they're doing the show with DSP.
I would like to see if he's going to keep doing it solo, and I really think he should do this. I'm not just saying this as a joke. He should
Yeah.
keep doing the Grill Phil segment, but with himself. Since he like always thanks himself, when he agrees when he makes a good point. That would be really good if he could do that, but put himself in the hot seat and be like, I keep telling you, Phil, I'm not going to tell you about the bank leaks. I'm not going to talk about them. And then get in another chair and be like, listen up, bitch, we got proof. That would be amazing.
Panic Button says a question a lot of people have been asking. What are the odds that Derek gets unbanned? I'm still on 0%. I don't think
the way.
Philip is going to do that. He knows. I mean, that would be all people talk about in any of his chats if he does that. He knows he can't do that. Maybe he's there, though, in a different name. Maybe he told him behind the scenes, hey, just be somebody else. No one will care. But
I
who
think
knows?
making the new host of Smart Guys.
Oh,
Just really, just bring him out. He knows about wrestling, doesn't he, as well? I swear I've seen him stalking WWE female wrestlers. So bring him out. He could do a hottie of the week segment and all this sort of stuff.
There we go.
To say that there was too much begging from me.
Yeah.
Like, you're Phil. You're the
Yeah.
beggar king. You made begging
Yep.
your meta. You made begging your life. All I did, Phil, was take your begging to its natural and maximum
Yep.
conclusion. And also, I don't think Phil realized that was the entire joke, was the amount of begging was just to shit on him.
Of course.
No, he
And
did not
just
think that.
Get
No.
him to go full mask off and abuse his own donators and fans, which he did. And
Yes.
he just allowed me to shit on his supporters.
Sorry.
Openly mock them, make them look stupid, and he would join in on it like
Yes.
a fucking lunatic.
I'm not
It was
fat-
amazing.
I'm
It
not
was
fat
amazing.
burning.
It was
I'm not-
obvious what was going on.
But the thing is, it's like begging. Bro, this guy, begs. We do it, jokingly. Hey, guys. He does it, guys.
Listen.
There's a video of him going, I
We're
will not do a
trying
show.
to drum up support, having fun.
Yeah.
We make it funny. We don't actually oh my God, we're not going to be able to pay our bills. Phil is desperate. That's the thing, is people smell the desperation off of him from a mile away. It's just a desperate, sad, pathetic, middle-aged man shaking a tin can.
Yes.
On the side of the fucking road.
Bro.
And he would mimic everything that I would say and everything that I would do.
Yes.
He would
Yes.
take the ways that I would say stuff
Yes.
and he would mimic it. You know what I mean? Every catchphrase, the patterns of speaking that I would do, he would take it and he would skinwalk as me. And it was strange. It was weird. And it was very, very cringe.
By the way,
Very cringe.
Someone posted on. So he did his solo show. You streamed.
Okay, I'm gonna fast forward just a little bit here to when we start talking about exotic animals, if that's cool, guys. So
Can I just say quickly
please,
about
please.
this?
Yeah,
With
you go ahead.
the fact that he's saying about how Phil like copying the begging and everything, and Phil still, even now, legit thinks that was all serious, because the other day he was saying they call their viewers pay pigs. I can't believe that. I
Yeah.
would never do that. I don't think about that. It's like they called you their viewers pay pigs because that's
Yes.
what you do. They literally learned it from you.
Yeah, and they
But,
also
yeah,
called
still.
Triple P called him many times wheelchairs, legitimately, when on Phil's show,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
called his
yeah.
fans wheelchairs, and TSP said nothing. Yep.
And he straight up said scamming the dance
Yes.
on Kino Casino, and I think in front of Phil. Just
Yep.
said like, let's scam the dance or something
Uh-huh.
like that.
Utterly Insane says, the DMs are why Phil previously demanded on phone calls, so there was no records of what transpired. Sunday's also the anniversary of the Stride Scores interview. Oh, interesting. Sunday. 2 years, right? Big ups to that. Seems like a long time ago now. Comrade Alex says, I'm behind, but thank God this arc is finally over. Yeah, but now we're in the golden age of the arc now. We get to enjoy all the cope for a few weeks at least from all this stuff. If they're going to keep dripping out stuff, especially if the DMs start coming out, that should be fun for a while. Now's where we
And Kino Casino.
Yep.
They officially have made a statement recalling all their pay pigs and viewers. They are taking them back.
Yes.
They're
They
all
have
getting
done that.
deported from the Snord Fort. They're getting deported from Gautopia, and they're coming back to the casino.
Yes.
They're on Omaha Beach right now waiting.
So I know he didn't hit the goal last night, but Dr. Lexus definitely did do some sub bombs. I mean, if he lose Dr. Lexus, it's over. That's like worse than Iron Chef Sakai, honestly, or Dark Sneak
Yeah.
Pimp or whatever the fuck,
The other one was Void, by the way.
Void, yep. Got Void out
Yeah,
of there.
Void comes and drops a few bombs during this.
Yeah.
So.
NW News says, I've never seen Andy speak with such passion before. Me too. Like, I always thought that Andy was kind of like just there for the laugh track, but he's adding stuff in this, He's feeling some energy.
Last time I heard him be this passionate, he was almost gonna shoot somebody. And he was telling him to stay back.
That's what I like about this arc, like how it's different from everything else, because we've seen it before. I'm not criticizing like the other stuff, but we've seen Phil no end of times be confronted with the bank leaks and say as usual, I have no idea what that's in reference to. It's nice to just have two people just insult the ever-living fuck out of him, say how fucking boring he is. This is so refreshing. I've wanted something like this for such a long time, because anytime someone's put in front of him, they do go for we've got evidence that you've done this, we've got evidence you've done that, and we've seen it all to death now. It's just boring. Just get in front of him and call him a fat cunt. That's what we want.
Yeah, but bro, like the best part about that is he then went, "Thank you, can I have another?" He wasn't like fuck off and disconnected. He was like,
just want to remind everybody, Philip said still now, as most recently, if Triple P says sorry, he's willing to work with him again. He said that.
Look at this.
But I think it was before this, but after they called him a lot of fucked up shit, he still said that. You know what I mean? So that's pretty insane. All right, here we go. Go ahead. You go.
Also, I was just saying, Ash should have apologized just for one more show and just insulted his wife constantly, like timed it. Like, your wife's fat, your wife's fat, your wife's fat, your wife's fat. Just to see how long. Because I reckon Phil would be there for a while going, okay, very nice. Yes, okay, okay. How dare you, sir? Like, just to see how long.
Yeah, very funny. Yes, you're right. She is really fat. Well, he's looking for the
You know
mute
every
button.
inch of my wife.
Lefties. Lefties saying they literally address all this in the video, guys. All right. We'll stop.
This is a little different.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, so guys, here's what I.
Go ahead.
So you guys are wondering, I'm sure, why Phil had a day where he didn't beg.
Yes.
I'm going to reveal to you now why Phil had the day where he did not beg. Who's excited? You detractors out there, give me a hell yeah.
Okay, just get to it.
You want me to expose
Give
Phil
some love.
for the day why he did not beg. We already got the money for this
I'm kidding.
The day he didn't beg, they're giving me a hell yeah.
Just go.
God
damn
was
it.
sad and he was depressed. And
I remember that
He
day.
was just like, his whole life was shaken up and shattered.
Yes, go ahead.
This is going to blow detractors' minds. So
better.
Darkside Phil has a secret menagerie of exotic animals. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. And I'm not just talking about his pig wife, okay? Or his son Jasper the cat. He has a menagerie of exotic pets.
Okay, what does he have?
Well, we won't expose all of the pets that Phil has.
Come on.
Because we're gonna drip feed, but this is apparently where a lot of the money has been going to. Is to the King Zoo project.
May I ask questions? Like exotic? Are we talking tigers or parrots?
That was my
or
question.
Like,
are we talking like
Amazonian
lizards and snakes, or okay? I'll let him go. Yeah, you go ahead, Meerkat.
I don't want to ruin the fantasy for everybody, but I think I have a good idea of what might be going on.
Okay,
so
well,
Phil,
do you want to say it first or after they talk?
Yeah, they don't really talk about it.
Okay, go ahead.
Phil in his backyard has quote unquote woodland critters.
Yes.
And I remember during the summer once he told a story about how he feeds them and the feeder broke and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So since he feeds them, therefore these are his animals. Therefore, if there was like a rabbit or something in the backyard, that's now his animal. Or the other option is that they bought some pets from the pet store.
So you're saying
I don't think they're high effort enough. I think they're like
I
the
agree,
lowest
I agree.
effort people.
Yeah. He's seeing those, like, I take care of those animals. I feed those animals. They come into my yard. Therefore, I can say, oh, look, I've got these animals I take care of.
Well,
So, yeah,
I'd be
absolutely
interesting. It all depends on the DMs how Philip words it himself, because could Triple P here get that? Would Philip talk about them like they're pets? I guess he might, right? He is that kind of guy. He might say like, "Yeah, I got to feed my pets."
Well,
But then
he talks about his cat like it's his son.
That's
like,
true.
No,
Yeah.
It's reusable
no
back to have an
joke.
origin story, for fuck's sake. Like, definitely, he like puts too much into things. Yeah.
And I like I said, if this is let me finish talking before we say any predictions here. Let me finish this story.
Who says this is bullshit? Well, listen, he described them as exotic pets. I don't really think they're that exotic, but let's let the mystery build of Phil's illegal zoo of
We'll
exotic
have more. We'll have more. Don't worry,
Okay.
folks.
Oh, that's it?
Showed me a few of it. It's actually some of it gets really dark, and even I'm like, that's
Wacky Shucks for
Fuck.
10 subs and Hong
Oh,
Kong.
God. Name one of the God packs, please.
So this is what it's a rabbit.
Oh, he's got
So Phil has a rabbit.
Nice.
Or rather, he had a rabbit.
Oh.
And this rabbit, Phil loved this rabbit. He said it was a substitute for having kids.
That's sad, isn't it?
That he loved this rabbit as though he would love his child.
Dude.
And that's why during that Call of Duty marathon that he was having where he kept leaving over and over again. I think it was the Call of Duty marathon.
Me, you.
But it was
in the armor. We were in the armor.
Yeah, it was a different. It was like last week, I think.
Okay.
It was during this time that the rabbit was really, really sick.
Oh, that's
and
sad.
Phil was having to feed the rabbit with an eyedropper and
See, I don't think that's woodland critters. I don't. I don't think that would categorize.
I do.
You do?
Yeah, I definitely see
yeah.
that. He's not looking after a rabbit. It'll be a rabbit that comes around regular, and then he's just went, oh, look here, the rabbit that usually comes around. Probably named it something stupid as well, like Rex or something. Oh, Rex is sick, kid. Definitely.
You think for a cat that lives outside? Guys, rabbits that live outside aren't just like, yeah, please grab me. I know he's feeding them and stuff.
No, I reckon it was injured in his garden or some
okay.
shit, so it couldn't get away. And then he's found it, put like a little blanket on it, and went, I'm going to take care of you. I'm your new dad now, or some shit like that. And then it killed itself because it's like, fuck this.
I don't know. I think it's more plausible that they did. I think it's more plausible that the rabbit was inside. Was an inside pet because they don't make any noise. That's an easy, low effort pet, honestly. If you want it to be, right? Get a cage for it. Change the water, clean the tray out every once in a while.
I don't know. That's too much effort for Phil.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, who knows?
Let it play.
Let's let him go. Yeah.
Stop.
That's
Well, you gotta see, like, he's laying all of this stuff on me. You know what I mean? He's laying this on me.
Also, he's
laying
using it as a guilt trip. Hey, man, don't make fun of me because Because you have like a whole list of shit. Like he used it as hostage, like bait, basically. You were held hostage.
Yeah.
Like, oh my god, you want proof? I'm
you
sure
know,
he's got DMs.
Oh yeah. I mean,
We
I
got the
could. So
DMs,
anyway,
relax.
the reason why he was apparently so depressed and all this stuff is because the rabbit died, and so because the rabbit died, he was really, really depressed. He was really, really sad. And that's why he didn't beg.
See, I don't think, though, that if the animal died, that would stop him from begging personally. Right?
Yes. I don't think
get that
he's
part,
talking about the same day that we're thinking he's talking about.
Okay.
Not the social experiment day.
No,
I think
he
it's
is.
something else.
I think it's that. I think it's a social experiment day. Because that was Call of Duty, wasn't it?
I can't remember that, but I don't know. I don't think a animal dying would stop him begging. I would even beg more.
No, he would go the other way. He'd be like, guys, look, there's something you need to know. I've had a rabbit, and unfortunately, it's died because I don't know that I can actually take a rabbit to the vets as well. So I'm just going to let it die. And now, you have to pay to cheer me up.
Well, I think actually, though, if let's say this is all true, the rabbit's there. He hadn't said anything about the rabbit, so I don't think he'd bring it up out of nowhere and say, hey, guys, well, surprise, I had a rabbit, and also it's dead. I don't think he would do that. You know what I mean?
Did you monetize the cat?
But
also,
if there was a time to monetize, it was when he got the rabbit and would show pictures of the rabbit.
yeah.
Like, guys, it's got to be a fun part of the streams, guys.
Dude,
you know what I mean?
6 months after he got Jasper.
And what I think again is that this does explain a few things, right? If it is true that this whole exotic pets thing. So the weekly trips to PetSmart make a lot more sense now, don't they? Right? Let's say also you have to know where Jasper is, and Jasper cannot go out when someone doesn't have their eyes on him. That makes sense too now, doesn't it? Because there's a rabbit, even if it's in a cage, a cat can fuck with a rabbit in a cage for sure.
No, because
you're not watching it.
cats and rabbits actually get on really well. They've
But,
got very similar sizes and
some,
body language with their ears, and they could get on quite well. They're not necessarily anybody.
There's some, but I think there's some cats that are assholes altogether, right? My cat, I mean, well, it's a different animal, but my cats killed the hamsters I had when I was in high school. My cat, and they were in a cage. My cat pulled the fucking cage down. So I mean, cats can. If you got to keep an eye on it, though, that's it, right? Keep an eye on it. It's all cool. That explains exactly why Jasper has to be shut in the office if Catherine's not there, which is a little weird, and we all knew it was weird, right? I don't know. Who knows?
I agree with you. You're making sense. I just like that DSP is the type of guy to hide the fact that he has a rabbit. So we're talking about it right now, and it's a very funny conversation, really.
Okay.
Well, so the reason why he hides the pets is because he doesn't want the detractors knowing about the pets.
Why? The rabbit. Who cares?
Well, he believes the detractors could score an internet W against him about his care of the pets or his treatment for the pets.
Yeah.
See, I kind of get this thinking too. Honestly, I don't think Phil. Like, there's a limit to how many pets you could show on stream before people start saying, like, oh, man, how many pets you fucking got, Phil? Jesus, you can't be that down on your luck, can you? You know what I mean?
Like, you can't even take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, imagine
the
that.
backlash after Jasper, though. Like, you had to have learned from that.
If he came out like right at the beginning a few months ago and said, hey guys, I got a new rabbit, and then a couple months later he's like, yeah, it's dead. Then we would all be like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
like you get a wife,
right,
she turns into a blimp, you get a rabbit, it's dead. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Garbage disposal fodder. Okay. Judy. Okay. Big ups, everybody. I'll try to read through these. Dissension says, Phil won't stand for this. He will, however, sit and take it. Bad back, you know. Big ups. Big ups, Dissension.
Eat it.
Bill Brasky says, start calling it zoophilia. Okay, zoophilia instead of Hulkamania. Zoophilia. Maximus says, this collection of animals explains why Phil stays 100 on PetSmart expenses every week. And right, that money has to go somewhere, right? Has to.
Yeah, it goes to Scopely, though. That's the thing. That fits in there as well.
But at least that's something for Kat too, right? Because I think Kat would kind of find enjoyment in the animals more than Philip would. She's downstairs more than him. We know that much, at least. Greed of the Greens.
Better than.
The bank leaks he was spending $100 to $200 a trip to PetSmart and went almost every week. If you look up bedding and food for a rabbit or rabbits, it makes sense. And Phil would lie because his HOA doesn't allow rabbits. There we go.
Is there a chance that at PetSmart they sell Apple gift cards there?
Some
They
people
do,
said
yeah.
that as well. Yes, some
Yeah,
people say
that
that
could
as
be a
well,
thing,
so
yeah.
that could be a thing. Panic Button says they DoorDash the pets. I'll take one rabbit, please. Duty Streams of the House says Bank Leak's defense is the PetSmart charges were too much. Him feeding the forest confirms the Bank Leaks now. Well,
you can buy food for it.
I mean,
don't know.
how much?
I mean, you
how
can
much does
put
that
out,
cost,
like,
guys? And just feed for the
bird
you know that
seed and yeah.
bird seed is what $20 for a huge as shit bag.
Mm.
But if
probably.
you have to clean a rabbit's cage, that's different. You have to get bedding for that goes on the bottom. You got to clear that shit out every week.
Dude,
I'm
that's
sure
just
Philip
hay.
did,
That's
but-
cheap as shit.
Well, you know, Philip can. You think Philip's King of Hate is using hay, Steve? He's using designer fucking
Premium top-tier bedding,
Yeah, please.
Cat
Come
has
on.
already taken up all the hay in the house. So we can't.
The pasta
Yeah, he's
maker
already a
says-
horse whisperer, so I guess being natural with animals is.
The pasta maker says Renton slum has a broken back door. It's the critters slum now. They don't need functioning toilets or dishwashers. So why fix them? There we go. Silence Dies says tinfoil hat theory. Phil has fish that he doesn't really take care of properly. One of the reasons of the PetSmart purchases, fish that need to replace. There's so many theories going here. It's tough to keep track of them all.
You'd think the PetSmart employee would be like, "Look, you come here to buy fish every week. You know,
yeah.
You know what you're doing. We can refuse to serve you now. We think you're just killing these fish."
I don't know.
Sorry, Meerkat. I interrupted you. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Meerkat.
No, I really don't have much to say about this. It doesn't really matter to me whether or not he has a pet or how he got it. But it's very interesting that there's the possibility that he's hiding it or hiding many pets. And when he was on Side Scrollers or whatever he was, and he was talking about the pet expenses, and he was like, "Oh yeah, so like I have like 15 different pets." Yeah, right. And he actually has 15 different pets. That would be the funniest outcome.
Like
someone in the
yeah,
chat said that it's like kind of like Michael Jackson, and I like the idea of him having a monkey, but I also like the idea of like more stuff of like this coming out from Triple P, like for example him sleeping in an oxygen tent or something that he believes gives him sexual powers. That would just be amazing.
Again, I think
slowly rotating in the oven.
Who knows? Who knows the whole story? But I do believe there's pets there. That it just explains so much, right? Inside the house too. I don't think it's woodland critters. I just don't see that being enough of an expense or care.
I think it's both, actually. I think there's compelling arguments for both at the same time. So he might have like a rabbit in the house and outside have whatever birds he's
Like
feeding
birds and
or
things,
whatever,
yeah.
and still refer to them as his birds.
And as we know, this guy
Yeah.
does love a bird. And I'm not just making that up either. Philip
You've recently
does...
cleaned the yard. I mean, you could put a hutch outside for the rabbit.
So I want to remind you of the DMs between DSP and Review Tech USA. Now, this picture on the right is an AI image that Review Tech posted to Philip after Philip said about 6 messages in a row. Okay, so Review Tech USA trolls with this picture of the bird. Philip responds with, "I have no idea what this is. I actually love birds. I think they're awesome and cute and wish I had one." So he does want a bird, at least at the time of these DMs, which was
They're
September
both
22nd.
so fucking stupid. Both of
Yes.
these guys are such idiots, and
Yes.
watching them go at each other is so. Oh my god, it's such a nightmare.
It's like 2 NPCs fighting, isn't it? Having an
Yeah.
argument or something. It's like, what the fuck?
Robert Gorilla Man says that explains how much Phil spent at PetSmart. I mean, there's too much evidence there for me to ignore that there's pets. I mean, I believe there is pets. Now, what sort of pets is there? Who knows? And that maybe the DMs that are shared someday will let us know that. And he's going
I
to keep
can't help
talking about
but
it too. Yeah.
get the image out of my head that he's like in the back garden, like Ace Ventura style, with just like squirrels up in his hair and stuff, and like birds
Sound like
landing on
that
him, and
birds
he's
on
just
him,
like
yeah.
one with nature. They're just so random to me.
BR Joe says the same thing. I just showed that BR Joe. Big ups. Explains the weird response to RTU's bird pic in their leaked DMs. Yep. Rancord says, I think DSP take care of Jasper the rabbit. I think DSP takes care of Jasper the rabbit. He took care of his wasp machine, just broke him. Oh, okay, just broke him. Lado says maybe he was saving Rabbit for when he was really desperate too. Like a separate goal someday could be.
I got a theory.
Go, please.
They said that Cat was getting more religious and he was getting more religious. Could it be a Noah's Ark type shit? Could he be building some sort of fucking ark and he's collecting 2 of every animal?
It could be. Robert Williams says the no bag could end up being 2 stones. Originally to be sad boy about it and game the pain away. Didn't want to get pandaed again. Got questioned why no bag. Got pissed. Then made up the experiment. Very plausible there, Robert Williams. But I just don't think how a sad thing happening in his house would lead to him not begging, honestly. I think he would still beg. Not bring it up, but still beg, right? Guys, he do what he always does. Guys behind the scenes, I can't talk about it, but things are going shit around here, man. I can't talk about it, though. So, if you know I'm not on my game...
Noah's Ark.
Noah's Ark, yes.
Noah's Ark.
Ice Age says cats and rabbits can get along, but Phil's an idiot. True. Uriko says DSP hiding pets like Drake hides kids. Okay. Sunny 2.0 says, don't you remember DSP had a pet rabbit at his parents' place? He showed the grave of it in the backyard, the video of him visiting his home. Yeah, definitely. I mean, he definitely had a bunny named Bunny, by the way, when he was a kid. Yes, that is true.
Yeah. Named Bunny. Oh
yeah.
My god.
Yeah, Bunny. Shiny Teeth says PetSmart has dead fish on the shelves half the time. They don't care. Have the means to care. There you go. Talby says he always uses one cat as a way to debunk the bank leaks. Also, HOA could be a factor. And that could be if there is rules against having a fuck ton of animals, which he did. But all right, back to it. Let's go.
And he has a lot. He says he has a lot of different animals that no one knows about.
Does he have a turtle?
I don't think so. I don't think he has. But yeah, this is like.
I was thinking about buying a turtle. Actually, can I just tell you?
But Eric.
Okay, because Ashton, I was really, and we have more stuff. Don't worry, Ashton will be drip feeding all the info. Don't worry, there's a lot to go through. We're not done. But this show is going to be kind of long, and we already had a big show. We had an 8-hour planned show.
Okay, let's get to
any
next.
of this came up.
Next up, I want to go to when 101 we talk about Catherine having a change of behavior, let's say.
Tried to argue out his position or be a bad guy or say controversial or crazy on Steve's show last night.
Here we go.
Why he told me he could no longer be a heel or be a bad guy or say controversial or crazy things that would actually entertain people is because he said to me, my wife, she's dying. She's very, very sick. Yeah. I said this on Steve's show last night. I mean, Phil told me
half of it. So
his wife has severe chronic illnesses. She's been having to go to tons of medical appointments.
There you go, guys. A lot of people said Team Health. I mean, this is a lot of appointments, which makes sense because he does always say he has a lot of fucking appointments, as you know. Steve, looks like you want to say something.
Yeah, I am hoping this is not true because she's not even 40. And he has done that to her.
Yes.
He has killed that woman.
And he
if
makes
this is true.
If it is true, making her work still after they make enough that she doesn't have to. Really cool dude here. And he cares about it, though. Don't worry, though. We'll bring up the medical
she still has to
records,
cook, too.
Yep.
And
Get that out. Please, I got to wake my wife up. We got to cook something.
It's true.
I don't know. This is what Phil told me. And he told me this like within about a month or two of us partnering up. And he told me if I ever talked about this, he would never talk to me again.
See, I don't think Meerkat, I wanted your take on this. I don't think Triple P's making that up. I don't. Because it's very easy for him to show that. You know what I mean? It's very easy. Someone's going to... If DSP comes here tomorrow, which I don't think he will, by the way, he will not mention any of this shit, is what I think. He will just pretend this never happened. But if he did bring it up, Triple P... And Phillips says, hey, guys, all this shit Triple P said, all this nonsense about my wife being sick, it's not true at all. Triple P can so easily show it. And be like, all right, well, now what? You know what I mean? Is Phillips going to say what? It's a doctored photos?
Yes, I'm 100% sure. Well, I'm not, but that's my opinion. That DSP told him this, but thinking from like DSP's perspective, he knows that eventually, or at least he knows that it's a possibility that eventually he's gonna get snaked by them, and they're gonna do exactly what they do now. Yeah. So he trauma dumped a bunch of bad things that happened to him, maybe embellished them because it's Dark Side Phil. Everything is embellished. Except the bad things he does.
Yes.
And he was hoping that at least they're going to feel bad when they make fun of him. so he can have the victim position because he knows that he's the loser in this. He knows that they're gonna call their viewers back, and he's gonna be left with his own dents.
Yeah,
and he needs a way to like kind of do damage control and reduce the impact of the felting in a way.
Okay, I see what you're saying there. And I mean, we did find out that's why Philip brought up the sick part, because he knew things were coming to an end, and he said, "I got to get ahead of this." I don't know. Who fucking knows? But and again, DSP could be lying too. We got to remember that as well. Real quick, Steve, is that DSP could be lying totally as well. Kat could have had a fever one day, and then guys, she's not feeling well. She's dying actually, Triple P. So don't make fun of her, guys. It could be something like that. But go ahead, Steve.
That's sort of what I want to run with as well, because from Phil's perspective, you can lie about this and tell them, look, here is something really private and personal. And that way, if word about that gets out, I know you said that, because I've not told anybody else and I've not mentioned it. I know you are the one who would leak. So it would be a test to see if they could keep secrets. And then later on, when you start to trust them a bit more, you can start to be a bit more open. But this is a good way, because it's a very, very personal thing. And it's a good way to test how loyal he would be. Would he keep this to himself, or would he start speaking about it some other way? It's like a way to test if he's going to leak or not. And so I think it would have been that. I could see Phil thinking he's manipulating people like that.
It tracks well with the parents thing as well. When he said before, my parents are dying, they're getting older. And then when he drilled down into that, it was like, my dad's got a bad back, he walks with a cane, they're getting older. It's like, right, so, okay, they're having health problems because they're older, but they're not dying. And I think it's the same thing as this. I think he probably told Triple P that Kat is dying, but in reality, she's probably just had to go to a few hospital appointments because, look at her.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, too. I think, this... I don't think that Triple P's lying about what DSP told him, but... you got to remember who's telling the stories too.
Yeah. I think Phil's lying. Yeah,
This is a story from the guy who says he has a debilitating back injury.
Yes. Big ups to Judder Cuts, who says, so Phil going through the personal stuff right now behind the scenes that he won't divulge with his viewers. I'm guessing is his rabbit dying. That could be. Who knows? I mean. I guess that's it. A rabbit fucking dying is putting him in this behind the scenes stuff that we said a lot of people have to deal with or something. So a lot of people have to deal with pets dying. That's for fucking sure. But
he also has, from what we've seen in the past a lot, he's had encounters with mortality. Let's call it like that. That get him very in his feelings about stuff.
Yes, that's
true. I remember
several
times. Several times he cried in video games where some character died and there was a sad scene of them dying, and he started talking about how he needs to embrace mortality and that he's gonna die and stuff like that.
Yeah, he does have a weird thing about that.
What was the one where he was reacting to a video and then he started tearing up, and he, instead of going, it was about someone's a partner dying, but the takeaway he had from it was, well, I keep thinking if I die, what would Kat do? It wasn't like, oh, what if she died? It was like, he was thinking about himself
Spider-Man, right? A Spider-Man, right?
There was. I'm sure there was on a DSP Reacts as well, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, there's DSP Reacts.
Foil Grim Timmy says at Meerkat, the birds, motherfucker, birds,
birds.
Yeah. Mickey Thor says no need for a rabbit cage. Got a perfectly fine broken shower stall to use. That's the rabbit cage. Get in there. Derek Hill
says he's setting up a box and a twig and a string, hiding around the corner waiting.
Derek Hill says he just wants a parrot, so he's right twice a day. Big ups Derek Hill for that. James says Phil pet the rabbit like Lenny from A Mice and Men. Let's say JE5150. Many times team health leads to team divorce. I think Team Health is so far getting the best of it this weekend. I'll say that. I mean,
could you not argue that Team Divorce? This is the divorce with Triple P.
Oh, some have said
it is a divorce.
Yeah, it's technically a divorce.
Ira says there's a dialysis center next to his Fred Meyer. Okay. Some gator.
Actually true.
Could that explain why the vets don't let him in the back? Could be. Shiny Teeth says maybe Kat has long COVID complications. That could be like that.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're dying if you have that. I know it could, but it doesn't mean you're dying. But Philip Philip very I think very commonly would say that, oh yes, they have long COVID, they're dying, dude. She's dying. Obviously, she's dying. You could come back from that and recover.
Bro, we know
but-
how he likes to exaggerate medical
Yes.
things, like make them seem far worse than they are.
Yes, and also you can't forget. I don't want to get very deep with this, but DSP is the last person you want around when something serious and bad is happening, because he will make it worse and he will get super panicked. And if the bad thing is happening to you, you will get very panicked as well, because this guy will help you.
Yep. Captain Day After Day says, rodent dies, new garbage disposal. Coincidence? Killer Queen bites at us. Say, let's get some subs. Big ups, Killer Queen. Iwamoto says, Dark Side Pendulum. There we go. It is a pendulum. Always
Oh,
swinging.
at the start. Yeah.
Kaiju and
In the
Kaiju
video.
says, Cat has the boogie cancer. Okay. Very unique. Vicky Thor says she's sick from the rampant cat AIDS or bird flu in the house. So could be. And Panic Button
Cat
lastly
AIDS.
says maybe Cat broke her R4 and R5 vertebrae. Maybe so. Because DSP didn't, at least. There we go.
The thing is, he revealed this stuff on his own show yesterday.
Yes.
That his wife has all these medical issues, and I
Yes,
know
he did.
some of them specifically.
This is pure manipulation. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Let's see the fucking
You know
notes,
what I
like,
mean?
doctor's
Like,
letters.
this is the thing is, I just feel like a lot of this was like emotional manipulation. And in a way, when he first revealed this stuff to me about how his wife, like, he has terminal illness and stuff like this.
Like terminal illness is different, right?
Yeah,
That's not
terminal is a very specific word.
Yes,
This is not
that's-
chronic.
Yeah, that's different. Terminal means you are going to die from this thing, and it's just from this thing, not getting too old or whatever. I mean, I can see Philip saying, "Wow, long COVID. Now she's gonna die," but terminal illness is not like, you know what I mean? That's the doctor saying you will die from this. Nothing we could do, guy. Literally nothing we could do.
Beginner's trap.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what it means.
Bug genetics.
Yeah. So I mean, that's different. If he used those words, I think that's a different ball game. But we don't know his exact words, so just remember that.
I couldn't help but be very sympathetic. And
yeah,
I
that's
think
sad if it's
I
real.
think I said something to him to the effect of,
Sorry, pause.
I'm
Just one
gonna
sec.
support
Please.
you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a little thing while I think of this. Just it'd be interesting, like if we see the DMs, if he did use the word terminal, because you've got to think at the minute. Say if she is terminal, right? Hopefully
Yeah.
not, but that he is not spending any time with her. You'd think that if she was terminal, he'd be like taking loads of fucking days off, wouldn't he, and stuff, and trying
Yeah.
to spend every minute of her not watching her play Skyrim or being in Kino Casino's chat until 4 a.m. while she's laying in bed crying. Like, so
Dude, you'd think you'd want to take her on a fucking honeymoon.
yes, yeah.
At least to the
When
fucking
someone's
zoo.
offering you one for free.
Take her to the zoo at the very least. But I mean, it okay. Again, who the fuck knows? Let's say she's terminal. I don't believe that, but let's say it is.
Nice.
Maybe she can't leave the house.
That's why he bought the zoo
Except
to
for
her.
work.
Makes sense.
I'm just saying all these theories. This is all purely speculation. Purely speculation, not making anything up.
I'm gonna help things turn around for you. Don't worry, I've got it. I've got you, bro.
Then he spits on you.
You know, like, and that's the thing. Like, he just didn't have any gratitude for the support I gave him. I kept this stuff, and the thing is, so his wife, because she has these illnesses where there's a good chance she's gonna die, has become religious.
Okay, now
she's
this
rediscovered
seems-
her religious roots and her back.
Okay, go ahead. This is a religious part. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, this seems pretty definitive. If he mentioned several times that there's a good chance that she's gonna die, then maybe DSP really presented it in that way, and
Yeah.
maybe he actually believes that. Then again, of course, we have to remind ourselves he is a liar.
Yes,
but I don't think he would lie about something this serious.
He's
I
also
mean-
an idiot, though, so he may very
Yeah.
well confuse chronic with terminal. It
Oh,
may be
yes.
that you have
That's
something
true,
that you
too.
can like medicate and control and
Yeah.
live with.
Yeah, I'm team idiot with that. That's definitely yeah.
Team idiot. That's a new
I
one.
like, I like them thinking of like how he's saying like, well, not so much, but just we don't know what's happening. But when he's saying, "Oh, Cat's got all these diseases," I just think of that episode of The Simpsons where Mr. Burns has everything and all the diseases are trying to end him at once, and they balance each other out.
I mean, Yeah, Team Idiot is. I'm on Team Idiot. Just want to make that clear.
Yeah, it's
but
Team
I think
Idiot.
Philip she might have something that's lasting a long time. We know she's not in the best of health, and maybe it's lasting a long time. And Philip just says, okay, sickness lasting a long time equals terminal, and she's gonna die from this in his mind.
What if it's postnasal drip?
It's terminal.
Death sentence.
Well, let's hear.
Is it
Background.
not genetic with her? Like, It's not like
And she's
your
trying
aunt's
to get
fault.
Phil to be more religious, which Phil isn't really about the religion and stuff like this. But he feels
Mr.
like he
Catholic
has
guilt. Mr. Catholic charity. Mr. fucking asking ye shall receive.
I mean, okay, so just take it at its word here. Do people get more religious when they know they're dying? Yes, that's that's something that does happen. Okay, so this is again a very specific thing Triple P is saying. This is not just created from nothing. Now, could it be created from a lie from DSP? Absolutely, but I don't think he's making this up out of nowhere. So let's hear the rest.
Also, something important to consider. Not only do people turn to religion when something really bad is happening to them, but they also do it when they are lacking support structure.
And they turn to food.
And Phil is supposed to be Kat's support structure and supporting figure, and but he's Darkseid Phil.
Yes.
So yeah.
has to maintain a public perception of being a good guy or a nice guy for his wife because she, is going to pass. So
Okay, if that's true, I'm sad and I'm sorry. Like, it's not nice for anyone.
But the thing is any of this actually true?
Yeah.
That
But
the
here's the
guy
thing,
is telling me?
Look, we all have our own personal tales, our own personal things behind. I don't go to Ashton with like this depressing.
Don't lay
horrible
this shit
news.
on me. Like, don't lay this shit on me because I
Work
don't.
is work, right? Work.
I think that thing Steve started with is closest to the truth here. It's just a manipulation tactic. Like, things are going horrible for me, by the way. My wife is fucking dying. So keep that in mind as we start this to work together, okay? It sounds like the most plausible to me. And maybe she's sick for a little bit.
Keep in mind that if my wife ends up dying, it might fuck up the schedule, just so you know.
Work is work. You gotta
You cannot stream during her funeral. I really appreciate that.
Yeah.
For the morning stream, we've got the wake. For the afternoon, Ocarina of Time.
And especially this week, where I'll be honest, I probably
Guys, if we hit the goal, I will open the urn.
would have just apologized to him about the
If
wife
we hit the
stuff
goal
and
40 consecutive days, I can play Skyrim.
not
Spit on you.
talked
Welcome to
about
the
his wife.
cremation
but-
podcast. As you can see, we've got new curtains in. These are going to close when my wife is shuffled off the balcony.
We can do an urn unboxing. There we go.
It got to the point
No ashes
where
inside. As you can see, I've taken out the ashes.
I got the urn, but it was full of this weird grey
I traded
dust
them in at
stuff.
GameStop.
So I've cleaned that out.
No, the ashes aren't in it. Oh, okay. Jericho TSK says the morning stream. There you go. There you go.
it's just like
Again, people saying this is cold. I saw that message, Luke Fidel. I just don't think this is true, and we're believing the story from DSP, which is always dangerous because more often than not, when he tells you a story, it's not the truth. So it's not that
It's
cold
nearly
when
been
you
10 years.
Yeah.
Since he told you that his parents were about to die.
Yes. So don't say it's
If it
too
is-
cold because it's probably not fucking true anyway. Go ahead, Ludacris.
Oh, sorry, and if it is true, how weird is it, like, to tell all this to someone you've just met on the internet? Like, I know he's got no one, but, like, imagine that. Like, this is just some dude he's doing content with who mocks him openly. Why would you dump all this shit on him? It's just fucking weird. Like,
Yes.
so that's another reason why I don't buy it.
Frosty says, don't forget Advil's a miracle drug. Definitely. That's what Philip has said. Duty Stream says, Phil brought the zoo to her, get fucked LT. Okay, that's something. Maybe he's trying to be the zoo in the house. James says, Kat tried to block the illness. Damn net code. Okay. Bloody Jesus says, rest in peace, Fatty Catty. Phil's faded Zelda jammies. DSP named Bunny T so he could cause its death too.
Oh,
NW
come
News says DSP title Cat is dead. Judgment begins. Tip. Casper the Cat says if she dies, fundraiser for industrial disposal. These are all toxic. I'm just burning through these. No exaggeration says DSP saw a bloody tampon once, therefore she's dying.
That's it. That's the one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Look, there was blood everywhere. Oh my God,
Dude,
she's bleeding. She's free bleeding.
every month for a couple of days, I find bloody towels all over the bathroom. They're in the bin next to the toilet. I'm convinced she's dying. I don't know what it is.
Good point. He is that dumb. He is that dumb. Spitfire01 says, remember how horrible he acted towards Medicare?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that.
Yeah,
There's a
okay.
segment about that.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
cool. Casey Jones says bugged immune system mechanics. Jeff K says DNR Catherine. Okay, that's it. Enough of the toxicity. Tired of it. Kaiju.
And,
yeah, go ahead.
I
You go.
don't think it's mentioned in the Kino Casino video because I think I saw it somewhere else. But after the DSP interview with Craig, the one on the DSP channel,
yeah,
Null reached out to Triple P and asked them, "Is this still the guy you want to back up?"
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, so like, is that the guy you want to be? Get behind? Seriously? So, Cajun Kaiju says, "Hope Cat found a religion that does potlucks after church." Okay, last toxic message. I've just now read it. Back to it.
I kind of wanted out of this because it started to get real fucking weird.
Yes.
It started to get super, super fucking weird, like laying on like personal detail after personal detail after personal detail.
That's manipulation.
About his life and the things that he was going through and why I should feel bad for him. And,
That's just manipulation. Asshole manipulation right there. This is all my bad stuff going on in my life. Just keep that in mind. That's like snaking defense system, right? In Philip's mind. You know what I mean?
It's like flares.
Yeah. Like letting you know. Hold on, cat step.
like it was all to get me to stop grilling him on Grill Phil.
Yeah, listen to that. Can you imagine? That's, oh my God, that timeline we're talking about to end Grill Phil?
It's crazy because it was the most entertaining thing. And I don't really think it actually hurt him or his business in any real way. I actually think it was helping him and drawing more attention to him and more viewership. And
Yes,
the
it
show was
was.
doing good money. So, I was actually trying to kind of be his friend last week and lay out to him some hard truths about his life and about his business and, try and get through to him because privately, by the way, I've had these conversations with him and privately, like what he'll do is he'll just like clam up and he won't talk. And it feels like I'm talking to a brick fucking wall.
Yes.
And so I thought maybe if I tried to have an intervention in public with the guy and he could see how other people were reacting to it, he could see the truth of what I was saying and he might like figure it out, but he wouldn't figure it out. And so it's just like,
but Ash, you have the patience of a saint. Here's why I caught out like a few months ago, and I'm like, okay, I hope you could figure something out with him. But he was like DMing me, and I just started just ignoring because every time I brought up,
that hurt
anything, it was like, I'll think about it. It's like you'll think about it. How many favors do we have to do before you say yes? Listen, if fucking PewDiePie offered us a platform, sir, how may we help you?
I mean,
yes.
I'm not saying, I wouldn't say that we're on that same level as PewDiePie, but
I'm just saying
compared to DSP, they are. Relatively. Thank you.
Helped Phil to the point where, there was $40,000, $50,000 that Phil made basically directly from our support and our fans' support. And he pissed it all away. We sent thousands of people over to Phil, and he managed to retain none of them.
He banned all of them.
Well, he banned a lot of them too because he couldn't roll with the banter and have fun. And the thing is, if he just embraced the detractor memes and rolled with the punches and had fun, yes, there still would be a lot of hardcore people that fucking still hated him.
Yes.
But the majority of people would probably be like, have a new respect for him, treat him.
I disagree with this, by the way, but that's fine. It would have at least would have elongated the arc a little bit, right? If he did this, but I think the internet's perception of DSP will never change, honestly.
Him better.
Because,
they might still make fun of him.
He has a very specific idea. He has a very specific idea what owning the meme is like, and it's very disingenuous and it's very artificial, and it just makes people respect him less.
There are ways he could make it less fun, absolutely, right? But he will never do those. If you know nothing is getting to the person, it would get old eventually. for some, if
Yes.
not the general internet at the very least, right? But he does the opposite of that and makes it more fun, right? So that's, I mean, you have to make it not fun for the person doing the thing, and that's Phillips can never ever dream of making it not fun, you know?
Phil,
because his ego won't allow it. That's it right there. Big ups, Carmenides.
Was less seething and bitter about it, it would go better for him. And maybe some of them would become supporters again or fans, but he just doesn't get it.
Anyone who's saying, oh, they're like, oh, you're snaking him, Andy Snakes, CPPP snakes. He snaked us.
Constantly.
We snaked us a million times. And then, by the way, we'd have him on. Oh, those guys are drama mongers. I don't do what they do. Trying to act better than us.
Yeah. Many times, remember, Philip said, I can't keep up the grift like them. Remember, he sneaked it in a little bit every once in a while. He did.
We helped him.
You know,
you spit on our faces constantly.
Ghost Balls nails it here. He says, that's why I never got into Phil or hating him because he's too boring to A-log. Phil is just a bland, beige, buck-broken, felted mannequin husk of a human being. And that's the thing. Phil really is just any...
God!
That is great, man.
Sorry, God. One more time.
A-log. Phil is just a bland, beige, buck-broken, felted mannequin husk of a human being. And that's the thing is like...
220 real.
Really is.
I don't think that'll fit on a Kino Casino. I don't think that'll fit on a kicked band name, will it? God. Broken, black, husk, real, human.
Just any sort of outside observer, anybody, just so fucking boring. Just a black hole of content, total non-tent, total charisma vacuum. But if you are in his orbit, if you're watching his streams for long enough, you will discover why people hate him. You will discover why he really is a total fucking piece of shit.
I had no idea.
I had no idea. Once I started actually paying attention to him, it was just like, whoa, buddy.
Best example.
The low buddy is a little bit more impact. Whoa, buddy. By the way, I want to give you a quick band name from today. Phil thought he had friends, LMAO. That's a good one.
Example. So,
the other one banned here. Fat cat cooks dead rabbit stew. That's a good one.
Wow.
Not sure what that's in reference to.
I had barely heard from
DoorDash killing fat wife sad.
From him before we started talking to him. I feel like we were personality catfished. Because every clip I saw was funny.
Interesting. Personality catfish. Okay.
I have never heard narcissism described so perfectly. Is that right there?
Fun of people before we started talking to him.
Yeah.
I feel like we were personality catfished. Because every clip I saw was funny, fun of people. Hello, Jew. Funny racial jokes. Like, really funny stuff.
Was that a British style? Hello, Jew.
British style Jew.
Hello, Jew.
Because every clip I saw was funny, making fun of people. Hello, Jew. Funny racial jokes.
Hello, Jew.
Really funny stuff. I feel like we were personality
Hello, Jew.
catfished. Because then he came in and it was like, this isn't the guy that. Hello, Jew. What? This is fucking.
Is that the guy? I thought he was British.
You have an opportunity.
This is not the guy.
Opportunity here to really go off and be free with what you say what you want, be entertaining. There's a whole new audience here for you to gain. And he just had zero appreciation for it whatsoever. Because the thing is, he believes he's entitled to it. And he believes he's entitled to other people doing things for him.
Yes.
And he has to do nothing in return.
Yes.
And that's just not the way the world works, Phil. You are not the center of the world. But he does have narcissism. It's a deadly cocktail with dark side, Phil. We all know this. It's autism, it's narcissism, and it's alcoholism, an addictive personality disorder combined to create this fucking guy who in his entire life, he's never had to live in the real world. He's been coddled by his parents. He's been coddled by his audience. He doesn't understand consequences, and he believes that he's the center of the world. Everything revolves around him. He's the star. Everybody must cater to him and bow to his whims. But it's just not so. He's actually a total fucking nobody. Well, that's the crazy thing.
Well,
he can't.
I'm loving this.
Like he's the
No, it's just I can't pause it. It's so good.
It's great.
On Twitter, he never followed me on Twitter.
Well, why?
He DM'd me every fucking night about, or like every other night about whatever.
Okay, every other night he corrected himself. And I was like, he DM'd me every night. What?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
And then I'm like, one day I'm like, is he not following me? Okay, you know, like that's kind of fucking weird. Like, and then I mentioned it to him, and then he still never followed me. And I'm like, I'm done with this fucking guy. I thought he'd be our Bobo, Opie and Anthony. He'd be our fucking Beetlejuice from Howard Stern. I thought he'd be someone.
There you go.
There you go, man.
How many times have I said that? How many times have I said that, guys?
Imagine this: 4-camera shoot, DSLR, amazing lighting, fucking cool background, fucking lie detector test with Ashton grilling him, me behind the machine doing the thing. How funny would that be? No, because that's kind of. What do you mean? No, that would be viral. That would be every fucking big show.
Yeah.
Every fucking documentary. We put that in. Like, I don't understand how he doesn't fucking like see what you know what you are online. Okay. Like Ralph knows alcoholic fucking yelling.
Okay, I want to fast forward a little bit here to the next timestamp. Obviously, this is all incredible. 1:15 right here.
Time or on your dime, Phil.
Ash,
Yeah,
did
it's
he
fine.
not realize the king thing was a fucking joke?
Well, this is the thing.
No. I think. Okay. Next question for the panel. How long until the king shit is all gone now? Right? Because Kick Chat will not let him forget that this was said.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I forgot about that completely. I forgot he's still doing the shitty coins dropping from the sky gimmick.
Dude, Kick Chat will not let him forget it. That Andy said this. So if you want to say fuck Andy, you got to say you can't. They're telling you right now it was a joke, man.
Lads, that king looking up thing at the start of the podcast, where he's got like, the
That's gone.
sword and the chainmail
Gone.
and all that.
Gone.
If that's still there tomorrow.
I'd be well. He might be lazy enough to keep it a few more days, so like he'll forget how to like remove it. But after he figures it out and gets Darziak to do it, Dragon Fucker, he'll do it, and then it'll be fine. But I mean, Kick is done. By the way, we have to enjoy our time now because Philip already made it a month long. You have to follow for a month to talk on Kick Chat already. He's already made that change. So the days are numbered for our fun names. It was a great run.
Why
Let's
don't you
enjoy it
kill
while we have
yourself?
it. But it's dying soon. I promise you
Good.
that.
The tournaments were corrupt. We're not forgetting. We're not letting this fight go.
Just looking at his Twitter now, and he's still got that stupid little thing where he looks like a seal with a crown on as his profile picture.
Yeah.
And he's got he's got written on there, "The king is feeling lucky." Like, so I guess it's not ending up at the minute.
That was for St. Patrick's Day, though. Okay.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah.
How ironic.
Big ups, chat. So it's he moved it down to 2 weeks now. So it's now down to 2 weeks. Okay, so he did a month. Now he's correcting it to 2 weeks, but still 2 weeks to get a new name in there now. So he knows what he's doing. But I think Kick is on its way out now. But let me hear this one more time from Andy
Your
here.
time. It doesn't. It's the fucking retard alert. That's the thing. He would stream over our show. He was always in our time slot, right?
Not that it mattered.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But like, this is the weird shit that guys
loser.
do. Let's establish a schedule and da 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 da. No, like we don't work on your time or on your dime, Phil.
Ash, did he not realize the king thing was a fucking joke?
Well, this is the thing. I actually don't know to what extent I really
40
think that we
subs,
actually
I delete all the
full on-
stickers of fucking.
Let's get 40 subs right now to purge the casino of all Phil stickers.
Purge this shit.
Let's get it, bitch.
Purging all the DSP stickers.
Holy.
Oh my god! And then like the whole review.
And he would piss and moan on his stream about us streaming at
Yes.
that time. Like he was on, he would be upset about it.
You're streaming.
Oh my
Listen,
god.
Oh man.
You cannot fucking look. If we went on someone else's show and they had a big audience, I wouldn't be like, "Can you not?"
Can you imagine?
I swear to God, it felt like we adopted Phil. We had a guest on, and now we have like a new son, an autistic child we are now responsible for.
Oh my god. Hold on, one more time.
Phil, we had a guest on, and now we have like a new son, an autistic child we are now responsible for. I'm like, we've had plenty like people on before. I've never gotten.
It ain't me. It ain't me. He's autistic son, y'all.
500 texts in the middle of the night. Hey. It's like, you're not our like third
priority.
tier.
No, like
You're the
now
low end of our like.
maybe if he came on and he was high energy and he had interesting things to say and our audience loved it, then maybe he could have been third chair. Maybe it could have been that he was a regular guest here at least once a week or something like that. But he never, ever put the effort in. As he said to me a lot of the time, he's admitted this to me. And I'll just tell people this.
Please.
Darkside Phil doesn't want to play video games anymore.
Well, we know that.
And I think that's readily apparent to anybody who watches his streams.
Yes.
Oh, his thumbs are old. They're arthritis.
He told me he wants to phase out gameplay. And I think that's readily apparent to anybody who watches his streams.
Oh, his thumbs are old. They're arthritis.
He told me he wants to phase out gameplay completely. And I think that's readily apparent to anybody who watches his streams.
Oh, his thumbs are old. They're arthritis.
Damn it. Oh god. Big up
like
Jericho. Yeah, go ahead.
Beautiful desolation. This
This is incredible.
Leaving
Holy
nothing
fuck.
in their wake.
Can we confirm we have another hour to stream?
Yes,
Can we do that?
Yes, I have confirmed we have one extra hour to stream today. So here we go. We'll go till 6 p.m.
Extra hour.
Guys, I've got to go and then sit in the chat for 4 hours. So,
God damn it. Jericho says, Phil getting sun zoned by his gaming soulmate. Oh,
sun zone.
Oh, God. Boat Knight said, I said it before that this was the plot of Karate Kid 2. The rival dojo befriended Daniel to train him wrong on purpose to felt him. There you go.
Oh, my God.
Excalibur 210 says, imagine if Phil is so disgusting that he disposes Cat's body himself because ambulance and funerals cost too much money. No, that's not even
I
that's
can't
too dark.
imagine that.
No.
Chat is paying for that funeral.
Duty Streams has a very
Actually.
toxic comment. Cat got a weight problem. She can't wait to eat. That's toxic.
Oh.
Hater.
Hey.
DSP tries it. A black suit.
Oh.
Bernie Black said, I just realized maybe the reason he wants to hide the pets is because of the bankruptcy documents. Wow, that ship has sailed. He said no pets at all in that already, and he admittedly has one, so they know he's lying already, but, you know. Hawks Werthers says, are the kitchen ants considered exotic pets? Well, it depends on what kind of ants. We got leafcutter ants. That's pretty exotic, you know? Who knows?
I think they're just like institutional workers, aren't they? At this point? They perform a vital role.
That's the cleaning
Carrying
crew.
the
You
waste.
can't get rid of them. Yeah. Lily Pan France says, okay, I'll say it like him. Hello, Jew. I'm Guru Larry, and welcome to Gout Hunt. The place where big ups Guru Larry, by the way, back in the house, made a video, by the way. So big ups Guru Larry, legendary former guest of the show, Guru Larry. Got to get him back in.
That was
here.
a good one.
Yeah, Jericho TSK says Phil. Oh, I already read that one. Big ups, it was legendary. And Petnitz in with the subs. Hell yeah, let's delete all the DSP stickers. Come on, Deuce Falco with the 5. Hell yeah.
Whoa!
I'm Star 4. Yes. Bob Starsky in the house says, "Oh, I'm gonna play Bob Starsky's song again at the end of the show because it just works so well. It just is made for this moment. So I'm gonna play it again today as the outro. I thought Andy was a bad second chair for Kino Casino, but his anger brings him up close to P. I call him P's level. Big ups, Bob Starsky.
Yes,
I agree.
indeed.
This
But-
is Andy's the perfect role right here. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Meerkat.
Absolutely. But a lot of the time, the stuff that Triple P shows him, he doesn't really care about, so it ends up kind of falling flat. But with
Okay.
this one, he's passionate about it, and it's very
Yes.
funny.
Yes.
He told me he wants to phase out gameplay completely, and that is the future of Darkside Phil, is to completely eliminate gameplay. He tells me he doesn't enjoy playing games anymore. All of the games that come out today suck and they're shitty, and he finds it boring. But he's like, the only people that give me money, they want me to keep playing these games,
No,
and
they
I'm
don't.
trapped doing it. And he's like, well, I have to find a way to transition to something else.
Help me, Ashton. Help me.
Help me.
Andy, help me. Bro, I've transitioned on my fucking show like types many times, and I
Yeah.
have to figure it out. Like,
But
we're
I
not
said
your
to him,
fucking-
you have to take a leap of faith. Like you have to,
No,
you
can't do
have
that.
to commit to doing something new, and you have to work at it, Phil. And you can't just give up on it. He gave up on his political show in like 2 months.
Yes.
He was just done with it.
Mhm.
Instead of just sticking with it, plugging away, getting better and better and better at it, he expects to be an instant success. And if he doesn't have instant success with it, he retreats right back to the safety of the same old boring fucking dog shit content that he's done for years and years and years and years. And ultimately, what ended up happening was he changed just enough to alienate a lot of the supporters and fans that he had before.
Yeah.
But he didn't change enough to win any supporters from us. So he was lukewarm. He was neither hot nor cold. And so he was spat out of everyone's mouth and nobody liked him. And I think he's genuinely set up in a worse position than he was before.
Yeah, I think
when
so
he
too.
had such an incredible opportunity.
I think so too, honestly, because now he's taken the worst parts from them, but he can't even do it effectively. He does it poorly, and now he's just more of the content is about the goals than ever before, right? Not that it's the people that donate, they don't give a shit about it, but still, it's the chance of anyone coming on that stream say, yeah, this is pretty cool, I want to donate to this dude, are now zero. You know what I mean? It's just it's the worst. It's the worst.
It's just it's too intense and hostile.
Yeah.
It's not even him just being toxic about stuff. You open up the stream and you are bombarded with lights and layouts, and none of it makes sense. And this guy is dressed up weird, and he's talking about some shit you know nothing about, and he never stops talking. It's the worst.
They took away what little sort of like thing he had for like begging. Like before, like when he first started saying withholding, when he said withholding the first time, he kind of caught himself a little bit, and he was like, like he'd misspoke. Now he just spams that fucking word. They give him the confidence to just be the true cunt he is, and now they fucked off and left him, and he's stuck, like he just said, worse off.
Yeah, and August the Duck thing, was a good slap in the face to show what other people think about him again, because like he used to say, like, the internet thinks differently about me now, but they don't.
Yeah.
And August the Duck made another video, by the way, but go ahead, Meerkat.
They watched that video in this stream.
Oh,
later on.
okay, cool. Okay,
if you want, we can just go through the ones
Highlights,
in bold,
yeah.
and then
That's what I'm doing.
you can just pick whatever you would like.
Okay, so this is the next bold one right here, next highlighted one from Meerkat.
Like, your threats are meaningless. They're worthless, Phil. Like, what are you talking about? They're not worth toilet paper. But
now there is a meme that DSP outlives all, but here's why it's a meme. Is it really living when you have 150 viewers? Barely can break the fucking goal.
It's no life at all.
No.
That's the thing is, like, a lot of people, like, streaming gives them freedom. The freedom to do what they want, to live the life that they always wanted to live, and be creative and express themselves how they want to express themselves, right? But with Phil, it's not freedom, it's prison. He's created a prison for himself of his own making, for which there is no escape because of the way that he's designed it for himself. And so he's forced every day to do something that he doesn't want to do for all eternity, where he's just negative. He's just a husk of a person. He just hates his life. The only thing this guy does is live stream for people who hate him like an animal in a zoo to be pelted with fucking peanuts and shit like this. And then he gets off stream and he starts drinking. He plays a WWE mobile game that he spends his entire paycheck on. And then DoorDashes a meal and then goes to bed, wakes up, does it again and again and
Ash,
again
I just
and
remember
again.
the story.
And again.
You're gonna laugh. You remember this too. It was after watching Nerds on the Go, the like pool. Remember he was walking on the pool? We spoke to Phil right after. Remember he was yelling at you and me because Kick wouldn't verify him?
Okay. This is actually one of the most narcissistic and insane things that Phil came to
Go ahead.
yell at us.
Go ahead.
He yelled at me about why Kick did. Yeah, and you as well. He yelled at us about why Kick didn't verify him right away. And he said that it was an insult to him that they didn't immediately
insult. Do you realize who I am?
Verify him and give him like a deal and all of this stuff. It's like, first of all, man, I don't run Kick. Like, I don't have like
Eddie.
the moderator. I don't know Eddie. I'm not able to pull these strings for you, man. Second of all, like, you have to actually meet the metrics, man.
Yeah,
and you actually have to like be legit. And what this guy
there you go, Cino. You are talking to a king. That's what he's in the DM.
was doing, by the way. Now, listen, I guarantee you that Kick would have verified him and probably done something for him had he moved all of his stuff to Kick.
Yeah, he did.
But what he decided to do was
the
just do a
worst.
mirror. So they're not getting the exclusivity of Phil. And so why? But even despite all of this, Kick has put Phil on the front page numerous times.
Yes.
They've tried to promote him. They've given him opportunities.
They tried.
But Phil is just like a
But when that happened, he lost his biggest whale because of the hot girls. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So the front page is actually a negative for DSP, as weird as that sounds. You know what I mean?
complete narcissistic, delusional piece of shit that believes that because he sent a mirror, which, by the way, for Phil to learn how to use what's it called, where you send out Restream. Restream. For Phil to figure out how to use Restream, it was like the biggest ordeal in the history
I'll write
of
the tutorial.
I think, Andy, you had to teach him how to 1,000 fucking DMs. Oh, man. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, the stuff that this guy fucking says. It's exhausting. It's this exhausting, draining process. You know, somebody said, I read this somewhere, probably on Kiwi Farms, might have been on Twitter, but Darkside Phil is Sisyphus, but he's the boulder. He's the boulder in the story of Sisyphus.
You are like...
And we're the ones that have to keep pushing it up, and his audience has to keep pushing this boulder day after day up the hill. And then it falls down the other side, and we're right back to where we all fucking started. And we have to push it back. But then it's beyond that, because the boulder in Sisyphus's story was silent. Because it was a boulder. Phil complains the entire fucking time as you're trying to help him that you're not pushing hard enough or quick enough or giving him enough money while he sits on the fucking boulder that you're pushing to the top of the goddamn hill. It's brutal.
Bro, Ashton, that was one of the nights. It was like, I was already sort of pissed off and done with him. And when he said, like, how dare you guys tell me I worked on this whole thing, getting Restream ready to get Kick, and now they won't verify me. He's like, you have to message them.
Again, these are all very things they can easily share. So I believe this 100%, obviously, because it sounds like DSP anyway. And very easy to show these DMs.
I'm like, bro, you have to just
I don't
keep
know if he
working at
exactly yelled at them.
Yeah, but you
know. I would see him being very entitled and probably very mean.
Yes.
It took us like what, 3 times? Like,
yes, man. I don't think we got approved our first time for verification.
All right, we get the point. So you know he's bitching about that. I'm gonna go forward a little bit more here to the next thing here. Let's go. There's so much. We're not skipping that much at
Ooh,
all.
was that the
actually, but-
verification bit I missed?
Yeah.
And somehow still make
Yeah, he felt entitled to getting verified on Twitter on King.
Yeah.
make it entertaining or interact with chat
even
in
then,
a way
even
that's
then,
funny
even
or
then.
do a fun Q&A. The bottom line problem with Phil is just that he's boring. That he has no personality, he has no talent, he has no entertainment value, he has no redeeming qualities because he's a neutered, castrated, cuckold bitch.
No,
And so therefore, no matter what he does, it doesn't matter what he's doing, it's always the same. The end result is boredom.
Wait,
Unless
Ashton,
he's
you're right.
embarrassing himself in some way, and
Yes.
then you can get enjoyment from the embarrassment.
Yeah.
I used to watch your mukbang. Remember your sushi video? Remember the fucking video you did with eating the fucking chicken nuggets?
The 100 chicken nuggets, and I think I puked on chicken nugget
That's the
92.
video?
Okay.
And I'm like,
Yeah, we can go on to
We
the
got
next one.
Next one here is gonna be. Okay, gotcha. 220.
Hey, 220.
220. You got 220s.
about a lot of things. Like I spurg out and scream and get angry about shit and criticize people. But Phil took it to a whole other level of just a black hole of negativity and learned helplessness and just sadness that it was just unbearable, especially when he started in these last couple weeks really dumping on me about his personal issues, about Kat yelling at him.
Okay.
And, you know,
What did she yell at him? What did she yell at him
Your
about?
eyes,
Tell
then.
us.
Actually, I probably shouldn't have said that, but yeah, Kat a number of times has yelled at Phil. And
About
he's
what?
told, and he's
Well, I want to say this real quick. Philip says most people that talk to him are yelling at him. To
Yelling
be fair.
at him.
Yes,
You know what I'm saying?
that's a good point.
So keep that in mind. Like, if you type something in chat at Philip, that means you're yelling at him. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Catherine might have been saying stuff, and that means yelling. You know what I mean?
I think that's all based around the fact that his life is really boring, but he's such a selfish person that he wants to make everything seem super interesting, so he just blows it out of proportion.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
everyone is yelling at him.
But keep that in mind.
told me, well,
Does it a
one
lot
of
with
the-
the
Could have been about
narcissistic
the-
exaggeration, isn't it?
Yeah.
Everything's an
Yeah.
issue. So, yeah.
Or it's about the $7 popcorn. It's an argument about that. And the slice of cheese.
That's true.
Steve fucking felted Phil.
Oh, wait, hold on. Cat felted Phil.
A number of times has yelled at Phil. And
About
he's
what?
he's told me, well, one of them was when Steve fucking felted Phil. And I guess Kat just fucking tore into. She didn't know until the next.
No, see, I miss. Obviously, I don't think so. This would be Philip needs someone to blame for that, but he can't blame them, so he can blame not blame Kat, but say Kat's yelling at me, guys. So what's going on with that? Kat yelled at me a lot for that. You know?
Yeah, like you need to show like that was a bad thing and we disapprove of it, but I can't personally do it, so
Yeah, that's
somebody
what
else is doing it. Like
He
my mum was
uses
mad
her.
at me, or my dad's mad at me. You know,
Exactly.
day when she, I guess, overheard Phil talking about
See,
it.
bullshit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Bullshit. Philip just saying it to get someone. Guys, it is bad. Listen, it's really bad. Catherine was yelling at me because of it, guys. Zero chance. Zero chance.
Classic,
And then
a lot of people, innit? A lot of
Yes,
people say
Yeah,
it.
a lot of
Yeah.
people said, yeah. Everyone in chat.
Bush
And then
yell,
the
you're pathetic with that. Like, what was the?
Yeah, I mean, she was like, "Are you fucking stupid? You promised me you would never do this again after the
bullshit.
side
That I do
scrollers."
believe.
Oh, yeah, bullshit.
There's no way. She knows all that
Yeah.
lore. No way.
You promised me. Okay,
I can't believe
right.
we're going, are you stupid to him, though? Hey, Kat, I'm going to do this really stupid thing. Are you stupid, really?
Yeah,
No,
this
do
is
that.
DSP has to show he's not happy with this, but he can't say he's not happy with this. You know what I mean? Because that's going
Yeah.
against the boys.
Yeah, yeah,
so
And using his wife as a
Somebody's mad
shield.
about this, huh?
Yeah,
that's what
yeah, there
he's-
again, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but
On brand.
like
Yeah,
that. The thing is, I love ALT's theory about this because it makes him look infinitely more cucked than if she actually was mad about it.
Yes. Yep. She just using it. Another thing to use his wife for. But
You
there we go.
fucking idiot! You stupid like.
She's getting so mad about this. Is there any other times she yelled at him for something? What about ordering
Yeah,
food? Did she like?
Yeah.
all right,
I believe
go.
this.
Tell us one more.
Let's
one
move
more.
on. It's being it's nasty.
Okay.
Nasty.
Okay.
It's too far. It's too far.
It'll be drip fed apparently.
Imagine Keno saying
I don't
that.
understand it. That doesn't make sense
Imagine
to
what
me.
they
'cause
breed him from.
All right, next one is 20s. Gotcha. Okay, right here.
Society is bad. He can try and pretend it doesn't affect him, but bro, this is like the look you get if your fucking dog died or your girlfriend dumped you. Something like that. This guy is sad, bro.
Pathetic.
He thought you got a friend in me.
This is the best
You got a friend in me. Phil finally had a friend, but he was a snake.
Oh my God!
Stream.
There's a snake on my stream.
There's a snake on my stream.
Demonic levels of evil. You got a friend.
Oh my God! This is so brutal,
Honestly,
man.
one of the most evil
It
streams.
gets better.
Your wife. Cause she's fat.
You got a friend in me.
Oh God.
That was the meanest thing I've ever seen.
Oh,
Okay.
man,
All
the
right.
Fucking hell.
Spanish Inquisition
Oh.
has gifted 25
subs.
Somebody
Let's go.
Oh, I didn't expect that.
If sick and I feel bad if it's true. By the way, oh my God, Ashton, fucking big story. Do you remember? We were trying to get
Here we go. Next section.
Medicare
Here we
to
go.
interview him for Felton.
Oh, here we
now,
go.
Medicare wants nothing to do with this. What does Phil do while Medicare is dying of cancer? Tweets at him like 5 times, paragraphs demanding an interview.
And he called him a coward. Now, I'm going to be real. I told him to do all that.
Watch the demonic way Triple P puts his head back. Here, watch it. Watch.
I'm going to be real. I told him to do all that.
Man, this guy will be permanently damaged by this. He's
Yeah.
not coming back from this level of felting.
Dude, but it's like, look, even there he couldn't see that they were playing him. Even there, he fell for it.
Oh my God. Have there ever been a more pure laugh than this right here? You know, was this such a pure joy?
Ending an interview.
And he called him a coward. Now, I'm going to be real. I told him to do all that.
God damn.
I told him to do all that shit and he did it.
God damn.
Yeah, I said to call Jim a coward and say he's a pussy and he's afraid to face you.
That's so demonic, bro.
Before it's too late.
Oh God.
Ramsos 85 has gifted 10 subs.
Let's go.
It's fabrication. It's not real. It's nonsense. I'm not going to do
What do
it.
you mean it's not real? Your wife is fat.
Well,
It's objectively true. She's fat.
You know? A few people say, he wants to come on Smart Guys tonight to hash it out. No. No.
What? Wait. You asked him to have a.
So Phil started saying yesterday that I was afraid of him.
Yeah,
and that I was cowardly
We showed those
tweeting and
yesterday, if you haven't seen
frantically
it.
because I'm scared of him. So I immediately was like, come on then, bitch, bring me on the stream. Let's hash it out like men. Let's battle it out. I DM'd him. Come on. It'll be a cold day in hell before I'm afraid of you. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And of course, he immediately ran away from it. It's funny. He can stand up for his wife now that he's not like directly confronting me.
Yes.
But every single time I made fun of his wife to his face, he took it. And a lot of the time he laughed.
Yes.
So it wasn't his natural reaction to stand up for his wife or defend her in any way because he doesn't care about his wife. What he actually cares about is how the detractors view him. And the detractors were running a narrative that it was an L. So that's why he stood up for her. But I don't even think it's partly that, and it's partly that he just wanted an out. because he was tired of me telling him the truth and trying to get him out of his comfort zone and trying to get him to accept reality and change his ways. So he had to sabotage the project.
Okay, perfect. Oh,
Captain Blow.
Okay, Big House. Let's go to the next one here.
That's a good pause. That was instinctive.
Okay. Yes.
I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it because
The first time I heard this, I was stun-locked laughing for at least a minute straight. This specifically, the way August the Duck edited it and sped it up in the video, and the way he says it like a Karen, is probably the most disgusting thing I've ever heard him say.
Yes. I consider that to be worse than Scorn, actually, right? I mean, just like directly telling you, I think this is worse than Scorn. I know it gets thrown around a lot. This is legitimately worse than Scorn.
It's a level above. It's not just like, I've stayed here, you should do it. It's, you're going to be fucking doing it. Yeah.
Don't forget, this comes after 15 minutes of explaining why doing sponsored streams is the worst thing you could possibly do, and you're an asshole if you do that. And then drama, also, we can't do that. Trust me, begging. This is the way, guys. This is the way. You're going to like this. And I will ask you for money, and you will like it. That's legitimately what he said. Not changing any of the words there. One more time.
One else to exist. I am going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it because
you're going to like it.
Big up, Super Scuffer.
It kind of sounds like it sounds like an e-begging Ben Shapiro. It's like, I'm going to ask for contributions, and you're going to like it. Contributions don't care about your feelings.
Big up, Super Scuffer. Quasar says, Christ, this is cathartic. Big up, Petnitson. Whoa, buddy. Whoa. And W News says, officially on Suicide Watch after this. 100% official on Suicide. I mean, this is something. I mean, we thought he wouldn't interact with anyone after Side Scrollers, and it took a year or something to get back to Kino Casino. It's going to be decades before he interacts with anyone now. Who can we interact with anymore? Who will he trust now?
What we need now is the Eat It arc back, like times 10.
Yeah,
we want that fucking level.
Yes. Anti-Distortion says, "Guy, we're eating too good. Gonna look like cat soon." Mario Faker says, "A streamer DSP should learn from Strangely Lex." And honestly, she rolled with it, had fun with it, and now she's doing different shit. Like, yes. Roll with what's happening, have fun with it, but I mean, DSP's way past those times. But anyways.
Oh, do squats and be slow. Sex worker borderline,
I'm gonna ask for contributions, and you're gonna like it.
What a piece of shit, dude.
You like it.
This is Andy's element right here. This is it. This is what he's made for.
What a piece of shit, dude.
He really is a piece of shit.
Jesus Christ.
You know what? That's actually based.
That is based.
If he was actually more like that and just actually had some balls to just like go off, we wouldn't have snaked him. We would have worked with him more.
Yeah.
Like, the thing is, we just wanted Phil to go fully evil.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But like an entertaining form of evil. If you're going to be evil, you can't also be boring, Phil.
Yes.
For God's sake, man.
Okay.
I'm successful.
Next up, we're going to go to... Okay. Next up, I don't want to spoil it, so just listen.
Actual alien. So is the reason why DSP is so weird and Puritan with women due to the whole Christian thing? No. It's because Phil is a weird homosexual, asexual alien. Is, like, when he was with Panda, like, he never wanted to fuck her.
Yeah.
And like, it's just strange. The guy is a very strange individual when it comes to sexuality.
Yes.
I think he might be a repressed,
do you know what, like, the best part
closeted
is, like, you can go watch those and you'll see it everywhere. It's like when she's in the hotel room on the bed, when she's in, where they're doing a house tour in 2014 and it's like, part 5,
it's
about 37 seconds in.
Yes.
Yeah.
You know those moments very well, don't you, Steve?
Alien.
Peaches in chat.
Like when he was with Panda, like he never wanted to fuck her. And like it's just strange. The guy is a very strange individual when it comes to sexuality. I think he might be a repressed, closeted homosexual, judging by the sort of things he would say to Andy, like that he wanted to see his shredded body. He was his gaming soulmate. It might be that, or it may just be that he has no normal human sexuality.
I think that's
I'm not
I think
sure which it
asexuality.
is.
Yeah.
But probably one of the two.
By the way, Paul Burrow for 5. So let's fucking go.
Threw in the towel to the
This thought experiment where he says, okay, I have 3 paths in front of me, like for his future as a
This
content
was so
creator.
insane. This is honestly part of the reason I threw in the towel to the 3 paths cope. It was insane. All right.
Okay, I haven't seen.
He says the first one is where he becomes a corporate shill. He sells out. He takes sponsorships. He has to completely change his content style. He can never be honest again. Because
But wait. If you're not going to be edgy or push the envelope, then you may as well take a fucking ad.
But the thing is, he can't get sponsors and ads because he has no audience.
Exactly.
Yes, that's the problem.
Also, the detractors will fucking report him and his behavior to the advertiser.
Oh, true.
This isn't even a legitimate option. He wishes, though, he could have taken this path.
He
back in
wishes.
the day, he did get sponsorships, but he fucked all of them up. And so then he became jealous and resentful of the other creators who did get sponsorships, who did get deals. And he would always talk shit about them. Honestly, the reason that Phil is always going after these big creators and saying how greedy they are and how unethical they are and slimy they are is because he's jealous of the money that they make.
Yes.
If he had the opportunity to do it, he would do it in a second.
Yes.
And there's a ton of scenarios where I talk to Phil about things that he would say is unethical on stream,
But okay,
that he was
I
totally
disagree.
willing to do.
Go ahead.
I disagree. I don't think he would take the opportunity because he had a very easy opportunity here to do this, and he didn't do it, and that's why they gave up on him. And if he had some sponsorships, which I'm sure he has sponsorship offers, 100% sure.
Yeah, but
I don't think he's gonna take him because it's just too bothersome. It's hard to work with this guy.
I think I'm talking about like if he had let's say he has a big viewership and I'm talking about real sponsorships. I'm not talking about like click the link and get my referral code and then he'll get 5%. I'm talking about like contracted deals. You know what I'm saying? If he could get a contracted deal, he would love to do that. That's like, all right, we'll pay you this many grand a month to put your say something in the beginning of the stream and also have it on the stream. He would love those if he could get them, but he has not even close to the amount of viewers you need for that. Not even close. He's not within a country mile of that.
I think in some circumstances though, like even that, like he would begrudge having to do something.
Oh yeah,
like
he
being
would.
told
You're right.
they had to do it, and he would rather just come on stream, get the money from his dents, and just not have to do anything.
I agree with that too. I think he is also ultimately too lazy for any option. So you're right on that. But I think let's go ahead.
Both of you are. I agree with both of you. But I think that he doesn't even consider taking an opportunity if it existed because he already convinced himself that it's not going to work because the trolls are going to troll them or something. So he would just rather beg instead because begging is a safe option.
That's
it's probably
true.
the safest option literally you can have.
And at least
if you approached him with a minute of a stream and the pinned comment, he'd be like, well, let me tell you, there's a lot of people that follow me around, the detractors, they're crazy, you're going to get swarmed.
Yeah.
He's done this in the past. Yeah, you're right.
He would definitely kill it. Are you sure you want to work with me? Do you know my history? He does that shit.
I'm toxic, just so you know.
Splitty Jesus says Justin for house tour. Your band, Spitfire 1. Phil tried to fence it being a good husband and being a cool kid, and now he might lose both. Ooh, Spitfire spitting. All right, we are almost done with the list Meerkat has provided for us. It's been amazing so far. Let's finish strong here.
Behind closed doors.
Like trauma.
You know what was where I talked to Phil about things that he would say is unethical on stream, but that he was totally willing to do behind closed doors.
Like drama.
You know what like drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's all just this like moral underdog blue collar streamer act. It's all fucking bullshit. It's all nonsense.
Yeah.
Because I guess.
Well, I knew he did that anyway with the whole, like every day after he'd be on our show, he'd be like, oh, I don't want to do drama anymore. It's just those guys. Okay, then why the fuck are you on our show?
Yeah.
Phil thinks if you take
Yeah.
Shadow Legends advertisement
No,
or
because
something.
he didn't. He wanted them to literally gift him an audience, and he did it in the most blatant way possible.
Yes.
Of course, when you appear on somebody's show, they're gonna give you a shout out, and you can partially be a guest on that show for the exposure, because that's how it works. You get exposed to a wider audience, but just don't make it that fucking obvious. That's all you're in for.
Yeah. It's pretty easy. You know what I mean? And not just make fun of their content after you're on their show, like trying to save face with his few whales. You got to choose which one you want. You want the casino bump, or you want to have your own 5 fans that like you still? You know, because you know they don't like drama. Just like Jade. Jade's the voice of his real fans, honestly. And Drama says, when drama's here, it time fucking go. You know?
It's real pussy shit as well, the way he like got in touch with them and everything, because it was obviously to get back at Rich, which let's be honest, like if you're going to go out review tech, you don't need backup unless you're a complete fucking moron, right? So he has to have backup to go after Rich. And you know, he's there going, this is your last chip, motherfucker, I'm keeping it for the King's TXs. While they're in the background going, whoa, buddy, and all this shit.
Yeah.
He's that much of a pussy. He felt Rich. And then turns around and is like, yeah, I don't like the drama, you guys. Yeah, of course you don't when it's pointed at you. And you don't even like doing it when you're going after other people unless people are backing you up because you're that much of a bitch.
Yep. There's some. Let me see. There's one tweet about that said that exact same thing on and Sir Triple retweeted it. I'll say it in a second. Hold on.
Just to repeat, the second path, which is the drama thing, he couldn't do if he wanted to. He talked about he's going to leave piles of broken bodies in his wake, and he would ruin lives and destroy people, and he couldn't destroy anybody. He regularly just gets dunked on by like the lowest people, like anybody. Everybody dunks on Phil and destroys Phil.
Oh, dear God.
Phil couldn't even really win a beef with Cog. Let's be real. He couldn't even eat Cog.
I don't know what you're talking about. I felted Cog.
Yeah, I felt it, Cog. You must not have heard that one, guys.
Phil and destroys Phil. Phil couldn't even really win a beef with Cog. Let's be real.
Yeah.
He couldn't even beat Cog.
That's wild.
It was pretty fucking close. You know, maybe Phil edged it, but it shouldn't be close. You know?
Here's the tweet I was talking about. You bought a poker chip set as a performative prop for when you and your drama-focused buddies felted Review Tech. You had a great time. You love drama. You just don't like when you're the focus of it, which you often are because you're an utter helmet, was the tweet that Triple P retweeted.
About these paths. And guess what? Continue doing what he's doing.
All right, that is the last one that Meerkat had ready for us. But any other things we should play, Meerkat? I think that's a good place to end it. Or
Well, I guess if we played all of them, did we play all of them or just the ones in bold?
I played all the highlighted ones. I mean, let's see. Triple P is asking. Okay, here we go. Let's go to this one real quick. This one
You can just pick whichever ones you like. I think they're appropriately described.
Yes, this one looked interesting to me. So here we go.
Here's what he posts.
Here's the truth about all of this. We had good plans.
There was
no plans. No, but I did come up with plan after plan after plan after plan for Phil. I would propose so many different concepts to him, and he would always have a reason why it wouldn't work or an excuse for why he couldn't do it. And it's just like, man, like beggars can't be choosers. You know what I mean? Like at a certain point, like you don't have direction for your content.
Tipping helps the most right now.
Yeah, I'm coming up with a million different directions that I think are entertaining and could be successful. And it would just always be negative, and it would always be no. And it's just like, why, man?
So why is he saying it here? Hey, we have a lot of plans that you
I will.
No
I got it.
to.
I got it.
Yeah.
But there weren't. Okay, having a plan and executing a plan are two different things, Phil.
Had plans. I'm not even kidding you, for at least 2 other projects.
Okay, what are the 2 other projects, Ash?
I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. Are these his own projects? or something like.
Guarantee you, they're going to be two ideas that he'll have said before, like,
Oh, yeah, a long time ago.
COD with Andy, or this other gameplay stream or something.
Yeah.
He'll have been that, and he'll have shot him down ages ago. But,
Two random
you know,
things.
telling.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Meerkat. Looks like you want to say something.
No, yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna say what Steve said basically.
Okay.
I don't know.
You're like, was there a plan?
Like, well, there's nothing that he agreed to do. That's the thing.
Feel at least one of them would have actually worked. Not full drama, maybe some drama, but
What do you mean you can't? But you can't be a halfway crook, Phil. Like full drama, half drama, no drama. Like either you're doing drama or you're not. And the idea that Phil was above drama while he was collaborating with a show that's just constantly drama, 100%.
Only
all the
drama.
time. And the only reason we were working with him in the first place was because he reached out to us about drama with Review Tech USA and then did a whole 4-hour just dunking on Rich, like as drama gets.
Yeah.
By the way, the guy tried to do drama with Ethan Ralph. He tried to do drama with COG.
Yep.
He tried to do drama with Review Tech during that time. He tried to start feuds and beefs with every single person we were beefing with. And the only reason that he had the balls to do it, it's not that, this thing that he had no actual moral or ethical qualm with drama.
Yep.
He just thought he could get away with it because we had his back.
Yep.
So it's like, oh, see, look, now I can talk shit because I have friends on the schoolyard that'll come protect me.
Yes.
And that's the thing. He wanted that
pretty
safety
much.
net of where we're going to protect him and allow him to talk shit, and we'll save him because he's incapable of talking shit or roasting anybody because he fucking sucks.
By the way,
What a
Nose
bitch.
Goblin for 10.
What a bitch. All right. A lot of people are asking, a lot of people behind the scenes are telling me to get to the VPN segment. So I'll play that now, the VPN segment. I have no idea what this is. Here we go. Like I said, guys, I know nothing about this.
So finally, I had to teach Phil how to use a VPN. This man is 42, 43 years old, has been an online content creator for 15 years.
Oh my God.
And he had never used a VPN in his entire life.
Remember that night where you were planning it with him and I was on the call?
Hang on, pause a sec.
And then
Pause a
I
sec.
go,
Yeah, you got it.
here.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry,
Go
just
ahead.
quickly, while I think of this.
Yeah.
Didn't he, with Fightcade, he was having a go at people, telling them they didn't know how VPNs worked and they were fucking
Yes.
idiots and all stuff.
Yeah.
And yet he had to get a tutorial from Triple P. Amazing.
He knows all about them, Ludacris. I don't know what you're talking about. He knows all about him.
Never
I didn't know
used
He's
this
working
was
with people
me.
behind the scenes to do
Yeah.
it.
Uh-huh.
VPN in his entire life.
Remember that night where you were planning it with him and I was on the call? And then I go, oh, here. I give him a list of pirating sites.
Yes.
And then he goes, I won't click on those. I'm like, don't be a bitch, bro. I'm giving you the key to the castle.
This guy doesn't know how to use the VPN. And I just say to him, listen, all you got to do is install NordVPN. Okay, now what you're going to want to do is click on the Canada server.
Oh, my
And
God.
then you're going to go to Netflix. One of the funniest parts, though, of this VPN arc, he amused himself. He told me for hours in a row, he would go to various sites because he doesn't have an ad blocker because he doesn't know how that works.
Yeah, get a load of this
He
shit.
would change it to different countries so he could see different ads. And he was endlessly amused by this. The idea that he could see ads from Turkey and ads.
What a balance.
Autism.
God, dude. You talk about a 220, man. What the fuck? This guy's very busy, too. This is taking away his very important free time to check the ads from other countries.
Not now, Cat. I'm busy.
God. Hey, Phil, want to watch some TV together? I'm very busy. Don't you get it? Okay, let's try
Close the door.
turkey.
Close the door.
Bro, do you think that's how he learned about fucking Robot Wars or whatever it was.
Oh,
like he saw an
God.
advert in another country and was like, "Oh, check it out! This is this program."
Dude,
I'm fascinated by the idea of DSP looking at Ozempic ads in like Spanish.
Whoa, a
still
different
targeted.
country.
Told me for hours in a row.
Hours in
he
a
would
row.
go to various sites because he doesn't have an ad blocker because he doesn't know how that works.
Obviously.
And he would like change it to different countries so he could see different ads. And he was like endlessly amused by this. The idea that he could see ads from Turkey and ads from Italy and ads from France. This was something that really juiced up Phil. This is something that really made him
Juiced
happy.
up.
And like, this is a little
Juiced
autistic.
up.
You
Imagine.
know, this is
Why admit to this?
Bro, it blew his mind that there were ads in other countries.
I know. Can you imagine how closed-minded you have to be to the fucking world? How
Yeah.
sheltered do you
Yeah.
have to be to not realize that there other world exists out there? You know what I mean? Other countries exist. How
Reckon there's like
sheltered-
DSPs all over the world doing the same thing, like a French DSP, like going, "Qu'est-ce que c'est?" Like clicking on all these different VPNs.
Oh! Well, let's finish this one more time. Let's
This was something that really juiced up Phil. This is something that really made him happy. And I like this is a little autistic. You know, this
Yeah.
is okay, so guys, here's what I
Okay, so big ups to Ace Ventura, Gout Detective. Great name as well.
Nice.
Says last night's daily rap, 30 seconds to 110 to 928. Tell me the way he looks does not match the positivity. Tries to sell you as hard as he tries. Okay, Ace Ventura, I promise I'll play that in a second. Jeff K says if Panda tasted like Arby's, Phil would be Johnny Sins. Okay, Johnny Sins, shout out. Ira says use referral code ALT Young Insider for 10% off. Big ups, Ira. Magic Short Bus says I really think he had an apology email pulled up on his phone during the May 1st burst.
It was
That's the
Mandingo
last-
he was watching.
Mandingo
guys,
on the screen, apology on the phone. Hell yeah.
They are now stuck in apology fetish gridlock.
Yes.
Because DSP demands an apology for being humiliated and being a cuck and a whipping boy, and Triple P demands an apology for DSP doing
Being
something
DSP.
else.
So I will let's go to that requested clip, shall we? This is the daily wrap, okay? So this is the Ace Ventura Gout Detective says he's trying to be positive, okay? So let's go to 30 seconds in on this.
Camp,
thing.
great end of the week. Really. Like superb week overall. On a week when basically, all right, every possible thing conspired together to try to screw me over. Where it was really bad stuff happening in my personal life behind the scenes that was affecting me. And
Rabbit?
then it was the idiots at Kino Casino snaking me and
Oh,
all this
idiot.
crap.
Oh,
right?
wow.
Idiot.
Still was a great week. Overall, I had a great time. I hope that you guys enjoyed all the stuff that I did. I coming out of this positively, moving forward, actually feeling relieved that I'm not tethered to toxicity.
Right.
This is like
oh
when you're
my
trying
God.
to. This is
Go ahead.
like when you've broken up and you're trying to tell yourself, "I'm going to be okay. I'm doing better without her." You know,
I don't need her anyway.
don't need her
She
in my
sucks.
life.
ALT, please. There's one that's called DSP is a jilted lover. That one would fit great. Steve's gonna love that one.
Okay. You got it. Hang on. Jilted lover.
Because that's not the first time we've seen DSP pull this shit and do this specific shit they're about to say, and it gets hilarious.
Okay, go.
Like this show's gonna be kind of long, and we already had a big show. We had an 8-hour planned show before any of this came up. By the way, just so you all know. Now, here's the thing: is Ashton, your charity, this, that, da, da, da. He spits on you. He makes fun of you in a tweet, basically. And then, basically, this guy has always complained about Keemstar. And then he spits on you after all the charity
because
you gave him.
he's a jilted lover. This is the thing is it was like a relationship. You know, like how a teenage girl will get a new boyfriend to make her old boyfriend jealous after she gets dumped.
Yeah.
This was Phil's idea with Keemstar. Be like, I'm going to go to Keemstar, guys, and you'll see Keemstar knows how to do real content, this, that, and the other. And it's like, Phil,
Oh, he did, yeah.
Keemstar's not going to baby you. Keemstar's not going to powder your ass, wipe your ass for you, treat you like a fucking child. Like, Keemstar will own your ass. ass, bro.
Yes.
He's not going to have the patience to deal with your nonsense. If you're going to work for Keemstar, Phil, he's going to be the fucking boss, and he's going to tell you how it's going to be. And he'll put you through humiliation ritual after humiliation ritual after humiliation ritual, and you're not going to get the ownership. You're not going to get $50,000. You aren't going to get fucking shit. But none of that's even going to happen. What I do find interesting too is him entertaining the idea of getting a replacement for me on Smart Guy.
Yeah,
Why?
please.
I really want him to get Ralph.
Do we have the Ralph?
I would be so fucking happy if Phil just fully embraces the sector and teams up with Ralph. That would be the ultimate revenge on Phil, because Phil doesn't know what he's getting into with that.
Yeah, buddy.
It'd be so funny. It'd be so good, and it would all be worthwhile if Phil signed up with Ralph and Mersh.
And Cog?
Apparently, Cog's upset. Cog's upset.
Okay, there we go. There we go. So
Yeah,
Jilted
now we get
Lover,
a derailment. But we do have another Keemstar segment at 2:30, 2:40.
2:30,
Get the whole thing, didn't he? Of like, no, I appreciate Keemstar and how Keemstar does it, and he did that whole thing as well.
You, Steve, are a prophet, and you're
232.
about to find out again.
Okay.
You again guessed it perfectly. This is this one.
32.
And we get to hear what they have to say about it.
He wants to
By the way,
create.
it's like, how do we know you're not snaking someone else? Like, you don't. I
Phil
guess
deserves to be
stay
snaked.
tuned. Like, it's a show.
Phil deserves to be snaked.
Drama content, and he felt like this was his way to force the hand. You don't get it, and this is what no one gets. I think finally, you want to know who I think actually gets it?
Oh yeah.
Keemstar.
Okay, pause.
Oh my god.
Keemstar wanted to use him as a dancing monkey on his show. And by the way, here's the thing. Say whatever you want about Boogie and Wings. These guys know how to dance like monkeys. They fucking pour the food on their with the water and the milk mixed on their heads. Got a liar tattoo. They do, even though it's not even a real tattoo to be real, but they like humiliate themselves. Do you think DSP on LolCow Live would have done anything that Wings or Boogie did? No.
No.
Think you'd had a fat camp? You think that they would be like the fucking water balloon challenge even? No, sorry, I can't. Blah, 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 blah. You aren't even a good LolCow for LolCow Live.
Yes.
Even Keem like looks down on you like, yikes. Let's be real.
Oh.
And then by the way, you shit on Keem for like, Keem knows the deal. Keem wanted to make fun of you. Also, it's not like Keem had you as like this, like, I'm gonna pay you.
Phil didn't even understand that he was supposed to be a LolCow on that show.
Yeah, well, Philip thinks he's on. Keemstar's a colleague, you know.
He didn't understand that he was at the same level as Boogie and Wings.
Yes.
He thought Keemstar was like making him like the head host of the.
God.
He's an idiot.
Buddy, it's ridiculous. I have to take a piss.
Okay, that's
bro,
wow.
he tried to replace him. Do you remember? He was like, I think it was with Boogie. He was like, yeah, let's talk to Wings and we can do this without Keemstar and keep all the money for ourselves.
Wow.
God, way back at the start.
You just imagine him turning up first day at work at LolCow Live, like trying to sit next to Keem, going, "All right, is this what I say?" He's like, "Get in the pen, get in the cow pen."
Assistant tube, the
Okay,
host.
Keem, what do we have the losers do today, Keem?
And Keemstar like, go back with them.
Get in the pen.
So
on the wrong
I
side of the
guess-
fence, bitch.
Yeah, to finish up this epic show, I go ahead and say, let's get some predictions of how will Philip handle this great felting that was given to him. One of the greatest feltings we've ever seen on this show. In the history of the Tractorverse, this is one of the biggest feltings we've ever seen. How will Philip handle this? I see two options, which is ignoring completely or trying to respond. What would you say is more likely? I'll go to you first, Meerkat.
Oh, I think we're going to see best behavior, Christian, mature adult, Mr. Burnell, running a business with zero drama. We might see some pinned messages in the chat about how discussion of drama is against the law. And yes, I think he's just going to try and let it roll off his back, but they're going to keep felting him. And they told their audience to keep felting him too.
Yep.
So he is going to keep getting felted, whether he likes it or not.
Stephen the Dead, predictions, please, of the future going forward here.
I feel like if he'd been on today, we would have got more of a meltdown, but he's had the time off to sort of try to wrap his head around it and to determine how he's going to play it from this point on. So I think we might get I don't care because I'm still having fun. I'm still okay over here. You know, I've got my audience. I've got my chat. We're going to, be ordering a pizza soon once we hit those goals. And, I'm just happy living life and all that stuff. But there's no way he can keep that facade up, and he will melt down eventually. Chat might get on his tits. He might get a bunch of super chats, or he might. I think it's unlikely, but he might go, okay, let's address it. But I think it's more likely he's going to try to avoid it, and then eventually the pressure will get to him and he'll melt down.
Before you go, Mr. Ludacris, I think we're going to ignore it as long as we can.
Mm-hmm.
But then eventually the heat's going to get too hot, and we're not going to fire back with any real passion. It's going to be sad boy pity party, right? So, like, they were always trying to drag me into stuff, and, like, I just didn't want to do that because I respect you guys too much. You guys know how much I love you guys, how awesome my life is. I didn't want to do that to you guys. And it's just going to be that until, hopefully, he hopes that Kino gets tired of doing this, which I don't see happening for a while at the very least, especially if he adds some DMs to the mix. Can you imagine? But it's going to be just pity, sad boy the whole time. What do you think, Mr. Ludacris?
Yeah, I pretty much echo that. Like, I think he's going to be doing a lot of attempted ignoring, but then there's going to be so many instances where it's like a lot of people are saying I didn't know till someone told me. It's going to be like that, and it's going to be a lot of pity of, guys, you got to understand something. I'm a 42-year-old man, and I don't have time. I've not had enough time on this planet to be putting up with this shit. It's just going to be exactly like that, like him acting like he's above drama, with the occasional rage, I guess, sometimes, where he's like, I have to say something, you guys. I've got to say this about Triple P, and it'll just be completely useless, and they'll just continuously, like, felt him.
Yeah.
Till the end of time.
Can you imagine the messages that DSP has sent to Keem in the last 24 hours? I bet he has. Hey, Keem.
You know what's amazing, actually? Like, also, I was just thinking about it, like, when he, like, tries to, air quotes, felt someone, his go-to is, look at their setup, it's terrible. Well, he can't do that with these guys, because he's literally said, I'm so jealous of Triple P's setup, I keep telling him. So he's out of ammo already. What was he going to do? He needs Triple P to get a fatter wife. That's his only fucking hope.
Yeah.
We can't.
ALT, you mentioned DMs, and I'm thinking, what if Betty Boop gets some DMs from Phil saying, you know what, I'm kind of looking for a replacement right now. So you want to hop on board? It's a
wrestling
community.
show or for a dying wife, maybe.
He assembles a LOL Cow Avengers, like, to his aid, and they strike back.
Review text, Becky Boop, DSP.
Age of Feltron.
I just know that.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that. That would be amazing. And I could see him being so hurt that he would reach out to their enemies that he felt it also. Yeah. Like, okay, so you want to join forces? And they're going to be like, bro, you have no forces. You are felted eternally. You are the guy at the bottom of the pit. That's just a husk of a man. You're a Dark Souls NPC. Stay away from me.
I know that Philip has DM'd Keemstar in the last 48 hours. I guarantee it. Saying like, hey, well, Kino's kind of done with me, but hopefully we get something going, Keem. Just trying to grasp onto any clout that's possible.
Yeah.
So, Keemstar just ignores it, laughs his ass off, and just, But anyways.
I don't know, because like there's always the risk that Keemstar would be public with this and be like, Darkside Phil, you stop fucking DMing me. I don't care that you've had your little meltdown with your friends,
I wonder. Amir Cat, any final words for us today before we say goodbye to everybody, the beautiful people?
Oh, I don't know. This was a trip.
It was very fun.
This was insane. And I'm glad we got to talk about it. It was so much fun. It was so funny. They completely cooked him, and I'm looking forward to how he's going to react to this because it is so humiliating and it's so embarrassing to be him right now. Good thing I'm not. So thanks for watching, everybody. Let's get some subs and see you next time.
Big ups for chilling, everybody. Go check out Mr. Ludacris's latest video. It was posted just 5 hours ago, entitled DSP Gets Snaked by Triple P, and you're going to love it. Steve, final words.
Don't forget, Phil isn't the only one who'll do anything for money. We will as well.
Yes, thank you so much. And
Always in effect.
I will finish with Bob Starsky's legendary song entitled "Goodbye, My Brother." Go ahead, please. Yes, go.
Sorry, I just want to say, you guys need to know this, and I feel I should drop this on you now.
Yes.
I've been on your show now. I'm now your autistic adopted son.
Yeah. Yes, we accept you.
And also, you're British, so that makes it a lot worse.
Hello, Jew.
All right, guys. We'll see you next week. Bye.
Just the house door.
No.
Man.
So I'm talking all this fucking shit multiple times on my
was a
stream.
bad opening act
on
yesterday.
his
Mr.
stream,
Ludacris knocked it out of the park.
all sorts of shit about his wife, about everything, and he never said a fucking thing.
Did I disappoint you or let you down? Well, I don't feel guilty. I won't give back my crown.
I got scammed.
I saw the end before we'd begun. You insult me so much that detractors won.
Yes, tis.
So I took what's mine, as it is my right.
I love pro wrestling.
Smart guy solo, stream is tonight.
Excuse me.
It may be over, but just like Rambo,
I'm John.
You think I need to change, but I've done nothing wrong.
Correct?
You pulled me up when tips were low. Shit on my wife and all my goals. I tried to grind, but knew I failed when I started a politics show. I felt it rich in Ethan Ralph. Bought so much shit on Klarna. My wife is sick and you know this, but you keep describing her. Goodbye, my brother. Goodbye, my friend. I have made a ton. I have made a ton for me.
It literally has no instructions.
Goodbye, my brother. Sad for two reasons. Got rid of my son.
Thank you, Phil.
And he was nice in my stream.
After many years, it came to light that they were involved in some underhanded stuff. Now, they never, ever were involved with that on streams.
You're such a dreamer to try to help me out.
I want to see you prosperous.
I wrote down these spirits and just nod when you shout.
Detractors were right
And as
all
you're
along.
felting, please forget me. Please forget how much I must beg and plead.
Guys, please support.
Okay, now guys, support the stream. 0 contributions on Kick. I know there's good supporters here. Who wants an OG badge, emoticons and other perks? I may mod you, but you must work. The Ashton is just ban him, please. Thanks so much, Darziak. Goodbye, Triple P. Goodbye, Ashton. Guess you had no fun. Talking 70%. Goodbye, PPP. Goodbye, lesbian. My toilet doesn't flush, but check out my RGBs.
As you can see, the crazy RGBs behind me, right? And you might say, well, what the heck is that? It's kind of wild. Like, what is that supposed to be? You want to see what it is? See if the camera picks it up well. If not, I'll explain.
And I still watch your stream on Kick until I
Flashback
fall
actually
asleep.
affected him in real life. Did you see that?
Cat praise when I get paid. It'll stick. And I'll plan a Japan trip.
Sounds good to me.
Sorry, my mother. My wife, I mean. Gotta spend these bucks on things that are just for me.
Oh my god.
Goodbye, resurgence. So long, Kino. I'll revert to a bum. Like it's 2023. The tips are low, baby. The tips are low. The streams support is slow. Let the gin flow, baby. Let the gin flow.
Whale-tail gin.
My mom, my wife will now wallow.
What does he do today to protect his fat wife from being called fat by a fat man? He decides to reveal her medical info.
Yeah, I was
What
shocked.
did you today?
Yeah, I was shocked. Why would you do that?
Is that what's keeping your wife safe?
Well, that's it for that. It's been a long one. But of course, there's stuff going on, so of course there would be. I'm still in the editing process.
The Japanese treats box called Sakura Box. To show you how it works, a wide variety of Japanese snacks.
Here we got here.
What it came with was a book. Because they are tiny. These are not giant, extensive treats. These are quite small. Tohato caramel corn. Yay! Big thumbs up. That is absolutely delicious. What is that supposed to be?
How about we go
There's
raid
literally no
intro?
English on the front besides the word mini. Baby Star Ramen.
It can get worse.
It's tiny. A tiny
Haven't
little
rated
noodle.
intro in a while.
Oh! No, I don't like that. That does not taste good at all. Cheezak. 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 Country Ma'am, it says at the bottom there. Country Ma'am. Chocolate cookie. Here we go. Ready?
Thank you, Palacherica. Thank you, Seasons.
I have a hard time believing there's 700 layers in this tiny pastry. I'm just gonna put the whole thing in my mouth. The sweet stuff so far, I give a big thumbs up. So excellent, a great DSP tries it. Thank you guys, I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for watching, see you then, and thanks for the support.
All right. See, Interd is playing cheeseburgers with Split Fiction with Decepticon. He's making weird noises. So, if you want to check this game out, and these gamers, go rate them. Big ups Decepticon and Interd.
Really does remind me a lot of Hogwarts
spelled that
Legacy.
wrong.
You haven't played it.
Also, the tractor beam.
Dude, TM.
Get the good blood Gadget.
Oh,
Come on, man.
Oh, wait.
Bye-bye.
Got it.
Nice.
Let's bring it back to the castle gate.
Oh, this is cool. Yeah. No, I'm gonna download Death Stranding on my Steam Deck tonight. Play that.
Yeah, play it on your Steam Deck. Look
Yeah.
at World Order with the raid. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Nice.
World Order just
Look,
rated
Vig.
with 27 viewers.
Wait, what is happening over here? Oh, I have a wand.
Oh, you have a wand?
I
What
have
the
a
fuck?